What's the last straw that made you go, yep, that person is definitely crazy? Have to say it wasn't me, but a story from a coworker of mine. He was in his basement apartment one night, and after coming out of the bathroom, one of his ex-girlfriends was standing in the hallway just staring at him. He immediately told her to get the fuck out, as any person would. She followed it by pulling out a steak knife from her back pocket and swinging it around, making some pretty crazy statements. He managed to get the knife away from her, and then she pulled out another one. This girl had a pack of steak knives in her pocket. She then proceeded to stab herself in the neck. I think that's when he realized she was pretty off. She survived. They're dating now. That's when I realized my coworker was crazy. Edit. Huge thanks to everyone for the 3 silvers. Have never received one before. The top comment. First time for that as well. And all the awesome comments. Sorry I can't respond to all of them. For those of you saying it's fake, I get how crazy it sounds. And if I wasn't worried about keeping some anonymity, I would release all the exact details about it. It is all 100% true. But thanks again everyone. Edit 2. Finally realizing why people kept tagging r/award speech edits. Now I look like an idiot. So, I was friends with this girl in high school who was a grade above me, and I thought she was so cool. She had these amazing stories of things that happened in her life. After a few years, I started to wonder if she was lying. There were little things I'd catch her in. I started to think she might be a compulsive liar, and then one day I knew when we had a conversation in the mall parking lot. We parked, got out, and began walking to the building. Here's the conversation that followed. Me, I like your outfit. Where'd you get those shoes? Huh, they're my roommates. We had a party at our house and someone stole all my shoes. Me, oh, that's terrible, I'm sorry. Ha, ha, yeah. Where'd you get your outfit? Me, blah 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 hookers. Ha, I love that store. I got my shirt at, who cares, and these shoes are my roommates. We took all my shoes to a bar when we were out drinking and gave them away. Me, oh, okay. Then we keep walking, and as we get to the door, let's go into Wet Seal first. That's where I bought these boots. This whole conversation happened as we walked to the mall, and her story changed 3 faking times. And she definitely was not faking with me. I was at a Halloween party several years ago with a secondary/tertiary friend group. You know the kind. I was kinda friends with some of them, only barely knew others. But it was a costume party and I didn't have anywhere else to be, so I went. There was a guy who was near to the center of said group that was always a little facky. Everyone called him Prison his name, because he had been to prison. I had run into him a few years before, when I was maybe 14, and he offered me $20 to show him my tigs. He was at least 20 at that time. Real class act. Well, during the party he pulls out a loaded faking gun and starts waving it around saying he could end it all right there, awesome sheet. 2 guys managed to get it from him. Now he's pissed and running around the house yelling. A 3rd guy steps in and decides to break down the gun. So like one guy has all the bullets and one guy gets the actual gun. Someone else took the clip. No one else reacted. They were just like whelp. Typical prison name behavior. So that's the day I decided that entire circle was batshit crazy. Edit. I've been informed that handguns do not have clips, they have magazines. I apologize to the gun community for the mistake. My husband's cousin is the only female in the family that is around my age, so when we used to go to family functions I tended to hang out with her. Our friendship blossomed, and she was who I considered to be my best friend. We both had 3 kids and they all loved each other, so we just spent a lot of time together. My husband always told me she was crazy, that she would turn on me, but I just thought they grew up together and had some weird kind of sibling rivalry kind of thing going on. Her ex-husband hated her. Court cases for custody were happening all the time. It was nasty. They weren't allowed to be in the same room together per court order even. I only heard her side of the story, so I, of course, just assumed it was him. That was horrible. Fast forward a few years, she is remarried and has a new baby with her new husband. She's an interior decorator and has always been struggling financially, but somehow all of a sudden she is buying all the things. new iPods for all the kids, including mine, gaming laptop for her oldest, furniture, electronics. She pays a year of rent, so she won't have to think about it. While I'm over there, because I'm now an approved supervisor for the supervised visitation her ex-husband has imposed through the court, she starts screaming at her new husband for not loading the dishwasher correctly and pushes him fully, with real force, down the stairs. He somehow manages to be okay, but she doesn't stop. Runs after him with clear plans to attack. The guy has to literally flee his own home. I packed up the 3 older kids and my kids and got out of there. I didn't report it because she guilted me into thinking she had PPD and would be fine. One Valentine's Day she decides she wants to have a party for the kids. The time didn't work out for me, so I told her we couldn't attend. She lost her shit and called me every name she could think of. She took things I had said to her in confidence and told her whole family. I got pages and pages of scathing emails. I was crushed. 5 years later she remarried again and had 2 more babies with a new guy. She called DCF on her 15-year-old son claiming he sexually molested her 2-year-old daughter. Had zero evidence, but decided because she was acting weird that this must have been what happened. After a heated altercation with new guy, where police were called, she now has lost custody of all 6 kids and begs me to come to court to be a character witness. Edit because I forgot to explain the money spending. She had gotten a new big client who gave her an expense account to decorate his multi-million-dollar home. She spent about $200k of his money and was sued. Not too extreme, but I had a coworker that regularly talked about how so many of her friends have screwed her over in the past. At first I believed her and felt bad, until she told us what her latest ex-friend did, after basically calling him every name in the book, of course. She and her husband decided one day to replace their furniture. This was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and since they didn't have a truck to move their stuff, they texted their friend to see if said friend could help them, along with friend's truck. Friend said no, can't do, I'm busy today. Crazy Beach showed up at his house and flipped out when she saw that he was home relaxing. That's how entitled she thought she was to his vehicle and his time. She screamed about every single thing she had ever done for him. Petty sheet like bought you a soda when you forgot your wallet sheet. Cops had to be called. From then on out I was careful not to accept any favors from her, because I'm 98% sure the only reason she would ever do a nice thing is to throw it back in your face when you have to tell her no. Like she used to give one of our coworkers a ride home, and I witnessed this coworker on multiple occasions offer gas money, pay for her lunch, ECT point as a thank you. She always declined with I'm going that way anyway. Until one day coworker pissed her off. So she ran around telling everyone that coworker was a mooch and never once paid gas money. I don't know, maybe this is more manipulative than crazy, but she was always so miserable, so it's not like she was even getting what she wanted at the end of the day, so I consider it some kind of crazy. I have so many good ones for this. I made friends with a guy who was on the fringe of our college friend group. He seemed bright and we shared interests. He was a junior chess champion and I always wanted to learn, so he was teaching me. We chatted online sometimes. His parents were divorced and his father lived in Europe somewhere and he flew over for a few weeks. I'm hanging out, cleaning out a closet at my house when he messages me. He tells me a few years back he was dating a girl and she was crazy and abusive. He'd gotten out and broken all contact, blocked her and changed all of his screen names. But she'd found him and messaged him and he was upset. Would I talk to him? I said of course and ended up chatting with him for a few hours. A few weeks later he'd been back and we'd hung out some and he expressed interest in me romantically. I told him I was seeing someone else at the time. I actually was. Guy continued to be clingy and weird. It got to a point where I wasn't sure if I was starting to dislike him because he was annoying or if he was annoying because I disliked him. He kept acting like we were dating despite my other committed relationship that predated our friendship. I took a step back from the friendship. He messaged me telling me he'd reconnected with a girl he'd worked on a group project with while walking around campus and she'd given him her number again. They planned to get coffee. I was delighted and encouraged him to pursue it because then he'd leave me the fuck alone. After the date he checked in with me. I assumed since I'd been enthusiastic and he had no other close friends. They got coffee, talked for hours, and had a good time. Good. I told him how happy I was for him. He said, "You're not upset?" Gosh, why would I be? You're not jealous? No, of course not. I'm happy for my friend. You were supposed to be jealous. Okay buddy. I made the whole thing up to make you jealous. Well, that's a little extreme. I also made up the time my ex-girlfriend contacted me in Sweden, because if you don't punch people in the face they don't talk to you. If you don't metaphorically punch people in the face they don't talk to you. Man, that was a thing he said. Why would he admit to being a compulsive liar? I think he wanted me to be impressed by that. I blocked him on all media and discontinued that friendship. It was a wild 2/3 months. Edit. I procrastinated by finding the original face, punch message, copy/paste, because Inga is hard. That thing with X never happened by the way. I made it up because I was pissed at my dad, stuck in Sweden, and wanted to talk to someone. People don't listen. If you tap them on the shoulder anymore, you have to wheel them around and punch them in the face. PLS, do not punch me. Okay, so I'm a nurse, so this is kind of a daily occurrence for me. Especially when you're working in ed and dealing with people who have just walked through the door and you're trying to ascertain whether they're orientated or not. I had too many to list, but one was an elderly mother and her middle-aged son. They seemed completely normal, they often do at first. The mother was getting admitted and the son was getting ready to go home. He pulled me aside and told me his mother likes to spit in a jar on Friday evenings after she watches the news, and if it would be okay for her to do that while in hospital. Kinda weird, but whatever, she's not hurting anyone. So I said I don't see why not. I'll get her a paper cup or something, and she can spit in that tonight after the news. It was a Friday. Oh no, he said, into this jar. He then presented this gross old jar, looked like an old pickle jar, about a quarter full of spit. Wrong on so many levels. Let's just say, I got a real Norman Bates vibe from those two. Also, outside of work, I went to a house party one night when I was young. There was a chick there I'd met before, and she seemed really cool. They often do at first. Everyone was having fun, but she decides she wants to go out to a club. She basically throws a tantrum until we all just give in and decide to drive her to this stupid club. She calms down in the car until we get about halfway there and she just goes berserk saying she doesn't want to go to a club. Why couldn't we have stayed home? Why does she have to do what everyone else wants? Why are we forcing her to go out when she doesn't want to etc. Anyway, long story short, we turned around and went back home. Once there she tried to slash the tires of the car, tried to run me and my friend over with her car, and ended up crying in the fetal position in the gutter because no one takes her seriously. Right. Oh god, okay. I dated a guy for 2 months and he started talking about marriage and that was a red flag, but I didn't do or say anything. I had to move to a different country for high school and he began to accuse me of sleeping around and going to bars where I apparently found random men to sleep with. Mind that I was 15 at the time and I was in the US, so there was no way I did that. He claimed that he had friends in the same town who informed him of this. But that's not all. A friend of mine sent me pictures of him faking his ex behind a nightclub. I didn't say a word, hoping he'd come out clean. Accusations of me cheating became so bad that I broke it off. A year later he was still stalking me. He told me he joined the army just to prove to me that he wanted to get better for me, all while he was dating someone else already. He started to threaten me with suicide so I would come back to him. This continued for a few months and he'd do this on the daily. I got so fed up with it that I told him to go the fuck ahead and do the world a favor. Well, 10 minutes later I get a call from his supervisor threatening me with a lawsuit because I pushed him to suicide. I was in the middle of an important internship and I lost it. I told them that if they wanted to play that game I will sue him for rapping a minor, as I was 15 when we dated and he was 19. The guy said he will delete my phone number from his phone and I'd never be bothered again. After a few weeks of silence, I get a message from his friend saying I should get back with my ex again. Turns out it was my ex messaging me from his friend's account. Next day his friend actually told me that there was never an army supervisor and he just wanted to scare me. There were so many other things, but those are the highlights. I came back home for a summer 2 years later, and when he saw me at a cafe talking to one of my old friends, he threw a chair at me then tried to choke me while telling me that he loves me. That was the final straw. Edit. It's been 7 years since this, and he still tries to communicate with me. Edit 2. Clarification. To those who think I falsely accused him of rap, I didn't. Since day one of us dating he was trying to pressure me into losing my virginity to him. For about 2 weeks I was able to come up with excuses, but then I was hanging out with him and 2 of his guy friends. He asked them to go get alcohol while I was in the bathroom and gave them the only keys to the apartment. They left and locked the apartment for 2 hours. The rest I don't really want to go into details about. I didn't want to include that because I didn't want to throw a pity party for myself. Also, why didn't I break it off after this? I was a 15-year-old idiot and thought that was not as bad as it was. My thought process was that he was my boyfriend, so it's not like it was a random guy I didn't know forcing himself on me, which at the time is what I thought constituted rap. Started digging bits of silver foil out of the tarmac at the side of the road. He'd been perfectly sane a few days earlier, and I got to watch his descent, not really realizing what I was viewing until that point. This was in India, and he was Indian, but hung out mostly with Westerners, and so we would often talk about spiritual matters. I noticed that these spiritual conversations would get more and more esoteric, until I couldn't really get what he was talking about, but it still didn't twig. The day before I found him digging up silver foil. Why is it always foil? I met him on the way home from a bar. He was definitely weird then, properly creepy, and that was when I first realized he had gone mad. He started an esoteric conversation with me again, none of which made sense. It was just the 2 of us talking beneath a tree on a dark road with nobody else around. He handed me an invisible telephone and told me my mother wanted to talk to me, so I played along because I was wasted. Then his eyes went wide and he shook his head, placed one hand on each side of my face and said, "No. You never talk to your mother ever again." I was frightened and went home. A couple of days later he disappeared as he was taken away to the mental hospital, and he only turned up again a few weeks later, shaven-headed. This happened every now and again, apparently. Nowadays I can spot the signs a lot faster when people are skirting around the borders of madness, and I make damn sure to back off a bit so I don't end up in a position like that again. There wasn't really a last straw, per se, but this girl I was chatting to online kept trying to get me to video chat. Eventually, I agreed, and it was the weirdest video chat I've ever had. She wouldn't say a word the entire chat. She switched off the light, and I heard the sound of her bedroom door opening and closing. Then she came back, and she made a show of shaking up her bottle of protein shake. Eventually, I ended the chat wondering what the fuck had happened. Maybe she was getting me to Sibba. I contemplated blocking her, but fool that I am, I just carried on talking to her and gave her the benefit of the doubt. I'd never had a girlfriend or gotten laid, I should probably mention, so I imagine this was a reason I wrote it off. One day, she randomly took offense at an admittedly clumsy attempt at being supportive to some of her medical issues, and blocks me. I think, well, problem solved, she's decided to leave on her own. Nope. Month or 2 later, she pops up and says sorry for overreacting, and how she's forgiving me for being so insensitive. By this point, my better judgment is practically screaming at me. Once again, I ignore it, and the chat continues as before. Then she wants to video chat again. I once again agree. It went pretty much the exact same way as last time. No words from her, weird actions. Then it ended. I blocked her as soon as she'd gone offline. I ain't ignoring that red flag again. Edit. Just to clarify, it wasn't dark the entire chat. I could see her for most of it, and it was clearly the same girl as in the profile picture. There seems to have been a minor misunderstanding about that detail. So I was heading out to get groceries with my roommates, and on our way out of our house, we found a homeless man digging through our trash. It was slightly surprising, since it's not every day that you find a man looking for empties under your porch. We decided he was pretty harmless, since all he was doing was looking around. Plus he was actually going out of his way to clean up our admittedly disgusting parking lot of, not just bottles and cans. He was sweeping dirt, weeds, and our neighbors' trash that they left unprotected under their porch, which was now swarming with wasps and eaten by animals. We got him some empties from inside, gave him a cold drink, locked the door, and left to get groceries. When we got back we found that he was still there after an hour and a half, still cleaning our parking lot. We were amazed and grateful, so we struck up a conversation. He seemed like a normal guy. He used to be a business owner. He fixed roofs for a living. He made decent money before he was homeless. He used to be married. He has kids. Unfortunately his life kind of spiraled after he got mixed up in meth use. We just sort of thought of him as a normal dude who got mixed up with the wrong substance and then got screwed over by the system. That is until he mentioned that the construction on our main street was a plot by the city to find the Templar's treasure, that he himself was a Templar descendant. And when he claimed that I specifically am the unknowing descendant of Templars, we let him talk and tell us stories for 2 hours before he stopped. It was so wild. It's my favorite story to tell. He was great though. Even after he finished his methed out rambling, he proceeded to finish cleaning our parking lot, and he offered to do it again for cheap if we needed it. Frank, if you ever read this, we love you. Had an extremely clingy and mentally unstable friend who would invade my privacy and spend every second of her free time with me talking to me about boys. Having only $3 in her account whilst paying for a $12,000 boob job and believing guys, in particular white guys, were superior were already massive red flags. I finally came to the realization of how crazy she was whilst at a hotel party she was not happy about, as it was held on a Friday instead of a Saturday. As retaliation to my friend who organized the hotel and party, she poured all 4 bottles of alcohol down the toilet and ate every hotel snack to rack up unnecessary hotel charges which my friend was inclined to pay for. Edit. My friend was obligated to pay for. Just some clarification. She frequently would only have a few dollars in her account, which meant I had to pay for her lunch and dinners probably worth a few $100s. I'm a full-time student, so this is a lot of money to me. The host booked a single hotel room without a mini bar. We brought our own alcohol. Sorry for all the confusion and typos. I wrote this really late at night where I'm from. We were newly married, and Hub worked at an office that had one fun guy that we liked to hang out with. Call him S. Well, S lived at home and asked if he could rent out our basement apt. It seemed like a great idea because of the extra money, and he was a fun guy. It was all good for a week or so. Then Hub had to leave to a different city for training. So, S thought he had to be the man of the house. I was a busy trauma nurse on call a lot and was hardly home, but when I was, S would barbecue dinner and be really miffed if I didn't want it, etc. That's just one example, but that type of behavior escalated. Hub was only gone for 3 days, came back, and S behavior kept escalating. One night, I was going out for girls' night and Hub had a big black tie with his company. S was not as high up and was planning on staying home. This was back in the late back quote 90 quote S, so I'm not entirely sure how he found out where I was with my gang of girls at a downtown bar. About midnight all of a sudden he shows up and tells me it's time to go, it's late. Table of my work friends became totally silent and everyone was staring at me. Also, S was wearing all of my Hub's clothes. From jacket to shirt, pants, socks and shoes. FKN bizarre. I sent him away, but girls' night was pretty awkward after that. He wasn't home when I got home, thank God. I told Hub everything when he finally got home, and we went to bed. The next morning we heard thumps and a lot of loud voices. Came out of bedroom, and he was moving out, and had a bunch of his high school friends there. They were moving him out but also taking all our sheet, laundry, soap, food, etc. S saw we were up and marched over and gave us a lecture about how shitty we are and how we won't fare well without him, ECT. And he finally left. I know he was let go at work later on and actually feel a bit bad. He prob had some sort of mental illness, but still. Very creepy experience. My best friend's girlfriend was always a bit controlling when they were together. E.G once made him delete all pictures of him with other girls who were just friends from way before they were together. In the end it didn't work out and they split up. He had moved to New York and she was still London based, and one day he had a call from her number with the location as New York City. He didn't pick up, but texted her like, "What the fuck, I thought you had cancelled this trip she had booked before they broke up." And she was like, "No, I kept it. I thought you'd want to see me but clearly not. Thanks for ruining my trip." Understandably shocked, he was asking her why she still came as they hadn't spoken in months and she was being very coy over text. Eventually he asks where she actually is in New York City and she says, "Lucky I'm not actually in New York City as I would be on my own all week. You've shown you still don't care. Don't talk to me again." Turns out she'd paid to call through some company that changed your location of your call, all to make him believe she was there and check whether he would meet up with her. This was a few years ago and they haven't spoken since. She is crazy. I've got two instances. My ex before I met my wife. I mentioned it a while back in an older thread, but right before my ex and I broke up, I learned through a mutual friend, more her friend than mine, that said ex had stopped taking her birth control about 2 months prior and had failed to let me know. The minute I learned that, I immediately initiated GTFO protocols. Edit 1. Here's the full post and complete context about my ex secretly stopping to take her birth control and the resulting aftermath/fallout. Edit 2. Here's another story from my crazy ex, this one involving her crazy parents. There used to be a borderline extremist Christian conservative in my department that would impose her will/opinions on anyone she deemed unsavory, especially us millennials. My communication with her was generally kept to hello in the hallway, since our areas within the department never really intersected. However, one day out of the blue, she came into my office, closed the door, and began going on this long rant about how I'm a bright young man with God's plan in motion. She said she wanted me to come to church with her, and that she didn't care which religion I followed. I'm agnostic, so long as I believed in the one true God, which kind of contradicted her prior statement. She began crying as her and went on, talking about how we are all on a path to hell, etc. The entire time, I just stared at her and smiled. Although in my head, I was weighing how much of a drama scene it would cause if I went straight 2 hours. I always knew she was a bit unhinged. She had a life-size Trump cute out in her home and used her age/seniority to bully everyone else. But that cornering in my office definitely solidified that she was nuttier than Chinese chicken salad. I feel bad that her husband has to stick his dick in that degree of crazy every night. Classmate gave me a ride home once because my car was in the shop. She tells a joke and it's pretty funny, so we laugh about it for a good 5 minutes. Then she keeps telling the same joke for the next 15. Lo and behold, there's a 15-mile traffic jam on the way back. So here we are stuck between 0 and 5 miles per hour for the better part of 2 hours, while she's still telling the same joke. So I pretend to fall asleep and kinda tune out into my own world behind closed eyes. But she is trying her damnedest to shake me awake because she's not done dragging that joke through hell and back. Sorry, but I'm committed to the role at this point. Tossing slightly, occasional light snore here and there. For all looks and intent, I'm out. She eventually pulls up to my place and I decide to finally let her wake me up, so I pretend to groggily pull myself together. Classmate goes, "If you don't wake up, I'm going to light this on fire and poke you." I'm not paying attention until I hear the flint of a lighter being struck. Looking to my left, this girl is holding a plastic spork up in front of her like the Olympic torch. I don't know what chemicals are in this thing, but the flame is freaking blue, and I'm staring at it in disbelief thinking there's no way she's gonna stab me with that. Right, wrong. Next thing I know, she's yeeting the pointy end into my forearm, fire and all. My brain processes this for a good second before I yell, "What the fuck?" rip the now congealing plastic out of my arm, and stomp out of the car. She texts me with an apology, saying she didn't know what came over her, and I politely etch a sketch her from my brain. So yeah, one of many silly stories permanently etched into my arms. Edit. Why does everyone want to know the joke? Definitely my mother-in-law. She'd done things in the past like make my wife pay for room and board during college, after insisting she stay home to save money, and then while future wife was working full-time take my wife's taxes and claim her as a dependent, even though she was a full-time college student, full-time employee and paid rent at market rate. The whole convoluted story was my mother-in-law would save more money than my wife would get back, so they agreed to let my mother-in-law I claim her, and she would just pay my wife the difference. Months after she should have paid the difference, my wife asked her about it, and she said that she was owed it as her mother. She's definitely misinterpreted things that I thought were fairly clear, so she could be a victim at times. But I thought she was just manipulative and not crazy. One day she's visiting our house to see our child. On the counter is an inhaler. My parents had visited the day before, and my dad has asthma. I grabbed it and said, "Is this your husband's? If not, I think it might be my father's. He has an inhaler just like this, but I just noticed it now." She said it was absolutely my father-in-law's, but she would check with her husband. We got into an argument about a separate thing, where I asked her not to throw recycling in the garbage for the 50th time, and she managed to blow that up into an honest to God screaming match. Well, her screaming and a quiet response by me, because I was so taken aback by her insistence I've never said anything, and when I pointed out the times I had, she flipped. So anyway, my dad texted me back the next day saying yep, that was his inhaler. I texted her saying the inhaler was my dad's, because it had disappeared from the house, because I guess she had grabbed it on the way out, because she was so sure it was her husband's. Long story short, she starts telling everyone in the family our entire argument had started because I insisted that the inhaler was her husband's, and she insisted it was not. And then she said she didn't feel safe being around me. I wasn't aware of all of this until my sister-in-law asked me what the hell I'd been doing. So, thank God my wife was there for the entire thing, because my wife backed me up about how aggressively opposite her story was from reality, and after talking with relatives, and she was apparently very sincere in this, and after I corrected them a couple of them confronted her, and she legitimately gave up every single appearance to be the aggrieved party being called a liar ever since then. We don't really trust her alone with the kids, if we can help it. My mother-in-law, she has always done crazy things to her family, but I realized how crazy she was during one particular incident. My husband and I were sitting outside a Starbucks with my in-laws and my husband's sister, when my mother-in-law started telling this story about how, when my husband was a baby, and she was listening to focus on the family. She went on to say that the episode was about a woman who was raped and had a baby with my exact name, which is not a common name, with very particular details that she knew about my life and wanted to know if the story was about me. She started crying and asking if that was what happened to my mom. I was so shocked all I could muster was, "No, that is not my story." I was so embarrassed. At this point, my husband and I had been together for 6 years. I believe either she convinced herself of this crazy tale because she wanted to figure out personal details of my life, or she just made it up on the spot because she has no tact. Either way, it just confirmed to me that she is a crazy person. We are going on 3 years of zero contact with her for a variety of reasons. It has been way better. A buddy of mine was very socially opinionated, but not very socially active. He knew what was wrong with everything, and yet took no action. As a child, his parents divorced. His father was physically abusive and his mother was neglectful or absent. I mention it because that was often his excuse for his bad behavior and choices. Everybody else had to take responsibility for their actions, but he didn't have any love growing up. One day, we walked 2 to 3 blocks from his work to a truck stop for a snack. The side of the road was thick with trash and litter, and he added it to his list of complaints about the world. On the way back, he finished his Snapple and dropped the bottle on the ground with the rest of the garbage. I stopped, thinking it was a joke or something, and he turned back and said, "What?" I told him he was just complaining about the litter and now he's adding to it. He said, "Whether I drop the bottle or not, the litter will still be there." I picked it and a few other easy to carry things back to his office, fuming. That might not have been the last straw, but he spent the next hour arguing with me about how I was ridiculous, judgmental, and he couldn't do anything to change the situation. That was when I realized he was not the socially aware person that he claimed to be, and we spoke only a few more times before I ghosted. My friend's cousin pointed a fake, realistic looking gun in my face and demanded the cocaine and cell phone I had stolen from him the very first time I ever met him at a party. The whole party came to a halt, and then my friend awkwardly asked me in front of everyone if he should beat his ass for me after I pointed out to them the gun was fake. Hole was too small to be an actual gun, so I chilled out a bit, but I still had a possibly loaded BB gun in my face. He was saying his girlfriend lost her phone and some coke, even though this MF had her phone and the coke the whole time, and since I was the only new face there he knew it was me. I know, right? His girl told him to put the gun down and shamed him in front of everyone. I don't know if you've ever been a dumb Latino gangbanger, but getting shamed by a girl in front of a bunch of people isn't really their thing, and he kinda exploded in anger because he thought he looked stupid and now was threatening to box everyone and arguing with his girlfriend and my friend. So to be a good sport I stuck around a bit after, but left early because the rest of the night would just been that jackass defending himself and arguing and my friend apologizing to me the entire time. That guy was faking crazy. Driver's education class. Our instructor was older and more than a little off. He'd show us highway patrol videos of horrific accidents and then explain that had people simply use their blinkers and brakes, these sorts of things wouldn't happen. He was also very aggressive when riding shotgun in the training car, taking no issue with slamming on brakes in the middle of an intersection to prove a point. But he became officially cray-cray when, during a lecture, he asked why we shouldn't pass between two freight trucks on the interstate. We all answered things like blind spots, lane shifts, etc. And he actually got mad we didn't know the real answer. Eisenhower. He designed the whole interstate system so that parts of it could be used as runways during times of war. Do you think you could see a plane landing on the highway if you were between two semi-trucks? No, you couldn't. You'd just get crushed by the landing gear of the plane, and chances are, you'd cause the deaths of everyone aboard that aircraft as well. Needless to say, crazy. And I still look up when passing between two semi-trucks. Edit. Grammar. She smelled something that no one else in her house could smell, and took that as absolute, incontrovertible evidence that federal agents were inside her bedroom waiting for her. She then gave some actively self-censored, but extensively researched plans about building a nuclear bunker beneath her yard. I knew she had some severe health problems, but I had never known her to hallucinate and have persecutory delusions before. And hell, I have had that happen a few times when I was in crisis, and I have known a few people with those experiences too. It's not a moral failing, or even that scary, to witness. It was just the last straw for me, because that's what made it absolutely clear to me that I needed to keep a little distance and nurture my own mental health. Our dynamic was extremely unhealthy anyway. My codependent tends to believe I need a list of serious problems to justify the violence of setting a boundary. I was just beginning to acknowledge my codependency and try to do boundaries like a normal person, and this was a very well-timed red flag. Or like Soviet parade on May Day series of flags. Things only devolved from there, and we are no longer in contact. I hope, but seriously doubt, she is doing well. I feel extraordinarily better off for having ended that friendship and having begun to explore boundaries / own my codependency generally. No one is likely to see this, but it doesn't make it any less crazy. My ex, she was my girlfriend at the time, found my Reddit account without me ever giving her my username. She saw that I had commented on a porn gif of two lesbian women scissoring. I said in the comment, this doesn't look fun for anyone involved because scissoring is not how lesbian sex works and the women were clearly faking it. I said this well before my ex and I ever dated. My ex saw this and assumed multiple contradictory things. She called me a sociopath and a homophobe because of what I said. She then said that I was a dirty pig for watching porn and called me the worst names in the book, accusing me of emotionally abusive behavior and cheating on her because her love wasn't enough and no man deserved her. We were already having problems, and although I could forgive her for saying those things, I certainly wouldn't forget it. I broke up with her and told her I'd bring her things, saying that I did not want to speak to her in the process. I drive to her house with a couple trash bags of her stuff in hand. What does she do? When I get to her home, she comes out with a brand new haircut she did herself, a brand new red and super nice dress that she had never worn. She didn't wear dresses a lot and was made up. She didn't wear makeup a lot, and she keeps yelling at me the entire time I'm getting out of the car, dropping her stuff off, and saying unspeakably awful things. Meanwhile I'm not saying a word. She asks me, "Why won't you talk?" And I said I told you I wouldn't. She says, "I know, but look at me. I dressed up for you." I didn't say another word. I just got in the car and drove off, with her yelling obscenities and insults the entire time I'm driving away. I didn't look back. I could not be happier that I didn't. I'm much happier now, and my partner and I have a much healthier relationship than either of us had up to this point. I had suspicion my Sil had some untreated mental health issues. I told DH I didn't want myself or our kids around her unless he was there also. He said I was overreacting and that's just how she's always been, but I stood firm and he respected my wishes. Buckle up, dear reader. One year, over a holiday weekend, she and her kids flew into town for a visit. Ends up she was meeting up with a guy she met on the internet to have sex in a hotel. She's still married to her HS sweetheart and the father of her kids, by the way. She then tells a different story each to one her parents, two her siblings and three her kids about where she went that night. By the next day, they talk to each other and put one and one together. They all start calling her out and she confesses, then flips the script and says the meetup was against her will. Demands forgiveness from the kids and for them to not tell their dad. They refuse. She says, "Fine then, I'll just run into traffic and kill myself," and heads out the door. Luckily, I guess, she'd put on about 200 pounds in the past year in an attempt to qualify for disability and not have to work anymore, and didn't make it far before collapsing in a neighbor's yard. Someone called 911. She got combative and they pink slipped her. And that's the story of how my husband realized I was right about his sister's state of mental health. This literally happened last night. My neighbor is legit crazy. I was out to eat last night and had 2 missed calls from her. She texts me and is pissed and asks if I'm on a date. Like what? I'm like no. She was like that would be fine and dandy if I didn't already tell my boyfriend you and I have a date. Like holy shit, what is going on with you? Anyway, like 2 hours later she rings my doorbell and I'll be goddamned if she won't dressed up like we had a date. She's totally out of it and beelines it to my bathroom. I can hear her phone blowing up. She eventually answers and I can tell it's her boyfriend, who is at home next door. He convinces her to leave. Awesome. I go lay down. About 15 minutes later there's a knock on the side door. It's him. I'm like, what's up? He asks for her purse. I'm like, oh, let me look. Yep, she left it in the bathroom. I'm like, hey man, I don't know what this is all about. I got a few missed calls while I was out and then she shows up randomly. He apologizes for it and we are good. About 15 more minutes go by and it's her. She's mad that I gave him her purse. Like what the fuck? As I'm trying to chill her out he walks up. I'm like, what do you want me to do? You came here unannounced, left it and he came for it? I'm supposed to be like nah. Then she's like, well, are you going to let me in? I'm like, what the fuck? Has like, what is going on? She told me you guys are going to watch TV for 4 hours and I know that's bullshit. I'm like, I don't know where this is coming from man, this is weird. I'm going to sleep. They left. Haven't heard anything since. But she is crazy. On my mother's side in Korea, I have a cousin who is painfully shy and suffers from anxiety. She got engaged to a similarly shy man and after some discussion with him, decided not to have a wedding ceremony because it would be too much for both of them, anxiety wise and everything else. When they announced this decision to my aunt, my mom's Sil, my aunt went completely batshit insane about the whole thing. Things she screamed repeatedly over the period of several months. How dare you bring shame upon your family? Everyone will think you're pregnant. Do you know how much money I've given out as wedding gifts to family and friends? It's my turn. Weddings are for the parents. It doesn't have anything to do with you. How dare you be ungrateful when we are giving you a pretty ceremony, etc. So in the end, my cousin had to give in and have the wedding, and was such a tearful bundle of nerves and anxiety she still can't bring herself to look at her wedding photos. When I got engaged, I told my parents we weren't having a ceremony. They shrugged and promised us the wedding fund money as a down payment for a house instead. I asked my mom if she thought it was shameful, and she said it would be more shameful to make me do something I didn't want. Apparently my aunt is jeering at our decision, but my mom doesn't give a rat's ass, and told her so, in many words. Yeah, mom never approved of my uncle marrying my aunt and they don't get along. My dad was always into conspiracy theories growing up, stuff like the government hiding things from us, etc. He was also a devout Christian and homeschooled us kids because he didn't trust the government and public school system. Fast forward to my college years and my dad is not making ends meet with his businesses and my mom cannot deal with it anymore and wants a divorce. Turns out he found this online forum that said there was a trust fund that had trillions of dollars in it getting ready to release it to the people that it belonged to. He spent days doing nothing but chatting on these forums talking about when the system would collapse and they would never have to worry about money again. I don't want to know how much money he funneled into these forums buying cheap currencies because he thought they would revalue. And where did he get the money to stay afloat? Oh, he essentially ran a Ponzi scheme funneling money to pay for everything from naive investors. But to him it wasn't stealing. He convinced himself that it was his money because the investor took the risk in not getting it back. The last straw now is he believes Trump and the Supreme Court are going to arrest 56,000 bad guys who have been holding the world back. Once this veil gets lifted we will realize our true potential and start evolving. In his words, those superhero movies? We are gonna have powers like those. People don't realize what the bad guys are holding back from us. Became friends with a neighbor, fellow mom and military spouse when I lived in San Diego. At first she seemed so nice. A bit reserved but friendly and helpful. She became friends with the whole group of friends I had established there. Over the course of time she began opening up. She told us she had PTSD. She had been a police officer in Virginia when one night she and her partner got shot at. She sustained an injury to her shoulder/breast. Her partner, unfortunately, passed away that same evening. A few months later she called me crying. She had just found out that she had non-Hodgkin lymphoma. Her husband was deployed at the time, so my friends and I rallied around her, cleaned her home, brought her meals, ran errands for her, watched her children and so on. Hell, we even pooled/raised funds to send her and her hubby on a mini vacation to Napa Valley when he returned from being overseas. Long story short, things started not making sense to a few of us. She refused to let any of us take her to her medical appointments and insisted on driving herself. She became demanding and very ungrateful. We noticed that she didn't exhibit any signs of someone with cancer and going through treatments. I began doing some research and found out that she had never even been a police officer. She had told coworkers at her former job, 911 dispatcher, that she was fighting cervical cancer shortly before moving to San Diego. Those coworkers did not believe her to have actually had cancer. She was not really going to treatment appointments when she said she was. I literally watched her get in her car, park it behind her home a street away, walk back to her house, and then check in at a treatment center on Facebook. There was a lot more, but that was the gist. A couple of us ladies talked and decided to confront her. We had spent lots of time and funds on helping this woman and we wanted to let her know that we were no longer willing to do that. On the day we confronted her she tried every trick in the book, got angry, cried, accused us of being horrible people and so on. When I calmly stated that we knew she had never been a police officer and that we knew she had never been shot in the line of duty, she lost it. She pulled her shirt off and was in front of us in only her bra. She got within inches of myself and a friend and screamed, "Oh yeah, what's this? You mean to tell me this isn't a wound?" and began pointing at the area she had told us she was shot. There was absolutely nothing there. Nothing. Not even a freckle. At that point I realized that this woman was severely delusional and mentally ill. My mind was completely blown. She believed the lies she told for attention and sympathy. Probably when she started screaming at me, she wanted to kill herself and demanded that I kill her over and over because I made a slight disagreement with her, someone who I thought was a pretty close friend. I tried to defuse the situation because I didn't want to risk another friend committing suicide, and she knew I'd dealt with that. Just I'll say you owe more, so I go quiet just for the sake of not aggravating her more. Next day she messages me that I'm borderline abusive. I decide I'm not talking to her anymore until I get an apology because her actions went well beyond the line of acceptability. About 6 months pass and she pops up out of nowhere to apologize. I try to bury the hatchet, be friendly and as understanding as possible. Talk a little bit, but work and stuff happens and don't talk much for a few months. Send her a message after those few months and I get a message about how she doesn't want to be friends and how I'm borderline abusive despite not having talked to her much since the apology and her not reaching out either, and how she needs to cut out terrible influences. I feel like she might have been projecting her hate for the things her boyfriends did onto me. I really don't know. None of this made sense and has really faked with my mind. There was just no consistency to the way she treated me in the last year. What a faking mess to have to go through. When my crazy upstairs landlord was ripping me off, so I had to take her to tribunal to get the money she owed me as she didn't want to hand it over. I win as I have all the evidence and it's obvious she was doing the wrong thing. Her dad cuts me a check right in the courtroom. I might add, while in the negotiations rooms after our session he basically got so mad he lunged across the table to grab me by the throat. I'm female by the way. He got escorted out by security after that. Next minute I'm back at tribunal for damages to the house for $10,000. The crazy bitch filed bullshit charges cause she was pissed I won the last case. The judge basically asked her to provide evidence like photos and receipts which she couldn't because she was making it all up. The funniest was when she demanded $5,000 for me parking in her driveway like 5 times. The judge was asking her why she needed $5,000 for that. She told him it inconvenienced her because she had to walk 5 minutes away to a park instead of parking in the driveway. The judge was trying not to laugh out loud at this stage. Basically he kicked her out of court because it was obvious she was making it up. He also gave them a good lecture and this time the dad got escorted out by security for yelling at the judge aggressively. After that I was moving out because she was faking batshit crazy. She'd call the police on me routinely and lie that I was damaging the house and she would walk around the outside of the house filming me. Best one was she called them at around 2 AM as she was jumping upstairs keeping me awake screaming at me for some reason. The cops turn up around 3 AM and tell me that they received a complaint I was keeping her awake banging on the ceiling. I opened up my door and showed the police my 10-foot high ceilings and explained even if I got my broom and stood on the couch I still can't reach the ceilings to make that noise. Cops agreed. She then took me back to tribunal after I left claiming I did damage to the house. I faking did not. Anyway she got smart and lied and provided a pic of the damage which was there before I moved in. It was a crack in a marble fireplace. I'd have to had like got a jackhammer to make that crack as it was solid marble. She won this case despite me pointing out all the holes in the story. I was livid but decided not to appeal as I wanted to be done with this crap. After the case and I moved out she'd call me up demanding to know my new address because she needed it for some bullshit excuse. Oh no way crazy lady. Blocked her number for good measure. Edit also bonus batshit crazy points for trying to tell the judge in the second case she had cancer. She did not. Well, it was one night that was a handful of last straws. Suspected crazy girl I was dating decided it would be a good idea to try to knee my roommate in the balls while the 3 of us were standing in a bar talking, only to deny it seconds later. Then, she did it again, and yep, denied it again. Basically that was it for me, and I somehow got her to leave. We were heading to a big ski movie / party at a theater down the street with a huge group of friends, and since I decided that was it for her, so I sold her ticket. In the theater, I thought all was done and gone. That was a big nope. In she walks, looking visibly crazy, and she started making a huge scene before the show started. In an effort to remove the chaos from the public, I decided to leave with her. Foolish. On the walk up the aisle, she started shoving me from behind. Yes, in the middle of a theater. Right next to the bar, she shoved me again, and I turned to stop her, and yes, she decided to punch me in the jaw. Oh, I heard from people. I looked over her shoulder and saw a bouncer watching the whole thing, so I put my hands in my pockets and turned to continue to the exit. About 10 feet from the exit, she shoved me again, which is when the bouncer intervened and said that was it. She thought she had me kicked out, remember? Crazy. The bouncer said, "No, you, get out of here." I watched the whole thing. I smugly waved at her as she was escorted out. No, it didn't end there. After the movie, I turned my phone back on to countless voicemails and texts. At this point I was not going to talk/text/communicate with her again. We get back to my house. Her car was still outside, and the pumpkins that were on my porch were now in the bushes. Then when inside, I get back to my bedroom, all the lights in the house were off, and I flipped the light on. There she was, sitting in the dark on top of a pile of my clothes in the entrance to my closet. She had torn my room apart, and sheet was everywhere. After some lengthy back and forth between me, friends staying the night, and her, she finally left. I never spoke to her again, but she definitely left some bizarre voicemails and emails. Weeks went by, and I was drying some clothes. Was winter, and the glass back door was steamy/foggy. I noticed some odd shapes that were visible in the steam. 2 round shapes, roughly chest high, for her. I walked over to check it out, and yup, you guessed it, for some extremely strange reason, she pressed her boobs against the window at some point. That was the last of her. I did some looking around online a couple of years later, and sure enough found some criminal reports and some documentation that she had been in a mental institute. Oh boy. Friends with a girl a couple years older than me during high school. We both graduate and continue friendship from different states while in college. We always got along extremely well and had all of the same interests: illustration, film photography, music taste, yoga. This will all be important later. I even went through a major life event that she supported me through long distance. Then suddenly a few weeks go by without her replying to my texts or calls. But I figure she's busy and also in her last semester of school, so it's whatever. Those few weeks turned into months, and I realize one day that she's blocked me on social media. Well, that's weird. Months go by and pretty soon it's been 3 years since we last communicated. This entire time, I had her copy of her favorite book that she'll lend me, and seeing as it seemed like this friendship had mysteriously been snuffed out, I decided to mail it to her. I didn't know her college address, so I just mailed it to her mom's house with a note that essentially said, "Hey, here's your book. Sorry I held on to it for so long. Also, I don't know what's up, but I hope you're doing well. I'm here if you ever need anything," and mailed it off. The very next faking day, before she even knew I had mailed the book back, I get a random Facebook message from her saying the following: "I figured you deserved an explanation for why I cut you out of my life, but I don't want a response from you. You tried to steal my life and exploited my interests. I don't know why you've still contacted me all these years. You must be obsessed with me," etc. Keep in mind I texted her on her birthday and on Christmas during those 3 years. And then essentially, the "don't ever talk to me or my son again" card, followed by this long ass list of all the things that I've done in the past 3 years that's bothered her. Put together by her sister, because she blocked me on social media 3 faking years prior. The list includes ways in which she thought I was trying to steal her life, even though I don't understand how that'd be possible, when I literally had no way of knowing what she was even up to all that time. As I said before, we both had the same interests, which is what made us friends in the first place. She became a yoga teacher in the interim of our ceased communication, and went off in her message about how I was exploiting yoga because I practiced at home and wasn't a certified instructor. LOL. She finishes the message by telling me not to reply and to never talk to her again. Obviously I'm not about to let someone come out here and accuse me of shit I didn't do and then not say anything in return. So I message her back with a big WHATTHEFUCKISWRONGWITHYOUWHYWOULDN backquote TYUSHARETHECONCERENCEFOREFUCKINGYEARSAGO. Long story long, she blocks me again immediately, tells all of our old mutual acquaintances that I'm a stalker and that I'm obsessed with her, even though they probably know more about her than I do. I move on with my life, because why the fuck wouldn't I? 3 more years later, her husband purchases a handmade necklace on Etsy for her birthday, one made by surprise, me. He has no faking clue, so I'll unpackage it up with my standard hand-painted thank you note. Nothing out of the ordinary from me or my business. Her birthday comes, and the night of her birthday, I get the most awkward message on Etsy from him, demanding a refund. I give him my return policy, and suggest that I'll gladly refund the cost of the item, once the product has been shipped back to me. A week later the necklace returns in the mail, with the thank you note crumpled up. I still smile to this day when I imagine her on her birthday, opening a necklace from her husband, realizing who made it, and probably spitting fire, before crumpling up the thank you note adorned with my artwork. TLDR old friend blocks me for 3 years, before coming at me with a list that she and her sister compiled of all the things I did that bothered her during the 3 years I was blocked, including exploiting her interests by practicing yoga. Bonus. Her husband buys a necklace on Etsy that I made and gives it to her on her birthday before realizing who made it. Uploads till the day she dies. Edit. Type a send sheet. So my last roommate would argue any point if it didn't corroborate his point of view. I would come home and every light in the house all 3 floors would be on. I eventually came home, daytime, has in the basement playing computer games, and I brought it up, hey man, would you mind turning the lights off when you aren't using them? I'm using them. He responds. We bought a brand new oven, and he throws a pizza straight on the rack. I have a pizza pan, and one day bring it up to him. Hey man, you mind using a pizza pan so cheese doesn't fall into the oven? Cheese doesn't fall off pizza, he responds. We lose 2 employees at my job, and I'm working straight 12s for 10 days, with a few 8-hour turnaround mixed in. I warn him ahead of time this is going to be a rough week for me, just letting you know so maybe you can time your laundry when I'm not sleeping. Also warned him, I planned on sleeping Sunday day, because my first shift was Sunday night. Roommate ends up on roof hammering all day Sunday. Monday he calls in sick, and invites a girl over. He wears shoes upstairs which he normally doesn't do. He does laundry all day Wednesday. I end up staying at family member's house the next 7 days. I was explaining positive/negative pressure. He stops me. Says negative pressure can't exist. I realize he's referring to absolute pressure, while I was referencing gauge pressure. So I explain the difference. He patiently listens, and then responds about how his professor said you can't go below 0 pressure, so I'm wrong. So every single issue is like this. I'm kind of losing my shit and I know we can't converse. So I write a letter. Basically tell him we are terrible roommates. It doesn't matter really the reasons and he can't talk me out of it, but we have to go our separate ways. He can do whatever he wants with the place. I'll take it over or he can. He sends me a text. Hey, I got your letter. What does it mean? I did question his sanity at points, but it was at that moment I knew he was batshit crazy. This happened a year ago. We've all known my sister has issues, but never got a diagnosis and everyone has just kind of enabled her crazy since forever. My sister is almost 40 and has a strong hatred for my fiance that is baseless. After not complying with my sister's demands that I break up with her, things escalated over time. My sister would spread rumors about my fiance. She would be rude to her overtly and then expect me to just be okay with the fact that she treated my fiance, girlfriend at the time, so horribly. Eventually I let my sister know how I felt and basically called her out on all her bullshit. As I'm reading a letter that I wrote, I see a fist flying towards my face out of my periphery and dodge it. Before I realize my sister just tried to deck me in the face, I get hit with the left. Stunned at what was happening, I step back thinking, well, she got that out of her system. Clearly she's not going to continue attacking me. I of course was wrong as she continued swinging at me. Now, I'm 6 feet 5 inches 220 pounds, athletic, strong and could whoop the shit out of my older sister if I ever wanted to. She is 5 feet 9 inches 290 and a chronic smoker and never worked out a day in her life. So while my sister is swinging at me, I calmly put her in a headlock, slink my weight to the ground, and essentially held her on the ground yelling, "Christine, stop. Christine, stop. Christine, stop." And after a minute of raging and flailing on the ground, she calms down enough for me to get up. As soon as I get up, she gets to her knees and continues to swing at me. The next morning my sister sent numerous Snapchats to my family admitting that she punched me and that she thought I deserved it. Now some might think that alone is crazy in and of itself, but that wasn't even the half of it. The following day she told my entire family along with anyone who would lend her an ear that I assaulted her and that I've abused her entire life and that I need to go to prison for what I did to her. This has been going on for a year now. I think my sister has borderline personality disorder. My first semester of freshman year, I was thrilled to have a dorm room all to myself. I was an introverted loner and kept odd hours in the computer lab. It was 1996 and the internet was a new phenomenon for me. If Reddit had existed back then, no one would have ever heard from me again. Anyway, it was a nice quiet first semester. Then they told me I'd be getting a roommate. I was a little annoyed and apprehensive, but I figured, okay, no big deal. I've just gotten spoiled. Who knows, maybe I'll become lifelong friends with this fellow. Now, he moves in, and he is just a douche bro of the highest order. Now, remarkably, he is actually kind of nice to me, even though he is a major dickhead in general and just not my type of person. He comes into the room drunk 4 to 5 times a week. That's just college, I guess. He usually staggers in, rambles at me, believing he is regaling me with amazing tales of wine and women and such. Sometimes asks me if I want to go lift with him the next day. So, I'm like, okay, this'll be a long ordeal, but I will survive. He's just annoying. Then his stories start to get darker. He starts to relate criminal activity that he and his buddies are getting into. Breaking and entering, minor burglary stuff, pointless dumb vandalism. So, okay, looks like he's not a model citizen. He's got common teenage delinquent angst. But I do begin to fret. How is this going to fall back on me? Do I have a responsibility to report any of this stuff? I was beginning to feel like I might. Then one night, or one morning at 3 AM, rather, I awakened to this large thunk of something hitting the floor in the middle of the room. It's machinery of some kind. There are broken wires dangling off it. What the fuck is happening? I rub my eyes and look closer and see that I recognize it. It's the card reader to the dorm building, the thing you swipe your student ID and that lets you in. Dumb as in his stupor, couldn't figure out how to put his card through it and got so angry he just stripped it off the wall and brought it with him. Went in through another door behind someone else. Okay, fine. He is stupid, he is an asshole, he's probably an alcoholic. This is new, but not totally unexpected behavior given the source. I try to pretend like I've slept through this grand entrance, but it's no good. Either he knows I'm awake, or he doesn't give a shit either way. He starts laughing about how amazing his night was, and decides to tell me about it. First it sounded like a normal night with his particular group of fellow dumbasses. Oh man, we got so loaded, etc. I guess now I'll just cut to the chase. That night they went around grabbing townsfolk's pet cats and dropping them in a deep fryer. So that was the moment. A switch was flicked in my head. Oh, nope. This guy's not a normal dude bro, he's a psychopath. I did not sleep after that. I worried about when I would go to the police and how it would go. Turns out I did not have to worry about when. At about 7 AM, the police started banged on our dorm room door and threw it open, having obtained a key. Turns out the idiot had actually successfully swiped his card through the machine and his was the last card through it before it went offline. The police separated us and asked me if I wanted to make a statement. Yes, in fact I did. So I went down to the station and filled out a statement, an entire page front and back just listing things he told me he had done. The police worked with the university and got me moved to another dorm. I always joked I was going into witness protection. I went back a week or so later when I was sure he wasn't around to go get all of my things so I could move out, and he had destroyed a lot of it. Bleach on my pillows and sheets and comforter, slashed them with a blade of some kind, tore up some comic books, ruined the posters on my wall, etc. Luckily I'd already gotten most of my clothes and toiletries out. I wound up transferring schools for unrelated reasons, and I don't know what happened to his criminal case, or what happened academically. I tend to believe he skated off pretty easily, but that summer for some reason he decided to write my parents a letter. It was the biggest Eddie Haskell load of bullshit you have ever seen. Mr. and Mrs. Davis folks, I tried the best I could with Dave. I wanted us to be friends, wanted us to go to church together, etc. My parents didn't buy any of it either. I don't know what he was wanting to accomplish with it. I decided to look him up on Facebook a couple years ago. Perhaps apropos, he had a MAGA hat on in his profile pic. TLDR, my college roommate deep fried cats for fun. When I was in 10th grade, middle of the school day, my mother texted me a picture of my grandfather's truck, overturned and smashed on the highway, emergency vehicles all around. No accompanying text, just the picture. She didn't answer any of my calls or texts, and I couldn't get a hold of either of my grandparents, so I was losing my damn mind. I tried to reason that, if my grandfather was seriously injured, everyone would be at the hospital with him, so maybe that's why I couldn't get a hold of them. I sent increasingly panicked texts and voice messages throughout the day, none of which she deemed worthy of a response. When I finally got home 5 hours later, she was sitting on the couch eating popcorn and watching a rom-com. I freaked out and demanded to know what happened. She made a big deal of sighing and pausing the movie I was so rudely interrupting, and said, "What's your problem? Grandpa's fine. I just thought it was a cool picture. You're so dramatic." She told me she had texted me that picture, then turned her cell phone off. And then she grounded me for checking my phone at school. I got in a car accident about 6 to 7 months into dating a guy. He was fine, I was fine, but my two friends in the backseat weren't. Wear your seatbelt. They got helicoptered to a local hospital. We had the police take us there. One person had a cracked rib, bruising, whiplash. The other had a broken arm, 2 broken fingers, and a concussion. Their families were there, everyone crying, everyone happy they were still alive. Seriously, wear your seatbelt. I had been holding it together for everyone until we left the hospital around 2 AM. Just my boyfriend at the time and I, and then I just lost it. I started crying while we waited for the taxi and went to him for comfort, and he pushed me away and said, "Can we all just knock off the faking waterworks? Your friends are fine. My car is faking ruined." I stopped crying immediately. I was so shocked I just looked at him to see if he was joking. I even laughed nervously thinking it was a joke. But that just set him off even more. The entire cab ride back to his house he talked about his car. When we got to his house I said I was sorry about his car, then got into mine and drove home. The next day I took him to get sheet from his car, and when I dropped him off I told him I never wanted to see him again. Two-parter about the same person. The first part is a second-hand recount that I heard from my mum. When I was a baby she used to carry me on her back and walk around the block. We lived in a rural area on a 5-acre block. One day she was walking the fence between our place and the neighbors, and the neighbor, an older lady. She would have been about 50 at this point, was also walking along the fence. My mum stopped to chat to the neighbor, and according to her, the neighbor wouldn't stop staring at me. Eventually, midway through my mum talking, the neighbor just blurts out, "I'm going to get one of those one day." She was referring to me. My mum quickly ended the conversation and kept walking. Fast forward 9 years, I'm 10 or 11 now. I've heard the story above, and the neighbor always creeped me out. She was true to her word, and she now has a young boy, I'm assuming adoption, because she didn't have a partner. He's around 5 years old. Anyway, my parents bought me a little motorbike a few weeks ago, and I've been riding it around the block every now and then with no issues. So like usual I decide to take it for a spin around the block. I do about 2 laps of the block and come around for a third pass along the fence we share with the neighbor. I get about halfway down the fence when the faking neighbor comes screaming out of the bushes holding a bucket and starts lobbing fist-sized rocks at me. Nearly hit me in the head. I had a helmet on, but still, Freaked me the fuck out. I ended up making a beeline for the house and told my parents. My dad stormed off to the fence and asks her what the fuck she was thinking. Her answer was that she can throw rocks at whomever she wants and threatened to do it again, and I quote, "This time I won't miss." After that I knew she was crazy and avoided her at all costs. Because someone will probably ask if we called the police. The answer is no, and I still don't know why my parents didn't. We even had family friends who were police officers and told them the story at a later date. They said we should have made a police report. My boyfriend had a close friend who lived in another state when we met. I heard so many great things about him that I was excited when he moved back 2 years into our relationship. Unfortunately, the excitement ended nearly as soon as he got in town. To my eyes, it was immediately obvious that he was narcissistic and constantly asserting dominance over my boyfriend, but he didn't see it. The friend had been there for my boyfriend during hard times in the past, and my boyfriend is a very loyal person. A few months of their dysfunctional friendship passed, during which the friend would openly flirt with me, tell my boyfriend what to do, and generally just commandeer any interaction he had with anyone. I was getting to the breaking point with the friend, but tried to just go along to get along. Finally, there was an incident that even my loyal boyfriend couldn't overlook. Boyfriend was getting a haircut and received a phone call from the toxic friend. Obviously he didn't answer because haircut. Toxic friend proceeded to call him several more times and then resorted to texting hateful things about how my boyfriend is a shitty friend and just lots of totally irrelevant low blows. He stooped to insulting me as well. All because my boyfriend hasn't answered his phone call. The friendship ended that day and we haven't had any contact since. Thank God. My father left when I was 3, leaving my mother to raise 3 children on her own at only 19. She had twins. Anyways, I had gotten in contact with him later on in life via text when I was around 18. My mother had heavily warned me that he was mentally unstable, a drug addict, and an overall nutcase. Because I did not personally know him myself, I took what she said with a grain of salt. As time passed we grew closer. He would text me every day asking how I was, sent me pictures of his cats. It was going good. Then randomly I get a call from him. He's panting out of breath. "Hey, I can't talk for long." Me and his fiancée got into a fight. I beat the shit out of her. I'm in big trouble. I know the police are looking for me. I'm fleeing the country. I'm at the airport now. I'm flying to London. We are from Australia. I'll call you as soon as I land, okay? I love you, and hung up. I was shocked and worried among other things. So, I waited. I waited for hours. Hours turned into days. Days turned into weeks. Weeks turned into months. I never got that awaited call back. It had so many sleepless nights, I couldn't eat or think. Then, I received a text from my father's fiancée on a new number. "Hey, it's just checking up on you. Hope you're doing well." I frantically texted her back, worried, asking if she was okay. "Yeah, I'm fine. Is everything okay?" I had explained to her what my father had told me, and I hadn't heard from him in months, since he flew to London. She replied, "Honey, what are you talking about? Your father is sitting right here beside me watching TV." That was the last straw for me. This one is kinda sad, but applicable. I told it a few months ago on some other sub, but here goes. I once worked at a shitty call center job, and I met a girl there who was younger than me by a few years, maybe like 20 years old, and super, overly, energetic and almost manic, but really fun and cute, and we quickly became friends. She always, at every opportunity, talked about how she's a twin, and her twin does this, and last night her twin said blah blah blah, and next month me and my twin are going on vacation. Like all the time. It was kind of annoying, but whatever, she's stoked on her twin, who cares? Years and years later, I'm an accountant and financial advisor, and I have this new client, somewhere in his low 60s. We get to talking, and turns out he's that girl's dad. Small world. Anyway, we start talking about his assets and retirement goals and such, and I'm noticing he's only talking about his wife and the one daughter that I had known. So after a while, I'm like, "So, why are we only talking about daughter?" She mentioned she was a twin, and he gets all bummed and says, "Oh yes, she is a twin. Our other daughter died in a car accident in 2008 or whatever year." Doing the math, this meant that her sister died 4 years before I met her, and that poor girl still talked about her in the present tense. My twinnies, so afraid of spiders, lol. I like to play this prank on her. My twin and I went to the amusement park last weekend, and have you tried the new roller coaster? My sister loved it. My twin went on a date with this guy last week. How do I tell her I think he's trash? Suddenly all the manic energy and obsession with her twin made complete sense. She was keeping her twin alive by pretending she was. I'm still Facebook friends with her, and she still talks and posts about her sister like she's still alive. It's been at least a decade. It's really sad, but also decidedly very crazy. My wife's ex-roommate was one of those bleach blonde spray tan bimbos that would get blackout drunk on a Tuesday night just for the hell of it. Well, it just so happens that one night during the week, she gets back to the apartment complex from the bar and attempts to get into the apartment. The thing is, it wasn't her apartment, but looked similar, since it was the same floor/location in another building 3 buildings over. So she is pounding on the door, no one answers, so she takes it upon herself to climb over the balcony and break through the sliding glass door. She must have realized after a while that this was not her place and booked it out of there after leaving the place full of broken glass and blood from her hands and arms that had been cut up from breaking the sliding door. She finally makes it back to her own apartment, manages to barely clean herself up, and passes out in her room. The next morning, we get a knock on the front door from the police asking for Bimbo. She comes out of her room, wearing the same clothes she wore the night before, covered in blood, and is arrested on the spot for breaking and entering. It turns out that the neighbors that lived above the spot that she broke into watched the whole thing go down, and were yelling at her the whole time that she is in the wrong place. Apparently, she politely told them to go fuck themselves before breaking through the sliding glass door. The thing is, the neighbors had no idea who she was, but called the cops when they saw her running away. The neighbors couldn't identify her, but when the cops came to search through the broken-into apartment, they find Bimbo's wallet and ID sitting on the counter, which she had left in her drunken stupor. I have a couple other crazier stories from this chick, but after college, she hastily got married to a preacher and cut all ties with her old friend group. I had a dog before getting into a relationship with my ex. She always made the statement of "it's your dog, so you take care of her." I need to mention that we do have a child together by this point in time, or I wouldn't have been going back at all to notice this. Anyways, so we are going through a bit of arguing in the relationship and I wind up moving out, but spend the odd night, and I'm still driving my son there after daycare ECT point on her time. Our bedroom was in the basement, as was my dog's crate. I go to put laundry in, and there's a rancid smell. I notice that there's a tied up bag beside my dog's crate, and assume that she had an accident, and think nothing of it, and go and toss it in the outside bin. The next day I'm back over there, and go to look under the stairs, close to the crate, to find some of my stuff, to bring to my new place, and that smell is there again. This time the bag is open. There are no wipes or paper or anything, and it's clear that there is urine in the bag as well, and it smells atrocious. I also notice a really foul smell in the basin sink for the washer and drain. I'm confused at this point in time, as any time my dog has had an accident in the past it has been beached about and has been left for me to clean up. This continues for a few more days of me being confused until it gets to the point that I flat out say to her I think I need to bring Kija into the vet, and she asks me why. I say well, she's had accidents every day for the past 2 weeks now, hasn't she? She responds asking what I'm talking about. And that's when I get my confirmation. The only bathroom in the townhouse we were in is 2 floors up, and she is sheeting in bags in the basement and squatting over the side of the sink and pissing in it. We are not back together. My best friend was sitting in his couch late at night just watching TV. Front door swings open, and in strides his ex-girlfriend he hasn't talked to in weeks. She was fully immersed in a conversation, casual and friendly. She continued talking, closed the door behind her, and strolled toward the bathroom. His initial stunned reaction was "what the fuck?" Then after a moment, he realized that she was having the conversation with him. She was prompting him for responses like, "You know what I mean, Ben?" amidst sporadic laughter, like they were besties. She had a very distinctive laugh, more like a cackle. He went to the bathroom and found her trying to take her clothes off, like she was getting ready for bed. She continued with the weird one-sided conversation, but he managed to get her out of the house quickly. He was clear that she was not welcome, and that it was, and had been, over for a while now. The next day, doors now securely locked, he's sitting on the couch again, watching TV. The handle jiggles. The familiar cackle follows, and casual statement something like, "Oh, you're silly." Lights were off. TV was on. Street lamps cast shadows on the windows from the outside. A slender 5 feet 4 inch silhouette stopped at each window, then eventually tried to dislodge the window air conditioner. All while having an low, but casual one-sided conversation. My buddy is 6 feet 2 inches or so, 250, and told me he was legitimately in fear of his life. A person we hired at my office developed a crush on me. Not a huge deal. She added me on Facebook. Fine. She sends me a long message coming out to me. Fine. I really don't care. I just felt sorry for her because she was clearly lonely and felt like she had to keep her sexual orientation a secret. I pop on Facebook the next day and have hundreds of notifications because she went back and liked/loved/commented on every single photo. I don't remove her, just block her from seeing any new sheet, my friends list, etc. Anyway, one day at lunch I get a call from her. I don't answer. She leaves a message that her car broke down by my house. I haven't told her where I live, and could she get a ride back to work? I ignore her. She somehow makes it back without her car, and I don't see her the rest of the day until I have a friend over that evening. I'm saying goodbye and see that she's across the street from my house talking to my neighbor. I turned off all the lights, locked the door, and hunkered down. I finally heard a tow truck, and she was gone. I'm sure she broke her car herself. That was definitely the moment I knew she was crazy. She ended up getting laid off a few days later. Nothing to do with me. We were in different departments, but she still stalked me. I had to get a camera and threatened to call the police. FWIW. I don't think she was actually dangerous, just so lonely. I showed her a bit of kindness, and she had no idea what to do with it. She still stalks my social media on occasion. She actually made a fake Instagram profile and flirted with me via PM. She had very weird grammar and was instantly recognizable. I just rolled my eyes and blocked the account. My mom. TBF. I've known for years that she's crazy, but this is just the most recent incident. So my brother and his wife are both active duty and she's overseas in a first world country. This is important for later in the story. While he's training stateside, mom follows his base webpage for up-to-date information, and recently there was a tropical storm that passed by. His base's webpage reported that a base to the east of them was hit and cleanup began. When she called and he didn't have reception and he didn't respond to her texts right away, she was convinced he was dead because a different base was affected by the storm and that base didn't report any injuries or fatalities. She calls me after she had talked to him on the phone and she was crying hysterically. She said we need to check in with her weekly so she knows we're alive. I told her if my brother died, she's in the best possible position to be notified because he's in the military. She'd find out within 24 hours. Her response? No, I won't. When he was single they'd tell me. Now that he's married they'll just tell his wife. I responded, okay, well then after she finds out he's dead she'll tell you. No, she won't. I called her stateside phone number but she's overseas and her phone didn't work. I'd previously been stationed in the place she is now, so I told mom that she isn't in a third world country. She has access to every technological advancement that's also in America, and if she can't call, she'll email. Response? She doesn't have my email address. At this point, I'm done. So I say, you know what? You're right. If your son dies you will never find out, because no one will tell you. She pauses for a moment then says, well, I guess someone will have to tell me, because they made me executor of their estate. Best part of the story? She is absolutely convinced that I or my brother will die because one of her co-workers passed out at work a couple months ago. He's fine, by the way. But he passed out at work and she's convinced that if he died in his home, that his wife wouldn't call 911 or tell his place of employment that he's dead. Oh, and he's 3 months younger than my mom. So, you know, death will happen to her kids sometime soon because the man who is younger than my mom passed out at work a couple months ago. Last year my best friend, Sally, and I had an extra room in our apt which we filled with a random off Facebook girl, Amanda. Seemed fine at first, and we got along pretty well. She mentioned having struggles with mental illness and prescription drugs, but seemed to have moved past it. As our lease went on, it was clear Amanda wanted to be on the best friend level I had with my Sally, my BFF of 5 years. We went out one night as per usual and didn't think to invite her, and when we came home Amanda started lashing out at us, yelling from behind her closed door, calling us cunts, beaches, motherfuckers etc. Then the next day it was like nothing happened. One day Amanda was gone and had her door open to her room. I'm faking nosy, so I peeked in. The place looked straight out to hood as all her sheet was just thrown around the room completely disheveled. She had scribbled gibberish scratched all over the walls in black ink and torn up magazine ads pasted all over. That's when I thought final straw was one even in when Sally went out with one of our neighbors, Gary, who we became great friends with. Sally said she would try to meet Amanda out that night, but guess what, she got too sloshed and didn't end up meeting up with her. I was out working and rolled up to my apt around 1 AM. Sally plus Gary were down to go IUTW me, so they were waiting downstairs for me. When I finally rolled up I found Sally bawling her eyes out on the ground and our Gary comforting her. They relayed to me the horror story which just happened. Amanda had come home and gone batshit on Sally, yelling and just being a total crazy person. This all sounded horrible to me, but I knew Sally was an emotional drunk and surely Amanda wasn't that intense to make her cry like that. So I went up to our app to check out the situation. Sally was literally holding on to my leg begging me not to go up because she was afraid Amanda would hurt me. When I entered the app, I found broken glass everywhere. Amanda had smashed the mirrors on our wall and thrown our snow boots up at the ceiling which smashed our light fixtures and light bulbs. I was so fucking shocked. I just said what the fuck, and immediately Amanda emerged with crazy raccoon possessed eyes yelling at me saying how Sally was such a cunt. I said okay, but was this necessary? And she simply replied absolutely, and went into her room. I should have called the cops, but instead my friends and I huddled in the stairwell by our unit. Amanda heard us apparently, so she came back for one last screaming session and then slammed the door so that everyone in the building could hear what a freak she was. I was finally able to get her to move out, but she was very reluctant. I had to email her mother a description of this event along with photo evidence of the damage she caused. So glad that's over. Bonus FML, I made a mistake of making a habit of sleeping with my legit next door neighbor and kinda falling in love with him, haha. While my gang was in the lobby stressing about all this, he walked in with a new girl to fuck, haha. Also, Gary has a huge crush on me. So while we are in the stairwell freaking out, him complaining about my neighbor faking this new girl, and Gary is all way prettier than her and too good for him. Turns out my neighbor had all of that as the stairwell was right across from his unit. So awkward, it was truly a wonderful evening. TLDR, my random roommate turned out to be an aggressive psychopath. One night she lost it, broke all our sheet, and the neighbor I was sleeping with witnessed it all. When he came home with a random one night stand, my heart and belongings broken all in one night, haha. Thanks for reading this saga. I was friends with one of my former best friend's exes, which doesn't sound good, I realize. But she was also still hanging out with him at the time. He had some pretty bad depression, or at least he liked to vocalize it quite a bit. One time during the summer I started being around the two way more than I did before then, and we did have some good times. But things got weird fast. Pretty soon I became involved in their weird relationship drama. They weren't in a relationship, but he still wanted to be. He would constantly threaten to kill himself whenever she would hang around other guys and spam my phone. He'd send me texts, he'd call me in a panic, and it was up to me to save the day. One night, my former best friend was out with another guy smoking, and you guessed it. He called me up and was right by the train tracks. I heard the noises and the bells going off. He was telling me he was going to run out in front of the train. I told him that I would call the cops. At this point I was getting sick of his behavior. He had been doing this to me for months and months. He would talk about suicide so much, but would never carry out actual plans. Just tell me that he wanted to die constantly. After threatening to call the police he said, "Oh hey, I feel better. Sorry for the scare. I'm going home now." What the fuck? It took me some time to connect the dots, but from what I understand, my best friend at the time was in an abusive relationship with this guy. He used so many manipulative tactics to keep her around and make her feel bad for going out without him. Thankfully, she isn't not together with him anymore, but occasionally she does still speak to him. I just hope she doesn't get wrapped up in all that chaos again. It took me a year to realize that this guy was toxic, but I cut off all contact with him and haven't spoken to him in 4 years. Maybe he does have depression, but I think he was not being very truthful about that either. All I know is, I refuse to ever speak to him again. I had an internship in high school with a local chef, but partway through the year she left for another job and I continued to intern for the new chef they hired. He was pretty cool, I thought at 13. He talked about all his previous restaurants, his famous chef friends, and the amazing dishes he had made. Then he would leave me alone, sometimes for hours, to go do whatever. He always came back really crazy excited to try new things. It turns out that he was a con artist, compulsive liar, and was leaving to go get high in the middle of the day, and who knows what else. I just didn't recognize that he was high. I was just like, wow, what a creative and funny guy. I can't even remember what all they said he was on, but I know speed was one of the things. He OD'd and ended up in the hospital for a while, but had to lie about why. For whatever weird reason, he decided to tell us that he had pertussis, whooping cough. But he wasn't coughing or raspy over the phone at all. He sounded normal. This was way before the anti-vax movement, and he was vaccinated anyways. And he was in his 40s, whereas pertussis is almost unheard of in people over 20. It was such a bad lie that the owners started to look into it and discovered that he had stolen tens of thousands of dollars from the restaurant and lost custody of his kids because of his drug addiction and all kinds of shit. So I hired a new person for my recruitment team. Interviewed well and you could tell she would be excellent. Previous experience / grafter / tenacious. I thought she may ruffle a few internal feathers as she was fairly in your face, but I felt I could manage it. She started on the Monday and had 3 days basic training from our trainer, then came to join my team. As she has previous experience she was keen to get going. Her first day on the Thursday she was outstanding, and to this day one of the best recruiters I've ever seen. Friday comes round. This was a half day as we had our company end of quarter. This is a company paid for day out where it's free bar ECT point, generally a good celebration and good for team building. The evening starts at 6 PM, and she arrives promptly having had a few pre-drinks with my team at one of their houses. This girl proceeded to piss off over 50% of the company in less than 3 hours by being loud, rude and obnoxious. This was fairly impressive considering we have around 70 staff. I received over 20 complaints that evening and a consistent flow the next day. I personally witnessed some of the incidents and I have never seen someone behave so badly meeting new colleagues. I continue to hear stories now of different things she did between 6 to 9 and still can't believe them. She left that evening at 9 PM as she said she wasn't feeling well. I spent the evening with people coming up to me talking about how crazy rude / obnoxious she was. I have never seen so much destruction in 3 hours. I of course had to dismiss her on the Sunday. This was a huge disappointment as I knew she would be amazing at her job. The sad thing was, when I called her she was shocked and couldn't believe it even had one let alone 20 plus complaints. It was my birthday weekend and we're all at the bar, having a good time. My ex-friend was there too. I'll call him Dan. Dan was always a cool guy around just us guys, but when his girlfriend hung around he would act weird and text her while we were all hanging out. Things like, "Why are you looking at Billy?" So there's a big red flag. Well, back to bar, where all they're having a good time and some guy that his girlfriend knew from her hometown was talking to her and catching up. Weldon faking freaked out tried to fight him and anybody even his good friends that got in his way. Dan got kicked out, but his girlfriend stayed with her friends. Soden has it in his mind that his so was gonna take her old friend home with her. So he broke into her house and hid in her closet waiting. She got home with no guy, just her friends, and they all went to her room, got undressed and put on something comfortable and talked. All the while Dan was in the closet. They turned off the light and were in bed, and she got a text from her old friend and she read it aloud. It was something like, "Why are you still with that douchebag?" Soden busts out of the closet and starts screaming. They start screaming, and her roommate's boyfriend comes running and starts fighting him while the police were being called. So yeah, Dan is faking nuts. My ex was generally kind of violent, like she would punch me in the back/shoulder if I said something she didn't like, pretty hard. Like not necessarily 100% as hard as she could, but it definitely hurt and left marks/bruises. She also liked to bite during sex/foreplay, not too weird but same, too hard to laugh off sometimes. Always got more severe when she was drunk too, which was very frequently. I guess you could say these were red flags. One night it escalated past that. We were having an argument and she punched me in the face repeatedly, split my lip in 2 places, and bloodied my nose. In self-defense I pushed her away. She tripped and fell, because drunk, and sprained her wrist on the way down. As a side note, this girl had a side business selling stolen goods on eBay and allowing her car to be used for smuggling drugs. She also loved drunk driving. Now you're saying, that's when you knew, right? Nope. In retrospect I don't know how, but I kept making excuses for her. She was tough, super smart, and fearless, and I liked that. Until she tried to run me over with her car. That's when I knew. We had an argument. She stormed out. I tried to follow her and talk her into staying, and she got in her car, gunned it, and steered right into me. I jumped out of the way and into a bush, and she hit the garage door I had been standing in front of, faked up her car, but not bad enough to kill it, so she reversed and peeled us out of there. We broke up after that. I see her around from time to time, mutual friends, but she refuses to speak to me or acknowledge I exist, and frankly that's fine. She's got a husband and a daughter now, and I fear for them both. Dated a slightly older girl in my late teens, me 16 to 17, her 21 to 22. That should have been red flag enough, but I was young and dumb. Anyways, fast forward 6 months in the relationship, she was giving me odd vibes, and I was starting to get slightly uncomfortable with the amount of attention she was giving me. Just didn't seem right. She would also text me at odd hours about how I said X when I didn't, and I would have to talk to her for hours before she would believe me. Anyways, decided to break it off. Did it in person like a gentleman and let her down easy. Blamed my parents so that she wouldn't feel bad. She texted me a couple days later saying she needed help. Kinda figured it was a ploy, but thought, what if she really needed help? And I ignored her. So I texted back, and she said she had been at a party trying to get over me, and some boy had come on to her, and she was gonna go to a private place with him, but grabbed her and put her in the trunk in the parking lot. And again, I didn't really believe her, but with an allegation like that I couldn't just turn my phone off. So I make an excuse and speed to the police station and talk to an officer. Her contacts the local PD up there, and they go to the party, can't find her, so they ping her cell phone and break down the door of the apartment it's in. Turns out she was at home the whole time, but had tied herself to a chair after she stopped responding to me. She got evaluated that night by the hospital, and then I knew I dodged a bullet. This is a girl I dated. We had dated in college, then split up. A few years go by and our interests started coming together, and we were becoming really good friends. Very different from our first dating experience. We didn't live super close to each other. I had just finished college and was moving back home. While I moved back home, she was working on a ranch. She had been offered by her boss at the time to go out to their cabin and down some trees. She was a wildland firefighter. She asked me if it was okay she did this job as she would be away from cell service for a month or so. I said I didn't mind, I knew she needed the work. As the weeks go on, I kept getting weird voicemails from her. Such as, hey, we need to talk. I still love you very much. I have something to talk to you about. Very much towards we are going to break up. My friends called this. A few more weeks go by and we can't get a hold of each other. Finally I'm at my new job and my phone starts ringing. It's her. I can't answer. I have customers to help. I get off at 9. I call her when I get home, as I was preparing to be broken up with. We get on the phone and she asks me, how are you? How's the new job? Well, I'm more curious what she wants to talk about. I say the job is fine, but I would like to know what she wants to tell me. I couldn't ever imagine what she tells me next. She goes on to tell me she is exploring a cave out where the cabin was and she met a guy in that cave. She continues to tell me he convinced her that he is Jesus and she needs to come with him. She really believed this guy. She tells me how they plan to go start a community in the woods. But don't worry, I won't be left out. I'm more than welcome to come and be a part of their community. I'm stunned. I ask some questions. I honestly don't remember the exact questions I asked. I was so stunned. She couldn't answer a single question. She just kept saying they're listening. I hung up with the phone. I still don't fully understand what happened. But you have to be crazy. My sister is boycotting Bethesda because the beta for Fallout 76 came out at 0100. She was screaming and all sorts. I told her it's just a game and wouldn't kill her to wait less than 24 hours. She deleted and blocked me for like the 4th time this year. Honestly, she's faking batshit. Oh, by the way, she's 25 with 3 kids under 5 because they couldn't be asked to use a condom. BPD is a hell of a disease. She does nothing but use me. I'm done with her. She used to bitch about how I had a better relationship with my dad than she did. I told her it was because I didn't cause blazing rows over nothing and pit family members against each other. I feel sorry for her kids. She's abusive. Regularly has the police called on her. She assaulted one guy because he parked too close to her. I shit you not. And treats her husband and kids like she eat on the bottom of her shoes, including beating them. It's all about me. Adores him. Her husband won't leave because he's convinced it's true love. Nah mate, it's faking abuse. It makes me sad because her husband and kids are so great and she just doesn't see that. Why social services haven't removed the kids I don't know. She makes me sick. We all went through shit growing up, but you don't see me being abusive, do you? Most people would make a point of raising their kids the way they themselves should have been raised, but she's happy as she is apparently. Those kids deserve so much better. I'm sick of her using her BPD as an excuse. Oh, I'm sorry I beat you up. It's not my fault I have BPD. Piss off, you silly bitch. It's no faking excuse. I say this as someone with bipolar, PTSD, anxiety and BDD. Her kids got chicken pox and you know how she reacted to that? She was more worried about her catching it. Didn't give a shit about the kids. Just her. She's a greater cunt. Sorry yes, but you are. Good luck in your life. You faking need it. Look, having nuclear. My uncle was a great professor and scientist and engineer. Dr. John Trump at MIT. Good genes. Very good genes. Okay. Very smart. The Wharton School of Finance. Very good. Very smart, you know. If you're a conservative Republican. If I were a liberal. If I ran as a liberal Democrat. They would say I'm one of the smartest people anywhere in the world. It's true, but when you're a conservative Republican they try, oh, do they do a number? That's why I always start off. Went to Wharton, was a good student, went there, did this, built a fortune. You know I have to give my credentials all the time because we're a little disadvantaged. But you look at the nuclear deal, the thing that really bothers me, it would have been so easy, and it's not as important as these lives are. Nuclear is powerful. My uncle explained that to me many years ago. The power, and that was 35 years ago. He would explain the power of what's going to happen, and he was right. Who would have thought? But when you look at what's going on with the 4 prisoners now, it used to be 3, now it's 4, but when it was 3 and even now, I would have said it's all in the messenger. Fellas, and it is fellas because, you know, they haven't figured that the women are smarter right now than the men. So, it's gonna take them about another 150 years, but the Persians are great negotiators. The Iranians are great negotiators. So, and they just killed us. Yup, that pretty much sealed it. Previous speeches were borderline insane, but this one took the cake at the time. I went on a trip with 3 friends. One of them I knew really well. Let's call her Ashley. The other 2 not quite as well. One of the girls I didn't know as well. We'll call her Jessica. Seemed super nice and sweet, although a little shy. I was looking forward to getting to know her better. The drive to our destination, a nearby metropolitan area, was about 2 hours. The farther we got from home, the crazier Jessica started to become. She started loudly singing along with the radio, yelling, laughing hysterically. I was a little surprised, because I was used to her being kind of reserved, but I didn't think a whole lot of it. We stopped at a gas station for drinks/snacks/bathroom, and she got some drink in a glass bottle. It was not an alcoholic drink. She was not drinking at all. She drank it, while continuing to get rowdier and rowdier. Finally, as we were just starting to merge from one highway to another, she put the window down. The friend I knew well, Ashley, who was driving, sighed but didn't say anything. I didn't like having the window down, because it messed up my hair, but I didn't think much of it for a second. But next thing I know, Jessica has pitched that glass bottle out onto the on-ramp on the faking highway where it shattered. She and Ashley started laughing really hard. I looked at the third girl, who was kind of humming and playing on her phone, completely ignoring them. She didn't react at all to the smashed bottle, the laughing, or the swerving as we merged onto a busy faking highway. I found out later that Jessica finds the sound of glass shattering to be absolutely hilarious for whatever reason. That was the moment I knew she was faking nuts. That moment will be forever imprinted in my mind. Our exact location and the lighting and everything as she smashed the bottle. A little later, we got off track in the bad part of town. Ashley had put the windows down and had loud music blasting, and Jessica decided that it was appropriate to scream "wanna get laid?" at random people walking down the streets. We were stopped at a faking red light when she yelled this at one guy, and he started walking towards our car. I was scared, because who knows what the fuck this drugged out looking dude was going to do, but luckily the light turned green before he got to us. We got to the hotel and Jessica whips out a bunch of candles and lights them, which makes me nervous, because of the fire hazard. It just seems kind of stupid to me. Jessica gets out this bag of snack mix, and proceeds to eat it like a 2-year-old, dropping just as much food on the floor as into her mouth. She was still loud, yelling and laughing, and we kept having to tell her to stfoo before someone complained about us, because there were other people in the faking hotel, not just us. When we checked out of the hotel, I kept dropping hints about people who made a big mess leaving a tip for the maids, but she completely ignored me and stomped off down the stairs. She hauled her luggage down the stairs because she refuses to use elevators. The whole trip we had to find stairs for her anytime we went to a second floor because she won't use elevators or escalators. For the rest of the trip she was mostly okay. When we were out in public actually doing something she was the normal, sweet, nice person I had known, but when we were alone at the hotel, or in the car going on a longish drive she would start acting psycho again. She also threw glass stuff several times. She threw some of the empty candle holders, a couple more bottles, and we stopped at a dollar store, where she bought a little ceramic cherub purely to throw out the faking window. I thought maybe she was drinking or doing drugs when I wasn't looking, but according to Ashley, she wasn't. Jessica just gets that way sometimes. And I saw that she is capable of turning that behavior off in a real hurry if she needs to. Apparently it's completely normal to Ashley because she didn't bat an eye about these shenanigans and even participated in the glass throwing herself once and some of the yelling. I dropped both of those beaches. I still talk to Ashley very rarely, but I've only seen Jessica once or twice since then, and I did not start a conversation with her. My cousin went out with a classmate when she was 13 and my aunt posted a picture of them together and said my baby's first date. My dad has always gotten on my mom's Facebook. She never logs out and commented hilarious/inappropriate things on her friends' pictures and posts. Well, He commented on this picture of my cousin, "First comes love," implying marriage would come next. It was just a silly joke. Well, my aunt went ballistic and got on all my mom's pictures and posted that we were an ugly horrible family, etc. She even texted me and told me if I ever talked to her daughter again, she would call the police on me. She then went on a rampage to me and told me I had a horrible personality, no one likes me, I'm boring, horrible, etc. I hadn't even done anything. Sure, my dad shouldn't have posted that, but this blow up with my aunt extended to the whole family, and it lasted for over a year. Well, I had asked my cousin to be a bridesmaid in my wedding before this. Right around the time of my wedding, my aunt suddenly is sorry, never says sorry to me, only to my mom, and figures her daughter is still in the wedding. She found out the dress my maids were wearing and ordered it for her daughter without my knowledge or consent. I was a total pushover and just allowed her to still be in it. I've been married over a year and a half, and I haven't spoken to my cousin or aunt since then. Oh, except for the time my aunt went on a rampage on one of my political Facebook posts, where she told me I was a hypocrite, horrible bratty person whom no one liked, and that I wasn't even a Christian. My post was about people being hateful about immigrants. What the fuck? She told my mom last week she basically hates me because I'm a liberal. This same woman has an extreme issue with anyone being prettier or better than my cousin. She loudly said her cheerleader was fat right as she walked by. We were at a game with her. This was years ago. To this day she still tells my mom that cheerleaders nowadays are fat and ugly. She went and made a huge deal at her daughter's school because a teacher told my cousin her jacket wasn't uniform, so she had to take it off. She went to the principal and got into a screaming match with the teacher because she let her daughter freeze. We live in a place that gets maybe 50°F in the winter. I remember when my cousin was around 9 to 10 and we were over at my aunt's. She grabbed my cousin's yearbook and showed me a picture of a girl. She demanded that I say that my cousin was much prettier than this girl. I shrugged and said they both were pretty, and she got so angry. She wouldn't stop until I admitted that my 10-year-old cousin was prettier than her ugly horrible classmate. My aunt is truly bizarre, and she's a racist to boot. So I was in high school. I had just been involved in a social problem, got on the wrong side of the popular girls in my year. Dumb I know, but it was high school. I began to hang out with this other girl who came to my defense. We ended up dating, and over the 3 years she created fake family and friends, including role-playing them on fake social media profiles. Created a fake ex. Lied about her father's job a lot. Threatened to dump me if I didn't talk to her every night. Threatened to cut or kill herself when I tried to break up with her. Faked up bid was at that point I was cutting and had attempted suicide. Lied about being raped by one of the made up friends. Lied about an abortion. Claimed I got her pregnant. I couldn't have, but that was a barrel of worms I can't go into here. Finally I broke it off after an argument about Guy Fawkes of all things. She pulled the regular lines of suicide and something in me just clicked, and I found my teenage mind finally going. This girl's faking insane. So I cut her off. Blocked her completely and finally ended the relationship. Left me with a lot of problems. I was underweight with an eating disorder, suicidal and extremely anxious, but after a lot of work I turned it all around. It's odd. She's like a scar now. The pain doesn't hurt, but the mark's still around, and still causes a slight pain when pushed. God, she was wacko. My sister-in-law seemed like a nice person when my wife and I were dating in high school and college. Even at the bridal shower I had to attend, got amazingly hammered with my groomsmen. She seemed okay. My wife had always told me crazy stories, but I just couldn't see how she was messed up at all. Then after my wife and I said I do, it started to unravel. She forced her husband to buy/move to 3 different homes in 2 years, each one more expensive than the last on a single income. My brother-in-law. She traded in 5 SUVs in the same time frame by just rolling the previous car loan into the next loan. Again progressively more expensive as she went. Then I went over to help my brother-in-law move some furniture in his new house he couldn't afford. His wife just yelled at him over and over again that he wasn't doing enough for their family and that she is going to take the kids away to someone that could take better care of them. Then later that evening, after I had left, my brother-in-law motioned his hand to block a beach slap by his wife, but accidentally brushed the side of her face. She then called the police and decided to leave my brother-in-law, sucking him dry of what little money he had left. This worked out pretty well for me and my wife as we were buying our first home. And since he was putting the house up for sale and getting rid of all his furniture, we gave my brother-in-law $1,000 to use for his divorce lawyer in exchange for free pickings of furniture in his house. We got a top-of-the-line washer-dryer set, alone cost $2,000 each, a dining room table, 2 couches, extra plates, rugs, curtains and curtain rods, and so much more. And to add insult to injury, my sister-in-law, soon-to-be ex-sister-in-law, also had him paying for an apartment for her and the kids while he moved back in with my in-laws. 5.5 months go by. Things are great. My brother-in-law comes over all the time for dinner to help with projects around the house. I have no idea what I'm doing as a homeowner. Watch hockey games, and he even lost 30 pounds. At this point their house had not told yet and we get a call from my mother-in-law. They are getting back together and moving back into the house, she told us. So now they live in the house that did sell, with little to no furniture, and my sister-in-law still doesn't have a source of income for herself. Now my brother-in-law won't speak to his sister, my wife, or me because we refuse to support his relationship that is going to kill him someday. And they both think we are the crazy ones. A friend of mine asked to tag along on my vacation. Sure, why not? He quit his job and paid for a really nice hotel for us himself, but that wasn't a red flag because he'd been talking about needing an excuse to quit for a while, and he's always been too generous. We get there, and he knew from the beginning that I would be busy pretty much the whole time, working on stuff and catching up with friends I never see, but he'd said he just wanted to see that city because he'd never been before. Cut to like, day 2. He's so mopey and whinny I can barely even understand what he's saying when he rarely talks. He tells me he hasn't left the hotel yet because he doesn't want to without me. He just wanted to hang out with me literally 24/7. I reminded him that I told him in advance I'd be busy the whole trip and that he said he just wanted to see the city. Told him a few fun places to go see in the city that he should go do that while I'm busy the next day. He doesn't. It gets worse and worse and worse, but I figure he's just in a bad mental place, drained and depressed from staying at his shitty job to long bad mood, whatever. But he's like, not showering, smelly, whining to me about how he wants to hang out with me. He wants to tag along on somewhere I'm hanging out because he says he's a fan, but then didn't know their work and admits he doesn't know their work and hasn't for like 6 years and doesn't really care, just wants to hang out with me. The first oh god he's literally crazy moment. I was getting ready, putting in tooth whitening strips. Went to throw away the wrapper and found a note sitting on the top of the trash. Strategically crumpled up, uncrumpled, and laid on the very top of the trash, so every word is visible. It's a note written in the third person about how I didn't want to hang out with him, and that makes him sad. He came on my vacation with me, just to hang out with me. I must hate him, and that makes him sad. He spent so much money on this hotel room, and he regrets it, because he's alone most days. It went on and on and on, but I was so freaked out I literally stopped myself from reading anymore, so I wouldn't freak out. I put my wrappers on top of it to look like I didn't even notice the note, just tossed my trash in the bin without looking. Literally, it was in the third person, and he said his name in it like every 2 seconds. Like, let's say his name is Bob. The note was like me, doesn't hang out with Bob. This makes Bob sad. Bob thought me was a friend. Bob was looking forward to this trip. Bob just wanted to hang out with me. Does me hate Bob? Bob hopes not. Faking creepy. Then when we got back his brother picked us up from the airport and said, how did your guys' job interview go? Job interview? Did he lie to his family to seem less weird dropping everything to tag along on my vacation? What the fuck? The friendship died because of that trip. Didn't ever really talk to him again. In hindsight I realized a lot of stuff about him. Like, how many stories about his life he told me during our friendship were probably absolute lies. I had believed everything he'd ever told me, crazier stories, because why would he lie? Seeing how easily he lied to his brother, something completely off the wall, made me realize how fake a lot of things he told me sound. He had stolen from our workplace when we had worked together too, but I figured that was just to make up for all the wages they were stealing from him. They faked up all of our paychecks, a lot. I actually egged him on for a lot of it. But hindsight, I remembered the time he went to steal a screwdriver, and I had to be like, that belongs to the maintenance man, not the company, put it back. And the time he stole a button from a charity. Like, I get it's a $2 button, but the money is for charity, there's a moral line there. And then a month or so ago I found out that when I met my new fringe rock for the first time this night out at a bar, he was telling them to stay away from me. Crazy shit, like that I didn't want anything to do with them, that he was my best friend and we'd known each other forever. We'd known each other 1 year at the time, that they should just leave me alone. Luckily they ignored that. 2 of them actually sat on either side of him in a booth, so he couldn't interfere, while I danced with someone in their friend group I was really hitting it off with. I love my new friends even more after hearing that story. Hahaha. I was trashed, and had no idea, didn't find out about that until almost a year later. But that note in the trash. Oh man. That was the moment I knew. Then everything else made sense in hindsight. Yikes. Ex-boyfriend story time. Met this guy at work. He seems crazy right from the start. All these weird stories that I don't believe. But he's best friends with co-worker's son, so I cut him a break. She says he's okay. We fight all the time at work because he doesn't want to listen to me. A manger. He tells me his mother has manuscript. I feel bad because I'm not made of stone. But my red flags are flying high, and I choose to ignore them. One particular night we get into a huge argument, and I tell my boss I can't work with him. She encourages me to work it out. He comes into work the next night with balloons, candy, a big apology, and professes his feelings for me. We end up kissing. I'm confused, oddly flattered, and creeped out at the same time. We start dating because he's mad that I went to a social gathering where there were boys and didn't tell them I had a boyfriend. We never said we were exclusive. From that point on, I guess we are now exclusive. He follows me a few times to various friends' house. I'm oddly flattered and creeped out at the same time. He tells me his really mom dies of manuscript, and the woman I met is actually his stepmother. He used to be a model. He's a computer genius. He gives me strange fur coat, then makes me wear it in public. Strange costume jewelry that he claims is real. A new cell phone now. Everything inside is screaming that he's a liar and this kid is trouble. So I try to break up with him, and he swears he will change. Crying on the floor that he loves me. I'm 18 and oddly flattered and creeped out at the same time. So I agree to give it another shot. But the bullshit continues. He tries to borrow my car all the time. I said no. Begs for my debit card number. No. Shows up to my house unwanted. Breaks into my house and leaves rose petals everywhere. Tells everyone we are engaged. Sells my grandmother's jewelry that he stole. And assaults me. My friends and family tell me to leave him. His friends tell me to leave him. At this point I'm just trying to get out without spooking him. So we break up. I go to give him back his sheet and the place we end up meeting is a graveyard. Okay, fine. I'm not even phased at this point. I find him crying on some grave, ranting on about how this is his real mother. Really? And is this her relative next to her? Same last name? Yes. Her sister. How? Her sister that died in 1912. Well, blah blah blah. This was the final blow. And I knew he was beyond crazy. I walk away with his sheet and burn it in my fire pit at home. Then call the police and file a protective order. The officer says he wants his jewelry back. I tell her it lit up like tinfoil in the fire and she laughs. Miller's batshit insane. I'd heard horror stories from my Sil and husband about her past behavior. She once told my Sil, who had just experienced her first miscarriage, that the reason she miscarried was because she wasn't a good enough mother. Obviously that hurt Sil deeply. Unfortunately, Sil miscarried a second time, and for good reasons didn't want to tell her mom. Syl's husband ended up telling my Mill about the second miscarriage, and poor Syl got a phone call from Mill who was chewing her out about not being a good daughter and talking to her about hard things. I wasn't there for any of this. It was all second-hand story from my Syl. The one that I witnessed that made me realize she's crazy, that just really stuck with me, was about Mother's Day. Mill worked on the actual holiday, so husband and I went to visit her with the rest of the family the day before. She received a card and flowers from husband/Syl and all was well. 2 months later, we are swapping out with Mill from babysitting Syl's son. Mill is acting super weird. She claims she's just tired and leaves after we arrive. Less than a minute after she leaves, she walks right back into the house and breaks down into tears. She's sobbing about how she wished my husband loved her more, how she was so hurt he didn't want a good relationship with her. Obviously confused, husband asks what brought all of this on. She claims she was so deeply hurt she didn't receive Mother's Day gift from husband, and how dare he, keeping in mind Mother's Day happened 2 months prior. 2 months. Husband thought maybe she didn't realize the card and flowers she received were from him and Syl both. Mill wailed, I know they were, but I thought you loved me enough to get me a separate gift of your own. But clearly all you want to do is hurt me. I can't believe you'd do that to me. You didn't even visit me on Mother's Day. To which husband reminded her we saw her literally the day before, because she worked the day of, and he had sent her a text telling her to have a good day on the actual holiday. She just cried more, and then she stormed out of the house. When we saw her again a few weeks later, she acted as if nothing ever happened, and it was never mentioned again. I've got plenty of stories of her, but that was the moment I realized she's not mentally stable. Had a friend of mine ask if she could store some of her belongings at my house until her new place was ready and she could move them in there. I had an extra bedroom I wasn't using, so I told her fine, as long as it all fit in that room. She said she would call me after work that night when she got her schedule to work out a time to unload everything. Didn't hear from her for about a week, so figured she found someone else to store it for her. Well, one night I get a text from her saying her sister and brother-in-law were on their way with their truck to pick up her stuff, then they would all be over to unload it at my place. Told her that wouldn't work because I wasn't home and asked if they could reschedule for in the morning sometime. She calls me and goes off stating how rude I'm being to her family and I need to come home immediately because I told her she could keep it there. Told her while yes I did say she could, it was not my fault that she didn't check beforehand when a good time to come was like we originally agreed upon. She basically just says whatever and hangs up. I get a call from my neighbor a couple hours later saying there's a group of people at my apartment that just forced the door open and went inside. Thinking someone is breaking into my apartment, I immediately hang up and call the police, then drive like a bat out of hell to my apartment. I pull up outside to my friend and her sister screaming at my neighbor while her brother-in-law is unloading her sheet from his truck. Basically she took it upon herself to come anyways and then entered my apartment on her own. The police finally show up and separate everyone and things calm down. They asked if I wanted to press charges, but seeing as they didn't take anything and I knew my landlord would replace the door jamb, I just told them I wanted them to load her stuff back up and leave the property. She continued to talk shit to me the entire time as to how I'm a horrible person who likes and goes back on his word. Like she legit had no comprehension of why what she did wasn't cool. Decided it was probably best we went our separate ways after that. This might be a minor thing, so I'm curious to see what you guys think. I was on a date with this girl at a bar and her friends were all there. It was our first real date, so I was trying to put my best foot forward. I had just bought myself a bottle, 0.35L, of expensive beer, my favorite brand. After a while a guy that one of her friends knows walks over, stands to my left, and started talking to her over the table. He leans over the table while talking, and when he pulls back he knocks over my beer with his elbow, and it lands on the table, and spills all over my crotch. Needless to say, I'm annoyed at this point, but still trying to be on my best behavior. I tell him it's fine. It was an accident, could have happened to anyone. He asks if there was something he could do to make it better. I tell him that if he bought me a new beer, that would be a nice gesture. He goes to the bar and comes back later with a 0.5L plastic cup with beer. The cheapest kind. I don't point out that my beer, though smaller, cost the same as two of the one he brought me. Whatever, I'm not a snob. Beer is beer. So I'm like, thanks man, we are good now. Don't worry about it. A minute or two goes by, and I notice that the guy is still standing to my left, looking at me. I was busy talking to my date, so I turn back to the guy and ask him what's up. And his answer is the part where I thought, this guy's crazy. He says, oh, I'm just waiting for you to drink the amount of beer that you felt that I spilled out, so I can get the beer back and finish it. I was like, are you being serious right now? You spill my beer all over my crotch, so I have to walk around all night looking like I have pissed my pants. You ask if there is something you can do to make it good. I give you an out by telling you that you can just buy me a beer and we're good, and now you won't let me have the whole beer, even though the beer you actually spilled is far more expensive than the one you bought me? His answer to that was, well, yours was only a 0.35 liter bottle, I bought you a 0.5 liter glass. Am I either wrong thinking this guy is crazy? When my ex-boss from hell raged at me in front of the entire organization we both worked at over a broken DVD player in another employee's office. She'd wanted to watch something on it during a meeting, and when she found out the one there didn't work, she asked if we could go to my office instead to play it. Only I didn't have one in my office. I never had, even though we had previously clashed several times over the prior 2 years over my not having one and needing it as part of my job. When I tried to remind her of this, she got so angry I thought she was going to hit me. No one dared move. They were all stunned, and when someone in the group tried to remind her, she herself had told me I could just share the one player because she felt it was a waste of company funds to get two. She whipped around and went after them in a display of such rage I again thought she was going to start physically attacking them. It was a moment of absolute clarity in which I realized all of the odd things she'd said and done over the years were not me misunderstanding her, but the fact she really had something mentally wrong with her, and that in that moment she wasn't really being deliberately malicious. She truly did not remember any of the conversations. The multiple times I'd had to go into the other employee's office to access their media player when she was there, how the other employee had often told her that I needed my own player, since coming into her office was interfering with her job, and even her once demanding I remove the player I tried to bring in that I owned, since we have one and it's sufficient. None of it. I was gone within 2 months of that incident. I later recognized that same irrational rage in my mother when she was starting into her descent into dementia. It was actually one of the first clues I had when I thought to myself, man, mom sure is acting like ex-boss from hell today. Initially, I had a friend, for the sake of anonymity, let's call him Dale, who seemed pretty cool, but I took pity on him rather quickly, since he said that a group of his friends abandoned him. I felt pity for him and tried to be a good friend for him, since I went through the same thing in middle school. But as time went on, he showed his true colors and I began to understand why his old group of friends abandoned him in the first place. Dale was an asshole, to put it simply, as he sent paragraphs of text to me and my other friends cursing us out for never hanging out him despite him never showing initiative to hang out with us, and because we were busy with our jobs. Dale also tried hitting on my friend's girlfriend despite said friend heard everything and was understandably pissed because his girlfriend was uncomfortable with Dale. Dale was also a control freak who wanted everything to go his way and got pissed off when we, as a group, wanted to do something else rather than what he wanted to do. When me and my friends decided to go on a vacation which we planned out 3 months in advance, we only invited him so he would not throw a hissy fit. He acted like a complete know-it-all throughout the entire trip and tried to control the vacation as best as he could. He also insulted another friend's religion, which said friend took seriously, and rubbed lotion on me while I was asleep, which in hindsight was pretty damn weird. Keep in mind, when we caught him doing this stuff and called him out on it, he always claimed it was never his fault. The final straw that made us kick Dale out of our lives for good in the rest of the vacation was when he tried on my friend's sister's underwear and tried to pass it off as a joke point when we kicked him out of the house we were renting. He threw a temper tantrum, and we had to forcibly drag him out of the house before running to his car and driving off. An hour later, he managed to send us one last essay of text while he was driving on the highway back to his house saying we were bad friends and said that the vacation would be shit since he is no longer a part of it. Thankfully, we managed to redeem the rest of the vacation and had a good time without him. TLDR, ex-friend was a asshole who nearly ruined a vacation that we spent 3 months planning. One day I went outside to do some yard work and my neighbor randomly comes up to me and told me her husband beat her the night before, switching from normal conversational tone to slurring her speech instantly when she started telling me about her concussion symptoms. Her husband was arrested. I'd noticed the cops and ambulances, but was minding my own business and did not ask her about it. She just started telling me about it. Later that night, I heard her having very loud, rigorous sex in her kitchen with our other neighbor's husband when I went outside to take out the trash. The next morning, she knocked on my door, acting like she was high, asking for a drive because her concussion symptoms made it impossible for her to drive. She was slurring her words and stumbling while she walked. I suggested she go ask the neighbor's husband, and just as quickly as before, her speech changed to completely normal while she screamed at me to mind my own faking business. Dude, I was trying. I had to avoid the crazy beach all summer until her husband finally came back and she was removed from the house after the charges were dropped because she had no evidence of any kind of injury whatsoever. It was around this time last year that I meet up with a guy I met online. It was in a friendly manner. I was fresh out of the relationship and out of my mind from sadness and all that what comes when you get your heart broken. And I had some serious health issues to top it all. We chatted for 6 hours straight. It was normal. I wasn't impressed. I mean, he was nice and all, but striking a conversation wasn't such a problem for me. I can talk for hours, and since I was so lonely it felt like catching up for all those weeks that I didn't have anyone to talk to. He fell in love with me really soon and really hard. It was a sheet fest. From day one I was trying to mention my ex and I still love him and don't want anything with anyone. This dude decided to kiss me. I kissed him back. We ended up kissing like 5 times tops. I'm 27 and kissing someone isn't any kind of commitment. He knew that. Fast forward couple of weeks later, I ended up going on a coffee with my ex. My decision, my problem. This dude that was saying things like I don't even wanna be in a relationship with you, or I cheated on every girl I was ever with went batshit crazy. Blowing up my phone, saying nasty shit about my ex online and all those classy things. One day he sent my brother, that he never met, about how scared he is that I hurt myself because it was 10 AM and I wasn't answering my phone. Every person ever that I was friends with knows 2 things. I usually sleep all day when in depression phase and I never ever have turned on sound on my phone. He also told my brother that I started to see my ex and trust me, that's not something my brother wanted to hear from a complete stranger. The last straw. Well, I felt kinda sorry for him. Even though I was honest and open about not wanting anything from day one, there was still part of me that felt responsible. I know how it feels to be hurt too. I forgave him many things. Ranging from reading my poetry when I told him it was too personal to share right away, to telling my brother that he was scared I killed myself. And then, after weeks of him sending me insulting messages followed by saying how sorry he is, he literally threatened me that he'll come to my hometown and kick my ass. I'm 5'5" and 100 pounds female. Yeah bro, sounds like a fair fight. That was my block him on everything moment and I haven't heard from him since. I broke up with her years earlier for some crazy adjacent things that were rearing their head and I was starting to be annoyed by. Not a healthy place for a relationship. So we had a mutual breakup. This story has a slight middle part that is basically, my mom adopted her after we broke up, and she is now at most family gatherings. This isn't even the worst part of this story. I try to miss most of those for the following reason. During one Halloween in Florida, She had purposely stopped medicating her manic bipolar disorder and had a complete days-long mental breakdown, which highlights include making a mosaic of knives around photos of herself spending the entirety of a large dinner with family and friends doing nothing but running back and forth from the kitchen to the dining room arranging flowers, and was extremely upset when my father told her to sit down and eat. I might add that she is 22 at this point, screaming at the top of her lungs and walking fully clothed into the pool at 1 AM, locking herself in the bathroom with my antique books, destroying them for about 3 hours. When I knocked at about hour 2, she opened the door and claimed she was talking to Shakespeare and Jesus. While this all was going on, my mom decided to go to bed 4 hours earlier than she usually does, leaving me, the person who broke up with her, to get away from all this to make sure she doesn't kill herself or one of our multiple house guests. These are just the bits I remember from a vacation that I suppress heavily. There are quite a few reasons I do not like this person, as I'm sure you can imagine. And I'm sure I'll have many more stories like this in the years to come. She isn't going anywhere as long as my mother still has her as her only friend. For years my grandmother would get angry and have a huge fight with anyone in the house, usually just me, then spend a week or so just buying countless things to make up for it, then fall back into the exact same loop. She also latches onto one person and constantly asks about them or bugs them. She's attached to my boyfriend and I. And when I'm not home she always asks where I am. Almost every 5 minutes, she'll do the same with my boyfriend, even though he doesn't live with us or come over often. When I'm home she follows me around, constantly talking to me or asking me the same questions over and over, and if I ask her to leave me be, she gets very angry. Lately, I found out she likes to stand outside my bedroom door and listen to my phone calls with my boyfriend. All of this probably should have been a pretty big hint, but it wasn't completely obvious until she started buying a bunch of realistic baby dolls and treating them as if they were really her real kids. She took them out with her and would introduce them to people who stopped, or introduce them to any friends who came over after school. My grandfather seems to be completely oblivious to all of this still, or if he realizes he just acts as if it's completely normal. Edit. Also, when my boyfriend has come over and I've left the room for a reason, she tries to get him to leave me and just says a bunch of rude things about me to him. Meanwhile, while I'm in the room she does nothing but talk about how great I am. When I was a sophomore in high school, this guy called me all of the time. We had been friends in middle school, but both chose to go to different high schools. At first, this made me a bit sad. After a few months in my new school, I was starting to be happy about it. He had started to give me the creeps, plus, his dad always gave me the creeps for some reason. We still stayed friends. He did a lot of crazy stuff during this time. He once asked me, a virgin who was planning to wait until I was married, or at least very much in love, to sleep with him. He was furious when I said no. There had also been nothing romantic about our friendship. We had never even kissed, and I even avoided hugging him. He would also masturbate while on the phone with me. I hated this, but stupidly thought it was normal, because a lot of guys acted like this. I should have ended my friendship over this stuff, but I thought guys just did that. Give me a break. I was young and naive. He had started calling more frequently, and I was getting sick of it. I felt guilty that I didn't want to talk to him and hear him masturbate. For whatever reason, I truly felt like I was being a horrible person. But I had started to make more guy friends, and I realized that this was not a normal situation. On night when I was 15, he asked if I wanted to hang out. My mom was quite overprotective and didn't really want me to go out. She probably would have allowed me to go out until like 11 or so if I begged. But since hanging out with him was my only option, I decided to stay home and told him as such. He started calling me incessantly. I can't even remember how many times over the course of the evening. I couldn't block him as I didn't have a cell phone back then. He started driving by my house. He had a very recognizable car, so I knew it was him. He kept driving by. This lasted for hours. But at least he couldn't call me, since he didn't have a cell phone either. I'd like to say that I got out of that friendship right away, but I didn't. I confronted him, and he denied it was him calling and driving by my house. I had caller ID, and to this day, I've never seen a car like his. I think him lying when I confronted him was what did it. Dealing with my younger sister is like walking on eggshells, always has been. The rest of family always just said she's temperamental or emotional, but that has changed to a mutual agreement that she's crazy in recent years. I should have known several years sooner from other events. Like when, after asking her how her day at school went, she flipped out on me calling me a jerk who has never cared about anyone before. She threw her backpack at me, threatened to never speak to me again, and ended the one-sided fight by telling me that she wished I was never her brother and storming off. However, my she's definitely crazy moment happened a few years ago at Christmas, and is now known as the cheese whiz fight in my family. It started with my family having a conversation about crazy additives in food, which naturally led us to talking about how crazy and toxic cheese whiz must actually be. So I grabbed a bottle from the fridge and started listing off ingredients. But then I get to lipases, which I told everyone I knew as a naturally sourced food additive that makes dairy creamier. But my crazy sister, who's a nurse, tells me I'm wrong and that it's very poisonous. Instead of arguing, which I know is a pitfall with her, I ask her how it is poisonous. Like if eating too much of it is deadly, or if it's an allergen, or if it's toxic in a different state. She says she doesn't know, but that I'm wrong and cheese whiz is very poisonous. At that point she's becoming aggressive, so I confusingly drop the subject and the family starts talking about something else. Several minutes go by and suddenly she jumps up from the couch and starts yelling at me for being a know-it-all and always trying to belittle her. She then tearfully/angrily runs from the room and heads upstairs to cry. Hey boyfriend then goes to comfort her, while the rest of us sit there wondering what the hell just happened. My dad asks if that was because of the cheese whiz thing and my mom just says, leave it be. Then we hear the fight start between crazy sister and her boyfriend through the floor and across the house. For the first bit you can only hear her yelling about how nobody stands up for her. Then about how the boyfriend is an asshole for never standing up for her. Then about how I'm a monster. Then we hear things being thrown followed by the boyfriend yelling stop hitting me in the face. Then she starts yelling back about how she never hit him. Then we all hear another slap. He yells at her again to stop hitting him, and she keeps denying she did, and then switches gears and starts blaming him for making her hit him. He then leaves with her still in the room yelling about how useless and a bossy he is. And after coming downstairs we see the handprint on his cheek, and it is immediately cemented in mind that she's a crazy. Side note, a few years later she'd retell the story, omitting the part where she freaked out, and adding in a new section where I belittled her, and threw the bottle of cheese whiz at her. My mom told her that's not how the event went, and she went a year without talking to her. TLDR, my sister once physically abused her boyfriend, because everyone didn't believe her that cheese whiz is very toxic. I had a friend that I hung out with regularly. He started to feel romantically interested in me, and I did not feel the same. One day he started making comments to me that he is Al Capone's great-grandson, something about brainwaves being tapped, and that he is part of some Illuminati bloodline. Being a somewhat sane person, I knew these comments were not normal. As much as I hated to lose a friend, I felt that I had to cut off communication with him. He ended up moving to Denver shortly after. A few months later, I'm reading the Chicago Tribune and see an article with his face and name, and it stated that he was extradited from Denver back to Chicago for threatening to bomb the local courthouse, DuPage County to be exact. He was sent to jail, then eventually made his way into some sort of prison/mental hospital type of place. He began sending me these extremely long, erratic, strange and frightening letters about the Illuminati and how he wants to run away with me and my son, who he has never met before. He knew what school my son went to. I can't even begin to explain how crazy and deranged these letters were. Then came the thousands, and I mean thousands, of dollars worth of gifts and conspiracy theory books to my house. I'm not sure how he was able to send these gifts from there, but I suspected that someone may have been helping him out from the outside. I was terrified honestly, so I went to the courthouse and filed a restraining order against him for me and my son. A few months later I had to face him and his lawyer in court. He showed up shackled in an orange jumpsuit and was staring at me with dead eyes from across the courtroom. When we both went up to the stand, he was whispering in my ear that I was lying about it all, despite the fact that I had a full-size suitcase full of the evidence with me. The judge took all the letters and made copies and let me take home all the gifts. I still have them to this day. His lawyer pulled me aside after court and informed me that this person has had all of his legal rights taken away and now has a guardian because of his extreme mental health issues. He ended up getting released from wherever he was and had tried to reach out to me while writing some really violent nasty things about me on Facebook. Luckily it's been a few years since then and I haven't heard from him since. Yes, this is a real story and I have plenty of proof if anyone is interested. It was sad to see someone who seemed normal and a good friend to just totally lose their shit out of the blue. Meet a girl from Tinder. She is only interested in a straight up hookup one night stand. Okay, no problem. Arranged to meet in a bar close to her place. Okay, so I can tell pretty early on that she is not exactly stable. She keeps talking about other people in the bar and giving them openly dirty looks, but like a 6 crazy. For a one night stand, no problem, I thought. I ignore this behavior and after 2 drinks go back to hers, get out a condom, put it on the bed and start foreplay but naked. I see her push the condom off the bed and then she tells me to fuck her without a condom. At this point I'm thinking she could be at least a 7 crazy and it's a stupid risk to take, but such is better minus condom and my pull-out game is strong. A trip to the clinic is normally worth it and I've been lucky so far. I go pull out, she isn't exactly making it easy, but I pull out with time to spare and shoot on her stomach. I leave and when I check my WhatsApp I can see she has blocked me. No display picture. Unnecessary but okay. Move on with my life. 2 weeks later I get a message on Facebook from this girl. Now I make it all but impossible to find me on Facebook, so this is a bit worrying. I'm thinking that she has an STD and was warning me. She tells me she is late on her period and she is never late. I'm confused as to why she is telling me this at all. Turns out she doesn't believe in any kind of contraception at all. No pill, condom, 10-week after pill. Won't do any of it. So she is contacting me so that we can raise this baby together. Hell no. What level of crazy do you have to be using Tinder for one night stands that you block and delete the phone number for then, when you think you are pregnant, not only want to keep it, but also bring the one night stand stranger in on it? Turns out she already has a kid too with some other dude that ain't around. I'm assuming she is a serial offender of this bullshit. She can't even understand why I have no interest in any of this and accuses me of just being mad that she deleted my number straight after sex. I figure that she is just trying to trap whatever guy she can, and by talking to her it will just encourage her into thinking I will participate in this madness. Block all of her number and accounts. 2 weeks later I get a message from an unknown number from her friend saying that she wasn't pregnant and she is sorry. Nope. Full 10 crazy. Blocked. Dated a guy once. He came to my house for the first time and said that he sensed things. We only had been going out for 2 weeks. He went into the master bedroom where he said it was where the feeling was very strong. He said that I had multiple of them in my house. He proceeded to do some weird prayer thing and then started talking to it and then he fought it. He jumped backwards as if it had pushed him. He looked at me and said it pushed me. Then looked back at the room/nothing and said, don't you push me, you're not from our world, you can't harm me. He threw punches in the air and started scolding it, like he was pointing a finger at it and scolding it. I didn't know if laughing was appropriate or not, so I just stood there confused as hell. He literally thought he could physically fight a spirit, if that's what he meant, was in my house. He then did a weird prayer thing again. It wasn't in English. I wasn't sure what it was. I don't even know if it was a prayer or he was summoning more things. It was just beyond creepy and weird. He proceeded to close all the doors in my house and mumbled something under his breath as he closed them. At this point I'm very concerned about 2 things. If the guy I'm dating has a couple of screws loose, my house might actually be haunted. After that, he gave me a bunch of rules I had to follow. G. Step indoor with my right/left foot. Close the windows after the sun sets. No smoking at windows and to sleep with the light on. No candles. He said I should get rid of my plants because the things liked them. I didn't follow any of them because up until that point my house felt fine and I felt fine. I'm Christian and after that I prayed hard. Even though I hadn't been to church in years, he creeped me out so much I was terrified of being in my own house. I felt completely safe and normal up until that point. I didn't sleep for weeks because I was so scared and weirded out. I eventually found someone to cleanse the house just so I could relax a little bit. It cost me a couple of $100. I also got a pregnancy scare, and before I took the test he said if you're pregnant, keep it. I knew him for a month. He then went on and on about his stance on pro-life and how adoption is murder. He wanted to marry me and have kids. He also took really cringy videos of himself to either seem funny or hot, but it was just a whole mess. Needless to say, I got the fuck out of there. Just started college this year, and I met this guy who seemed decently chill. Weird things would happen here and there. For example, me, when are you going home next? Him, I'm going back home to Zimbabwe. 3-second pause. Oh sorry Florida. How do you mistake Zimbabwe for Florida? Anyway, like I said, it was weird, but not a big deal. He asks to hang out one night, so I agree. I ask if he smoked, and he says yes, so I bring over my dab pen. When I offer him some to smoke he seems all weird and tentative. Me, have you smoked before? Him, no. Me, I thought you said you've smoked. Him, oh yeah, like once, but that doesn't really count. Me, so do you want some? Him, looking around awkwardly for 5 seconds. Yeah, he smokes, and after a few minutes he says, am I cold? It was early September and the whole week it had been 85 plus and our rooms didn't have air conditioning. I just say, nah man, it's pretty hot in here. Then out of nowhere he gets on the ground, doing push-ups with his goddamn fists, screaming out random words. Pineapple, Renaissance, Angular. He did 20 push-ups saying random shit every time he came back up. At that point I knew I was dealing with a weirdo. He did more crazy shit after that, but that moment was when I knew he was crazy. I used to be friends with this girl and she and another friend in our group had just broken up, but everyone agreed to stay civil. So one day we all made plans and I asked her if she'd like to come, but gave a heads up that our other friend would be there too. She told me that yeah, that sounds fun. She would do this a lot then never come out, but we always made the effort to invite her as friends do. The night comes along and she doesn't come out, and I get a Snapchat several hours later of us already out from her flipping me off going thanks for inviting everyone but me as whole, and a mini argument came about where I explained to her I did, but eventually I turned my phone off because we were having a good time and ain't no beach gonna kill my vibe. So the next day I wake up, I gotta walk to get my car and find out I have a parking ticket. So I'm already annoyed on top of being hungover, so I get my car, pay the ticket, then go home and order Chinese. While all of this is going on I'm arguing with her, so as the rest of our friends are arguing that we invited her. I even told her our one friend was sitting right next to me when we invited you, and I have screenshots from the friend she just broke up with inviting you, and she tells me that's not proof enough that we invited her. At that point I screamed at her in a Snapchat video because I wasn't having it, and I'm annoyed at this point. This bitch killed my vibe and edited her for a few days, but ends up being friends again for about a month or so before cancelling her permanently. I guess she was more narcissistic crazy, if anything, but I feel it counts for all the headaches I had. I lived in an apartment where the leasing company rented out each room in the apartment, then the rest of the apartment was shared space. So, we all got a bathroom and a room, then the shared space was a living room, kitchen/dining, with a washer-dryer unit. You could bring people along, but if you just signed up, the leasing company would rent out the other rooms as well. Everyone arranged bills between one another. I was set up with a couple of frat guys and another, Frank. The two frat guys dealt weed and were pretty standard for their ilk, but Frank was different. Frank was older than us and very into D&D. Everything was fun at first. The two frat guys brought the party. I'm an introvert, so it was helpful having them around. They dealt weed, so they were popular. Frank got me a seasonal job at an amphitheater through October, provided that I gave him a lift. Great. We split the bills evenly, with each person handling a separate bill. I have electricity, Frank has gas. Eventually, the two guys move out, to move into their frat house, so it's just me and Frank with our amphitheater jobs. October rolls around, and the season's ending. I find a job at a factory working nights. Frank can't find a job. That's too bad, but I've been there. I carry us along. One day, mid-November, I wake up at noon. It's faking cold. What the hell? I feel at the vent and it's blowing cold air. That's weird. I paid the bill. I call the gas company. We cut off your service because the bill is late. How much will it be to get it reinstated? $180 and a $50 connection fee. I call Frank. Why haven't they gotten their money, Frank? I paid them. Well, call and fix it. I promptly go buy a space heater and close my room up so I can continue to function at my job. I'm there for a couple of months. Frank is somehow okay with our rustic lifestyle and tries to make up for it by making my meals for me before I go to work. He's still looking. This goes on for months. I get laid off and find other work several times through temp agencies, and he's borrowing money from people to pay the rent. Along the way, he starts telling me stories that I largely attributed to his D&D gaming. He tells me about how he's a Native American shaman. Later, he starts telling me about how he's a werewolf. At some point, he weaves some story about him being a sniper for a mercenary group that did a mission in Russia, which would have been amazing, given his lazy eye. I honestly don't give a damn, as long as he gets a job. I stop really talking to him at all. Around February, finally the apartment complex seems to give a damn and they serve eviction papers on him. He tries pleading with me, trying to talk his way into living in my living room, until he gets on his feet, and I tell him that he either needs to get a job or get out. He then gets me, pulls me into his bathroom, and starts rambling on about how he could get a job with just one phone call, but he swore that he would never do that work again, after he had to kill his best friend, after he undermined a mission. I told him that I didn't give a damn what he swore and stood my ground. That as about the time that I realized that he didn't really have an overactive imagination, but that he had some sort of serious issue, if anything, with lying. His parents divorced around then too, and I think that may have caused him to crack. It took a few months, but he finally moved out around March. I've since been exceptionally picky about my roommates. I'm sorry for the longest post. Met a girl online some years ago. I used to write stuff like poems or thoughts on a blog, and this girl appeared one day in the comments section and started giving compliments in every post, and then she asked if I wanted to go out and meet. For some reason I felt something was off, and I ignored her requests until she became more insistent. Talking with a friend, he said to me, "Dude, it's only a girl. Go out with her. If you don't like it, stay away. But what if you find the love of your life?" So I accepted going out with her. During the date she chose a park, so we went there. Then in the park we kissed for the first time, and suddenly she was like, "Can we move to another bench? Like this one specifically?" Okay, we sat down. Like 10 minutes later she starts waving her hands, and casually her mom and a guy's comes out of nowhere, and she is like, "So this is my mom, and this is her lover Oliver," or whatever name he had, and I'm like, "What the hell? What do you mean by lover?" "Yeah, we live with my dad, but he is a cunt, so my mom has a lover and I'm okay with that." I enter warning/danger mode and start choosing my words carefully. Then I get a glance of her and her mom whispering to each other, and then they were like, "Oh, we need to go to that 7-Eleven quick. Can you wait here with Oliver?" Okay. Then as soon as they left, Oliver asks, "So what are your intentions with our girl?" By now I'm slightly mad because I'm feeling tricked or something, and I tell the truth. None. I actually just met her, and I have no intentions at all. Then I decided to stay a while, but she chased me for months, visiting my house, giving me flowers, and I was like, am I really not looking to have a girlfriend right now? But she kept trying and trying. I ended feeling bad, and accepted being her boyfriend. No kidding. On the first day we officially became a couple, she asked to go to my place, opened Facebook and added me into a conv with her ex, a supposed abuser/yeller, ECT, and tried to make us fight. So this is X, my new boyfriend. If you have something against me, take it to him. I'm like, what? 1 hour later she is crying like crazy, and she tells me that she actually loves her ex, and that she can't be with me because that guy still loves her. In that moment I said fuck this. So I told her, you know what, you should go back to him. You love him. He loves you. Be happy with him. She actually thanked me for that, called me a great guy and left. I didn't even felt sad, just felt like a tornado. Just have passed 2 months later she called, saying that her ex abused her again, and she wanted to try again with me. I said that I was cool enough to let her go, but I wasn't an idiot, and that I could only give her my friendship if she wanted. She said she would take me back at whatever the cost. She spent the next year calling me every day, sending me gifts. Then she had 3 boyfriends during that year, and kept calling me while I didn't dated anyone. Almost 2 years after I met a girl that I liked and everything went naturally, we dated for a long while and everything was fine. When Miss Crazy found out, she posted on FB how I was the lowest scum ever, the worst man she had ever met, a piece of trash. Some of my friends saw that and actually wrote on her wall that she was rotten, that she was making lies about me when I treated her with the utmost respect. Then like 1 month later she asked for forgiveness, but kept a shady smile on her, almost revenge-like smile. I'm pretty sure she was into witchcraft and did shady shit to me. Bonus points. Her dad suddenly died of food poisoning, and she asked me to go to the funeral. She acted super weirdly. She didn't look distressed at all, and was almost happy. I'm not saying she had something to do with that, but honestly I wouldn't be surprised. She hated him. TLDR. Trust your gut, especially when meeting people from internet. I work as a bartender in a Tony bar. A dude randomly came in and instantly seemed to take a liking to me. Thought nothing of it. If anything, I enjoyed it, based on the way he tipped me. Mind you, the first time we met he invited me to his family reunion the next town over. Flash forward a couple months and he would come in whenever I worked. Sometimes he would be a little creepy, but I'm a student working 2 jobs, so the money made up for it. Eventually one day he got so drunk that he got into it with another regular. Other guy was talking baseball with me, and the dude was salty that I wasn't paying attention to him. Next thing I know, he tried touching me, saying weird things, being creepy to the point that I had another male bartender ask him to leave. He went home and called the bar repeatedly because I kept hanging up on him. I called the owner, a family friend, and told him the situation. He came to close with me, and I'm so glad he did. We closed, locked up and left, and the dude was waiting across the street on a bench. I walked out first, and he got up and walked toward me till my boss came out. He then walked away. Not sure what would have happened if he wasn't there for me. Regardless, that guy is banned from the bar and all the bartenders know not to let him in. Edit. Clarity. Some words weren't as descriptive as they could have been. A couple spring to mind. First one. Guy had a real dependency problem with weed. It negatively affected his relationships with pretty much every important person in his life, but he still wouldn't quit it. After many years of doing pretty much nothing in his life, at age 31 he had never worked a full-time job in his life. He began talking about having kids in his on-off dysfunctional relationship with his girlfriend, who was still married to her husband. Over the years his actions and beliefs had been a regular cause for consternation, but this was the final straw for me, so I confronted him in earnest, basically telling him that until he got his act in gear, it was a really bad idea for him to be trying for kids, and something I wouldn't condone. This caused his temper to explode, and he began threatening me. For some reason, he had to get my approval on the matter. But it soon transpired that this was because he had the craziest beliefs. He believed that the power of people's thoughts could influence real life events, and that not only did he believe that his future children already existed on another dimensional level, but that my negative thoughts, my refusal to condone his train wreck life actions, were potentially preventing his unborn children from coming into existence in this world. He even went so far as to say that if he and his girlfriend failed to conceive any children together, that he would take personal revenge on me for that. For as far as he would be concerned, it would have been the power of my thoughts that ultimately denied him the reality of fatherhood. How can you argue with crazy like that? He genuinely scared me, and he was in complete denial that he had any problems. After that, I tried to distance myself from him. However, it was a long time until I was able to successfully cut him out of my life for good. He was a close relative, so it was very difficult blocking him. Second one, another relative had terrible problems with compulsive and pathological lying. She would lie to people about the most outrageous things, so outrageous that people often wouldn't even think to question the information. Some things she lied about include: family friend has a brain tumor, they did not. You were expelled from school, never happened. Your godfather has dementia and is violent towards your godmother, he did not have dementia and he wouldn't hurt a fly. So and so killed your father, ridiculous claim, etc. Because she was always conspiring to turn people against each other or victimize herself. For a long time everyone in the family assumed that she simply lied for attention. However, a number of years later she was diagnosed as having paranoid schizophrenia, so I dunno, maybe she actually believed her lies? I knew my ex-fiance's mum didn't like me much from day one, and I always thought she was just difficult, but eventually I realized she's just a batshit crazy manipulative bitch. So my ex, 20, had a 2-year-old son that he had full custody of, and it was written very clearly that the kid had to live with him and he had to be the primary career, but my ex's mum always had a reason as to why the kid had to stay with her. First, it was because she believed that he couldn't look after the kid alone, which he definitely could have. Then I moved in and it then was because we didn't have a table. Fine, I bought a set of table and chairs. Then he couldn't move in because we didn't have enough food. We did though, so $200 later we had tons of fresh and frozen food. Nope, still couldn't live with us. We needed a different bed than what we had. It had to be pretty much identical to the one they had, even though those beds were super expensive. Well, guess whose parents had an identical bed they were giving away? When my ex showed it to her and said that the child was staying with us from now on, she flipped out. Screaming, yelling, slamming doors, name calling, you name it. She was screaming about us taking her child from her and that I was worse than Hitler. The worst part about the whole thing, we literally lived next door and told her multiple times that she was welcome anytime she wanted and she could have him weekends. I noped the fuck out of there pretty quick. Apparently, according to my ex, he still lives with her and they just lie to the courts a year on. Easy. It was the final event in a lifetime of consistently boorish, unpredictable and asshole behavior. A group of friends and I visited a buddy in a clinical rotation in the States in the last year of an offshore foreign med school program. He invited us down to a state that rhymes with Florida, claiming fun was to be had by all. From the occasional drunk texts and calls over the years, we figured he was gonna be emotional. He also wasn't very insightful into the asshole he was, and maybe 4 years away wasn't the best thing for an emotionally underdeveloped moron. We arrive, he proceeds to get blackout drunk for most of the time we are there, peppered in with moments of wakefulness colored with insanity. He cheerfully regaled us of the story where a few days earlier, he threatened his roommate before said roommate vacated the place they shared. A couple of days into our visit, he turned his anger to us. It all came to a head when he attacks one of our friends in the street, on the strip, after the club. He is relatively incoherent, but what we can make out is his questioning why we didn't chip in for the electricity we used during our stay, or pay for his partying on a strip of land that is the opposite of North Beach. Foreign med school cost, pressures adding up I guess, but we were blindsided ESP given he invited us and for the fact that we filled his empty kitchen with a week's worth of food and condiments from Costco, along with a shit ton of booze. So each of us give him about $100 to $400 total, and he proceeds to flush it down the toilet and screams that he doesn't need the money. He says he will laugh all the way to the bank one day as a successful MD and says get the fuck out in the middle of the night. We did. Expediered a nice place as we walked the strip without suitcases at 6 AM. Needless to say, he never did pass his final licensing/US equivalency exams and failed to secure a residency. We don't talk much anymore, except receive an occasional drunk text in which he berates us. I dated this girl some time ago that had some issues. At first they weren't bad, noticeable, but manageable. Lyle things like making messes and not cleaning them up, which I assumed was just not being motivated to do that work, or she was just a generally messy person. She wasn't unclean or anything, but messy. I'm about 2 years dating, and her parents moved to another state, leaving her the house. A few months pass, and I'm basically living there, so she asks me to move in. She had 2 kids, one with Asperger's, and so the messiness continued, but I didn't mind picking up, since I wasn't paying anything on the house or bills. I offered but her parents took care of most of it, so I figured cleaning up was a way I could contribute. Plus I was working in teaching her kids responsibility. I gave them chores and paid them an allowance which everyone loved, so not too bad. I was a contractor at the time and was sent out of state for a job. It was 30-day job. Work 12 days straight, off 3, work another 12, leaving a 3-day buffer in case we ran into issues and fell behind. I spoke to her every night before I crashed in the hotel room. I didn't return on my 3 days off because I was tired, and frankly I enjoyed the time alone away from her and her kids. During those 3 days we talked often, but something was strange, off. I couldn't place it. She just seemed different, hyper. I arrive home, and the place is destroyed. Carpet ripped off the floors, cabinet doors broken, the front door had a window inset into it which somehow was almost falling out. The garage, which when I moved and I cleaned to work on vehicles, was filled to the ceiling. There was an addition, which was turned into the kids' playroom. It was so filthy the kids had made trails to the iron couch, to their Lego table I built for them, and to the back door, and of course from the living room entry. Not a clean dish in the house. Pizza boxes stacked up like 10 high on the kitchen table, which was full of stuff. Then by the couch she had basically not moved, it seemed. All of her trash and hobbies, and everything she did while I was gone, was within a few feet of her. She couldn't even lay all the way on the couch. And the smell. I walked in, noticing the door window seemed to not be setting correctly. I honestly thought if I closed the door too hard that the glass would fall out, so before saying hi or whatnot I take a look at it. As I'm doing that the smell hits me. It was like a dumpster of rotting food and sheet had been left in the sun. I gauged. I had to go outside and breathe. I still hadn't said anything other than yelling "it's me." When I go back and I find her on the couch laying there, she never even woke up. When I wake her she smiles and gives me a kiss, and that's it. Something is seriously wrong. That's the moment I knew, and the last straw for me. I couldn't do it. I call her dad, no answer. The kids were old enough to be on their own for a few minutes, but I asked a neighbor to keep an eye out. It was in a cul-de-sac, and one of the neighbors had a pool and let people in the cul-de-sac swim, as long as a member of the house was home, and an adult was present, so the neighbors knew one another and were friendly. It takes me about an hour, but I convince her to take a shower, because we are going for a drive, just to get out of the house. While she showers I pack her a bag. Packing items recommended on a website. Once ready we leave. I do take the long way, so we did kind of go for a drive. I try to talk to her. I get little to nothing out of her. Yes and no answers mostly. When I pull up to Lakeside Behavioral Health and admit her, she doesn't say a word. Signs the papers and is committed. I couldn't speak to her or visit for a week, but afterwards I called every night. Ever visiting hours I visited. Brought her kids once a week. She was aware I moved out. I hid nothing. Turns out she knew she had bipolar and didn't seek treatment of any kind. Her father took a job that required him to clean up this apartment complex building for renovations. And he couldn't rent a storage unit in time, so he brought all of that stuff, filling the garage and maybe 1/4 of the playroom. This apparently sent her first into a manic state, where she was going to clean the hell out of the house, for me maybe? But she quickly got overwhelmed and went into depression. I honestly have no idea how long she had been like that, but going by pizza boxes I'm going to say at least 10 days. I can think of 2. Friends of friends. It is both, but she is the more crazy. She medicates her by boyfriend, so he won't leave her. When she starts shit and goes full nice girl, the medication is actually hers, but she feels like he needs it more. Their fights usually start once they start drinking, which is all the time. Usually he tries to leave the situation by getting in his truck and leaving, drunk. She gets in her minivan and follows him, drunk. They have had full-on high-speed chases with each other, drunk. They like to brag about this shit whenever they are around a group of people too. Acquaintance/friend of friend, let's call her CB. First time we all met her she added everyone there to Facebook. Within a few days she decided/declared that she was the host's best friend. The host is one of our closest friends. Let's call her B. Fast forward a few months and we are all hanging out at BBQ and CB is there. My so and B are hanging out, talking and laughing. CB walks up and interrupts the conversation to ask my so why she removed her from Facebook and starts making a big deal about it. My so had no idea that they were no longer Facebook friends and doesn't tolerate bullshit very well. So my so made a huge deal in front of everyone about adding her on Facebook again and not knowing what happened. A week later they were not friends on Facebook anymore and CB was crying about it to B. Since this incident she has done this exact thing with 2 other people. She is still around, but we keep our distance. Edit. Keeps making the 201 point not sure why. I was hanging out with this girl a few times a week as part of a language exchange we set up ourselves. We are both single and neither of us are horribly unattractive, so there was some flirting, but it was mainly just a friendship that centered around good food and clumsy bilingual conversation. The third time we hung out she asked where my other watch was. I only have one watch. Nothing fancy, just simple and perhaps elegant, which was the center of a previous conversation. But she was convinced I had another one that she had previously seen, to the point she started getting angry with me. You can tell me the truth. I don't understand why you're lying. At first I thought she was messing with me, but she never let up, including the next few times I saw her. I tried to let it go. About a week later she told me a story of a man that was in her private swim class who wore a crucifix around his neck. One day out of the blue he apparently stopped wearing it, and she asked him why. The man was confused and said he never wore one and doesn't own one. Pattern established. Finally, about another week after that, I shared the story about how my closest friend passed away several years ago. Her response was, "Maybe you killed him," followed by her own eerily calm laughter. Found another language partner. Jesus trop vous pour ce genre de conneries. Hi. This is my first comment ever. I've been on Reddit for a year and didn't have a username or anything, but this question made me create an account. During my high school years the house we moved into was on the craziest block ever. Where to begin? My neighbor across the street was a 4'9", Lord of the Rings obsessed, had life-sized cutouts, which they had a house where you had to go outside and take a staircase to go upstairs, and all of the windows upstairs were broken out. They, and us, lived right beside an alley, so walking home we'd always go past her house to get home. I remember walking, and Eda Salama's head popped out of the upstairs window. I tell my family and no one believes me. At night you would hear pigeons screaming from her house, and my brother and I witnessed her silhouette from the kitchen as she lifted up her arm with clearly a meat cleaver and swing it down so hard you heard it hit the cutting board, and then it would be suddenly quiet. So clearly, we aren't going to fuck with her, right? One day I got my wire changed in my braces, so I'm pouting outside eating jello when all of a sudden her upstairs windows breaks open and flames and smoke are coming out. We watched as firefighters threw out cages upon cages of animals. Literally 60 plus cages of burnt rodents being tossed out. When the firefighters went upstairs the firefighter broke his leg because a faking pot-bellied pig lived up there and charged at him. Also, a faking llama. Both of those animals survived. The fire started because there was hay scattered all among the floor. Also, we had a boa constrictor loose in our neighbor for about a week. So, on to my next door neighbor, who was actually related to us. His name is Pat, but we called him Norman Bates. He lived with his 2 elderly parents, and at first everything seemed chill other than his obsession with riding his unicycle. His mother, a distant relative, had dementia and would do random things like sit in our car if the doors were unlocked, and one time actually came into our house. I found my pit bull cuddling her on the couch. Anyway, dad dies and a couple months later mom dies. Showtime, baby. At first Norman would go outside in his mom's dress. Then a week later her dress and her high heels. Next week her dress, high heels and wig. One time in the summer in the middle of the night we woke up to what I would compare the grand finale of his fireworks show. Literally 3 AM, and he lights these beaches up for at least 30 minutes. My bedroom window faced his house, so my whole family was gathered at my window watching him cracking up over it. So we honestly, The next week it escalates to him setting up a tent/campfire in his front lawn. We live in a small town, and continuing with his firework routine. But the next week was the final straw. Once again, 3 AM. Only this time Norman is in his mom's dress, heels and wig, but he has his basement door wide open, and he's in the basement digging up huge rocks while screaming, "Fuck you, you filthy bitch. You deserve hell. Hell is what you deserve." So we called the cops. He got put on schizophrenia medicine and is doing alright, but every time I travel home I see Norman riding that goddamn unicycle. This true story hurts to retell. My 8-year-old daughter was a cheerleader at a local Pop Warner football game. Her mother was watching her. Her aunt, my sister, also went to watch and support. I remained home that game. Near the end of the game, my daughter left the game with her aunt, my adult sister. Her mother, not paying attention, did not notice, but panicked about 15 minutes later. The game was halted. All players, parents, and police searched the area around the field. A poor kid was accosted and questioned hard. I get a call from the police and they requested my presence at the station. A lead detective questions me about my relationship with my wife and daughter, and why I had filed for divorce proceedings, pending at the time. I refused to answer as the questions were clearly adversarial in nature rather than helpful. An Amber Alert is issued. My daughter is located by police with her aunt in a store shopping about an hour later. Of course, my sister also failed to communicate her intention to take my daughter shopping. She sat apart from my ex-wife because they did get along. End of story? Nope. But here's where it gets weird. I come home one day and a well-known Chicago TV news anchor is in my yard on a tire swing with my soon-to-be ex-wife laughing and carrying on. She had agreed to a TV interview about the efficacy of Amber Alerts, and being a person desperate for attention, agreed to the TV interview. I attempted in vain to convince her it was a private matter, and that her inability to watch the child and communicate with another adult had led to this conclusion. She ignored my request. It got aired. We were fully embarrassed as a family, and my daughter, now in her mid-20s, still has major resentment over the issue and how it affected her at school with the other children. TLDR, my ex-wife failed to properly watch her daughter at an event, called the police, and then went on TV not caring how the embarrassment would affect the child. Guess I'm late, but my best friend at the time started dating one really good friend from my girlfriend. She was actually really nice, pretty, interesting. The only thing is that her family was crazy and, in some cases, abusive. We used to mention how amazing it was that she was so kind and happy. We did some couples activities, but, honestly, that year we couldn't see each other too much. Well, fast forward 1 year, and we're on my friend's birthday party. Her mother got him a couple of cactus and so did his girlfriend. When she saw that she had the same present as her mother-in-law, things went batshit crazy. First she shouted, like a lot. Then she cried. Then she asked for some time alone, and she just ran away. The poor boyfriend was still processing the information when, like 20 seconds later, she came back, crying and shouting, because no one cared about her and etc. She threatened to kill herself, then she apologized, and then she ran away again. From the present giving time to her running away the second time, there were no more than 50 minutes, I promise. She had a lot of issues. She cheated several times on her boyfriend, and so did he, and while he was okay about it, he didn't consider it a serious relationship. She was completely destroyed every time she, or he, cheated on the other. The latest news I have on her is that they broke up, and he used her for sex for a year or so, but then she moved on. My previous neighbors were developing a rep for being a bit of trouble, parents and the kids. She would let the kids run everywhere unsupervised. My kids went over to their house to play one day, and they said there was dog shit everywhere in the house, most of it crusted to the floor/carpets. Mental note, my kids won't be playing with those kids anymore. One day the mom popped by one day and asked if the two older boys could play at my house for a bit. She had something urgent to do. I reluctantly said sure, for the kids. That was at 10 AM. After lunch, around 1:30 PM, we had planned on going out, so we took the kids home. Nobody answered. I got a cell number from her neighbor and called. No answer. I wasn't able to get a hold of her until 11:30 p.m. when she finally rolled in to pick up her kids. I told her they were sleeping upstairs and I'd send them over in the morning and that she better be home or I would start making other phone calls. Then we hear stories of her kids going around taking baseball bats to other people's cars. The kids doing this were 6 and 8 years old. Then a few weeks later they were found jumping on top of other people's cars. Then her 3-year-old gets lost one day and is returned to her 4 hours later. He was found by a construction worker who had this kid in a diaper show up while he was framing a house. Imagine framing a house, full construction site, sitting in a house full of nails, and in walks a 3-year-old in a diaper with no shoes or anything. The kid couldn't even tell the guy where he lived. I only knew this because my brother-in-law is best friends with the guy that found the baby. Apparently when he returned the kid to her, she yelled at him for endangering her kid. We called CPS. It started with some fiscally irresponsible stuff at first. Red flags to an adult I'd imagine, but for a 10-year-old I thought he was a baller. My uncle worked as a coder for Apple I think, and every year he would buy a new Porsche. Once he hit about 5 Porsches that he stored in various odd places. That is, Walmart parking lots, storage containers, things like that. He traded them all in for 5 brand new ones. He did this every year for about 3 years before he became homeless. He then told everyone he was a vampire and started doing heroin. My aunt housed him and tried to get him clean. When I was 16 he went completely off the rails. Everything seemed fine for a while. He was clean and had a job again, even though his credit was faked. Then one day, when I was over, he stripped completely naked, hopped in my aunt's car covered in feces and urine and drove to the La River. If you follow Brand towards the zoo you'll find the bridge, and jumped off. Haven't heard from him since. I learned after the fact he had abused my aunt and spent all her money right before he left. Edit. I forgot one day he showed up to my class at this MMA gym I would go to and tried fighting my instructor. Edit 2. The Porsches were used, not from the dealership. Not sure if that detail matters. Had a guy follow me from a college class we shared to the cafeteria a few times. I thought he was just socially awkward and not picking up my leave me alone vibe. Then he straight up followed me from shared class to cafeteria, across campus into my class he wasn't in. Rest of the story, I gave him my home number with 2 wrong digits hoping he would go away. He figured out the wrong digits and called. This was before everyone's info was easily accessible online. How many numbers did this guy try before calling the right one? I asked my dad and my sister, who was on the same campus, to run backup for me at that point, and the guy went away. Had a car walker wheel call before being an itch. Some time ago who was rude and a total B to my face, but not in front of other people. She was someone everyone loved because she smiled big and laughed a lot. I think she dropped that facade with me because I had her figured out a few months before anyone else. It started when she called me at home one day to tell me off about some Facebook post that wasn't related to her, but she took unreasonably personally and got defensive. Lots of stuff happened. Fast forward to the day she told me off for how much of a bitch I was to another coworker I was friends with. I go to apologize, and the friend had no idea what I was talking about. We decided B was projecting. That was the moment it was confirmed for me that B was crazy. Extra confirmed when she got fired, essentially for being, well, a B. A family member on my husband's side. It was confirmed when she accused my mom and sister of purposely throwing out a flower she liked when we were prepping my wedding flowers. She had put it on a different table so she wouldn't lose it. I had this one girl I knew from my freshman year that one of my friends had a thing for, so she was always at parties he held and stuff like that. She was a typically expansively rich girl and always seemed a little off, but I just assumed I didn't know her well enough. That was until there was this one time we were walking back from a party. A different friend, we will call him Jay, her, and myself were all headed to the same area of dorms and decided to walk together. Jay and I had been talking the whole party and he seemed like a dude who was going through a rough time. He decided to leave the party because he felt like he was going to have an anxiety attack from all the people. On our way back, He had a moment and started telling us everything that was going. It was some heavy shit. Parents' divorce, his dad severely beating him, his time he had spent homeless, his abusive ex, his diagnosed mental disorder, and just things along those lines. The man was tearing up. As he is going on, every time he took a breath the girl would talk about how she could relate to that trauma, because she is a woman in an engineering field. She would try and cut him off, to constantly add in parts of her life story and drive the conversation towards herself. None of it was things that made sense. I seriously remember her saying, "Yeah, your dad beating you sounds rough." Last semester, this one kid I was working in a group project with said he didn't like my design. It really hurt my feelings. It was insanely infuriating. Needless to say, I convinced her that me and him needed to head to another part of campus, just so we could ditch her, and he could finally talk to someone who gave a shit. I see her around campus and just stay as far away from her as possible. The self-absorption became so more noticeable if I ever interacted with her after that. Such an asshole. Edit. Clarifying, the whole part that was infuriating wasn't that she struggled as a woman in an engineering field. Women do struggle in engineering fields and that is an issue. It was more that struggles in one's career path do not come close to equal the trauma that comes from parental abuse and homelessness. The way she was attempting to steer the conversation was to prove that she had struggled just as much as him and that she needed the sympathy that was being focused on him just as much. That was the part that showed her colors and made me feel disgusted. In HS, I rode the public bus to and from school every day. There was another kid who I went to school with that also lived in the same complex as me, so he took the same route and got off with me at my stop. I never spoke to him, barely even looked at him, because I always had a book/sketchbook and had my earbuds on at all times. After a few months, I noticed that he seemed to be following me. He'd walk closely behind me after getting off at the bus stop, never say a word. When I'd walk my dogs, I could see him watching me from his balcony. When I waved at him once, just to tell him I see him, he was quick to retreat inside. But he still kept peeking at me every time after that. After that, he started walking beside me after getting off the bus. I'd slow or speed up, and he would noticeably keep pace with me. Again, never said a word to me. And it made me really uncomfortable, so sometimes I'd call my dad and have a conversation until I was inside, just to have that security. So one day, I got off the bus and walked in the opposite direction of home to avoid the dude. There's a church right across from the bus stop, so I ran over and hid inside the church doors. When I peeked around the corner, I could see him standing at the bus stop, looking around as if he was waiting for me. I was extremely uncomfortable at that point and stayed in the doorway for 30 minutes just to make sure he was really gone. I did this a few times until he gave up on waiting for me and would just walk ahead. Luckily, I graduated not longer after this and got a car. Haven't been on the bus and I haven't seen him since. Creeped me the hell out. Well, me and one of my close friends were grabbing dinner one night in the university cafeteria. We did this every night just because, for a week or so we saw this girl sitting off by herself, so we invited her to join us. She seemed super cool, but just didn't know how to introduce herself. After about a week or two of us hanging out just about every night, she starts to open up to us. Talking about how she is getting over a rough breakup and how her ex did all these horrible things to her. We felt bad for her and let her talk about it for a while. Then later that night she showed us some meme she found on Instagram. We laughed and asked her what her account is so we could follow her. She got super defensive about it. Why do you want to know? So you can stalk me and see if I'm telling the truth? Well, I'm you assholes. Then we knew something was up, but we thought maybe it was the alcohol talking. Should have thought better. After knowing her for about a month, she finally let slip her ex's name. It was a guy I hung out with probably 2 to 3 times a week. And he had told me that his ex was a compulsive liar before. Now maybe there is another John Smith here. I was wrong. Eventually she broke and told my friend that her best friend passing away was nowhere near the pain she was feeling from her breakup. Edit 1. We also had to find her sitting on the railroad tracks behind the dorms. She was sitting where a murder happened a few weeks prior. She told us she was meditating over the spurt. Edit 2. Said mother was a crazy and didn't support her going to college. Later told us her mom was paying 100% for her to go to college. I moved across country for an internship this summer, and I thought I had a big house to myself. I was told all the other roommates had gone home for the summer. Kinda lonely, but cold been worse. Then, a few days later, a dude shows up. I was surprised as hell, and so was he, since he had no idea I lived there. Awkward at first, but after 10 minutes we realized we were really similar. So we spent our time talking basketball/engineering. It was freaking awesome for the first 2 weeks. He was a homie for sure. Then a couple weeks later, we decided to go out for my 21st. All was good. Him and other friends got me way too drunk, but made it home safe. Wake up the next morning to him crying on the phone to his ex-girlfriend. After that, calls his mom. I hear him asking for money, like $1,500 worth. Ends the phone call by saying, "Mommy, can I call you mommy? Because you're my mommy. Good night." Hangs up. So I go downstairs to see 2 bottles of Burnett's that were crushed, and it's like 10 AM at this point, so I'm super worried. Tell him to go sleep it off and he does. After he woke up he tells me his background check didn't go through, so he missed out on his perfect job opportunity. He had a few drunken public offenses I guess. Wish I would have known that before. The next day I'm on my way home from work, and he tells me to pick him up by at a restaurant. No biggie, 2-minute drive from home. When I pick him up has belligerent, smelling like cigs, and said they fired me too late, my signing bonus went through. He got like $10k from his job, who did his background check too late. He then spent the rest of summer getting blackout drunk during the day, being a slob, and telling me he's the smartest person in the world. Nobody can stop my genius from shining, and a lot of weird shit that made me uncomfortable. TLDR, moved across the country with a roommate, went out drinking which set him off on a 6 to 7 week alcoholic binge, while being a trashy weirdo. There was a Mormon girl that I was pretty okay friends with in high school. She was a junior, I was a sophomore. She was pretty nerdy and awkward but nice enough. So she finds out I'm a Protestant, and since she had a crush on me, decides to try and convert me. Now I love to learn. I also love to debate, so I didn't mind learning about the Mormon faith. She gives me her Book of Mormon and tries to get me to convert, so we can date one day at school. After that she stops talking to me for a few weeks and I just think she lost interest. Fast forward a year and I'm walking the 2 miles home from school, and I notice her and her brother walking home in the same direction I'm going. And I think what the hell, might as well catch up with an old friend. So we walk together and talk for a bit and end up turning at different points on our way home. She looked a little uncomfortable, but that was normal for her. So I turn into my neighborhood and see her and her brother coming down the street, even though they turned a good 5 blocks before me. Turns out they lived in the same area as me. Small world, right? Well, the next day I get called to the principal's office with her and the principal standing there with this girl screaming that I was stalking her and that I should be punished. The principal asks her to step outside and I tell him what I'm telling you guys, that I happened to catch them walking home and thought I'd catch up with an old friend and didn't know she lived near me at all. The principal ends up letting me go and lets her off with a warning for making up rumors, but she doesn't stop there. She kept giving me dirty looks throughout the semester and I basically washed my hands of her. Her younger brother tried threatening me on my way home once, and I told him to fuck off. I haven't seen either of them in years now. Couple of months ago, went on a set-up double date by my best friend, his girlfriend, and her friend. As soon as I meet up with them, my friend pulls me aside and says she has a kid. Not crazy yet, but I'm already out because I'm 21. We go kayaking and drink a few beers. While we're at it, we all drank about the same and were pretty lucid. Until she loses her shit and starts screaming about anything on the lake. She eventually capsizes her kayak on purpose, so I had to go save her. I drag her and her boat back on shore. She's hammered and then starts trying to drive her car. After us begging her not to, I try to pull her out of the driver's seat when she decides to yell rap and starts backing her car up, hitting me with the open door. It's only like 8 PM at a popular lake spot with plenty of people around. Eventually we, and bystanders, talk her out of the car and we bring her back to my place to sober up. She chills out for a bit, but then insists on driving home again, still sloshed. We tell her she has to wait or call an Uber and block her exit while she tries to storm out. She then starts throwing faking hands while I'm just blocking my face and absorbing them. I yell out something along the lines of "Holy shit, stop, you're abusive." To which she does stop and calmly replies, "Yeah, a lot of my ex-boyfriends were abusive. I kind of like it." That brought things from crazy to sad crazy. And she has a kid. I just felt bad at the end of the night. TLDR, crazy abusive bitch likes being abused. I was dating a guy that was stupid hot and amazing in bed. Looking back, I missed a lot of red flags, but after a month or so, he had all but moved into my apartment. My roommate had even started preparing/planning for 3 people in the house instead of 2. I was 18 to 19 at the time, so maybe I'm the crazy one for letting him move in after knowing him a month. But I was stigmatized and just let it happen. To be clear, I paid my rent during this time and helped him make his when he came up short, even though he didn't step foot in his apartment for at least 3 weeks. After he started sleeping at my place, I kept us fed, and he was never asked or expected to chip in or anything. It's a normal weekday a little bit more than a month after he had claimed the other side of my bed. I was off work and reading a magazine in my armchair. He was sitting at the desk on the opposite wall immersed in some new bauble he acquired at an estate sale. He had the eye of a magpie when it came to stones/gems and shiny antiques of dubious value, and would not even consider the notion that wealthy people would ever wear costume jewelry. Doing futile online research and trying to find a non-existent stamp proving it was gold after all, he had a very I'll show them all mindset. Anyway, I decided I was hungry and I went into the kitchen and put a pizza in the oven. 15 minutes later, I bring it back, place it on the bed between the armchair and the desk, and proclaim I made a pizza before. Going back to my magazine. I'm a pretty quiet person. Small talk really isn't my thing, and he was in his own little world for the time being. I knew he would eventually admit defeat, sell whatever he had been obsessing over, until the next thing caught his eye, like a bizarro Antiques Roadshow. He doesn't touch the pizza, and then when it has gotten cold, and I go to put it in the fridge, he stops me, sits me down and calmly says, "When you made that, do you know how rude you were? You just sat it down and ate, and never offered me any." I was honestly taken aback. I had not intended to come off that way at all. I placed it exactly in between us and thought that, since we had been sharing damn near everything for the past month, it went without saying. I apologized genuinely for taking him for granted. In hindsight, what? We had decent makeup sesh, and I went to bed thinking I was the asshole, but in the morning I would be more mindful of my actions towards those I cared about. No joke, dude got in my head bad. 4 to 5 days pass, and things are business as usual. This time however he's in the chair. I seem to remember him being happy that morning about his luck turning around, because some of his latest estate sale haul had turned out to be real, and so he was finally starting to come out in the black. I can't remember what he was doing, but I was working on something at the desk, and got up to go to the kitchen, and stopped before I got to the door, and asked him. Actually smiling, proud of my consciously more considerate of my boyfriend no less. "Want anything from the kitchen, babe? I'm probably gonna throw a pizza in the oven, unless you want something else. I can make that for dinner instead. It's up to you." He was turned slightly away from me and just shrugged it off with a very short nap. "I'm good." I thought it was odd given the good fae we had, but wrote it off by noting that he had calmly and rationally brought up an issue, and I had adjusted the behaviors perceived as negative. I felt like an adult as I put the pizza in the oven and grabbed a bag of PB&Ms off the counter. As I walked back into the room I held out the bag toward him in case he wanted some, and sat on the edge of my bed, pleased as punch that despite the misunderstanding, it never even caused so much as a raised voice. I remember chuckling to myself at how simple it really was, and then from behind me to my right, dude dove out of the chair toward me and violently snatched the bag of M&Ms from my hand. Keep in mind the last thing I had said to him was basically I will gladly make whatever you want for dinner, otherwise I'm making pizza, cool. So I have no idea where this is coming from. He proceeds to march in front of me, look me in the eye and say, very loudly, look at you, what the fuck do you think you are doing? I can't fucking believe you right now. You are without a doubt the worst thing that has ever happened to me. Get the fuck out of my life, and hopefully I will never see you again. He then dumped the remaining half of the large bag of M&Ms on the floor, stomped out, slammed my door, and I never saw him again. My roommate had heard all this and stuck his head in my door. I sat there, stunned and speechless. I will never wrap my head around what was going on in his, and afterward my roommate helped me see all the clues I was blind to before. I often wonder if he has found any peace, and I hope that, wherever he is doing well now. This one girl I was friends with for over 2 years was extremely clingy. We became best friends instantly because she was the type to get attached to people very quickly. However, her mentality wasn't exactly stable, but since we were both struggling with a lot of the same thing in regards to mental health, I stuck by her for a long time. Preface: a lot of these involve us two drinking, but mostly her drinking more heavily and longer throughout the day before I ever showed up. She would like to give me Ambien, whether or not I knew it, while we were drinking, so I could get faked up, and one time did it, so I could fuck her boyfriend with her, and then she posted it on her Snapchat story. She had a mental breakdown about it, and I felt like I wasn't allowed to be upset regarding what she did, because she was so unstable despite the fact I wasn't in my right mind, and taken advantage of. Edit. She freaked out because she was jealous, not because she thought at all that she might have done something wrong. I never got to express my feelings about it really, and pretended it didn't happen, or that I was down and awkwardly laughed it off. We got drunk, and she insisted we have a blood oath to become sisters, so, being the anxious girl I'm who is afraid to say no, especially regarding her, since she'd accuse me of not being there for her, I'll let her take me down to the lake by Arkansas. I was planning on just joking around about it, but she actually did it, and made me cut my hand, and burn sage around it. And the one that ended our friendship, similar to the previous one, me, her, my other best friend, and their boyfriends at the time, were just hanging and getting drunk. My other friend and the insane one disappeared into the bathroom at some point, and me and their boyfriends, also very good friends of mine, noticed they were gone for a long time, so my other friend's boyfriend went to check on them. Turned out that insane friend wanted to do a blood oath with other friend, and cut her leg so deep that she went to the hospital to get stitches. All three of us had histories with self-harm and other depression related things, so other friend was admitted to the psych hospital for 2 weeks or something, since the doctors didn't believe she didn't do it to herself. Yeah, I have a lot more stories, but these are just off the top of my head. I went on one date with someone, and they found every detail about me, sent me emails to my work email, and called my work line. After asking how she got these, she said a simple Google search does it. So I Google my name, and it takes me multiple pages to find my work email, but no phone number. She later admits she called the office and asked if she could get my direct line, because she needed a direct line to our finance department. New guy in the office, didn't think much of it. I finally tell her that is too much for me, and that I can't have someone stalking my life. Q40 texts later saying how I overreacted. How no one thinks that is crazy. She googled my name and got my work email. How I just don't want a nice girl. Already uploaded this to r/messagerals. How anyone would be lucky to have her. A few fuck you messages. How I'm not even special. Blah blah blah. I ignore them, thinking she went away. Nope. Next day my sister asked me who this girl was that's blowing up her Facebook Messenger. I tell her the story and she's like, dude, this girl is insane. Our last names aren't even the same, and she knew who I was, changed her married name. I read those messages about how I'm a piece of shit, terrible person. Someone needs to know how much I hurt this girl. I ignore it and get about 5 more texts from the girl later apologizing, asking if we can work on things because we both made mistakes. Number blocked. Makes for a good first date story when they ask if I have any crazy stories. Edited to add TLDR. Lifelong friend with then undiagnosed personality disorder got jealous of the attention I got for my mom's mental health related hospitalization. Stages a fake suicide attempt designed to scare me. Had a friend most of my life who was always kind of an oddball, but she started displaying some personality disorder traits in high school. Unbeknownst to me at the time, I just thought she had become kind of an asshole. We'll call her Carrie. I moved to a different state for college, and my mom was hospitalized for severe depression over my freshman year Christmas break, and remained in the psych ward for about 2 months. It was a rough time, and I confided in Carrie about how hard of a time I was having. Fast forward a few months later to spring break. My break was a different week than most of my friends from home, so I was one of the only people in town. Carrie had stayed local for school, so it was basically just us. At the end of my break, having seen Carrie earlier that day, a bunch of my friends at out-of-state schools started blowing up my phone asking what the fuck was going on with Carrie, and if everything was okay. Apparently she had texted out the same message to about 5 people, none of whom were nearby, stating I took pills, I'm sorry, I love you. I had not received this text, and I notably lived less than a block away from her at the time. Naturally I was freaking out, tried calling Carrie a few times, and didn't get an answer. I jumped on Facebook, because it was 2007, and saw that Carrie had posted a status that she was being hospitalized and had tagged herself at a hospital maybe 15 miles from us. I called my best friend, who had been the first to get Carrie's text, and asked if she had heard anything else from Carrie. Nope. As we were talking, Carrie was posting that she was being checked into the psych ward for a suicide attempt, etc. Remember, I had literally just gone through this with my mom a few months back. I knew you couldn't have your phone with you. Hell, we had to remove all of the drawstrings and shoelaces from her clothing, and she sure as hell wasn't allowed to have her cell phone. Now I'm getting suspicious, especially since Carrie's done attention grabbing things before, but nothing quite as big this. I hopped in my car and drove by her house. Cars are all there, and she had claimed her parents were with her at the hospital. WTF. At this point, I smell bullshit, and am next level pissed. I don't hear anything from Carrie until after I go back to campus, and at this point, I'm completely done with her. She called and left a voicemail while I was in class copying to faking a suicide attempt, knowing that it would get back to me, was jealous of the attention I had gotten from my mom's hospitalization, and that she was really sorry. She also had blocked me on Facebook by the time I got back to class, probably so that I didn't hop on her profile and call her out on her bullshit Facebook posts. We haven't spoken since, and I heard through the grapevine that she's since been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. I'm a forgiving person by nature, but leveraging such a traumatic event because she was salty that my friend supported me instead of paying attention to her is not something I could forgive, though I do hope that she's able to get better. That's a sad place to be. When I've been seeing this girl from class very casually as a friend, she was really into me from the first day after we met, and we hung out for a few hours. When we were gone apart, she wanted to see me as soon as possible, and was really wondering what I wanted with her, our relationship, or more like friendship. I was still shaky after my last breakup, and I didn't know what I wanted. She had the biggest as though, and I love as. But I tried to chill a bit, and we made some plans. She was really sexual and very hinting towards that activity or just being overly flirty. Oh, and she had anger issues and mood swings. Either way, she tried her best to get into my pants for a month. Well, I got nervous when she sort of invited herself over to my place a Saturday night, and I had a lot to drink, too much because I was just really nervous. She forced the talk to be about my ex, and I don't know exactly what happened. I know I got emotional, and somehow it led to intercourse that I'm pretty sure of, in all that drunkenness. The day after, we were in my bed, naked and all. We were somewhat cuddling, I'm not sure. I woke up, she woke up shortly after and just moved away from me and said we probably shouldn't see each other anymore. And I'm like, did I just get used? Got me all drunk, got what she wanted, and now she's ending point it all? She was all up in my grill all the time for a whole month. I even took her in one night, got her drunk as home to me, 5 a.m. in the morning, after a 2-hour discussion on the phone, while she was off in a random area in town. She was not local, and we didn't have sex that time. I felt so used. She left shortly after. Later on, she just froze me out in school, freaked out over assignments, and blamed me for most of the things that went wrong. We ended up in a 4-person group, her and 2 of her friends and me, after the awkward ending at my place. They ganged up on me when I didn't wanna half-ass the assignments. I later switched group without telling them. I couldn't take it anymore. They had a secret meeting for one assignment without me, and had planned that they've already chosen their material, and I got what's left. I switched to a wonderful group without telling them. They raged over me leaving, but I was bullied, and the girl didn't take my side even once. Then later I got messages that said, "It was nice seeing you in class equals. Can't we be friends and more again?" No. She then explained that she distanced herself, so I wouldn't catch feelings for her, or whatever. But she already got her multiple chances. This is just crazy and I'm out. I kept answering her messages out of just being nice. I'm glad I met another girl that was very lovely during the bullying time, which lasted for 2 months or so, 1 assignment each week. Sorry for long post, don't stick dick in crazy, and I haven't even told everything. There's way more. The straws ran out a long time ago. Most recently, it was how Trump was causing trade troubles with China, and how it affects them directly. Trust me, it really doesn't at all. Every time my mother or sister open their mouths, at any time, everything to the extreme, emotions, blame on others to the point of bitterness, criticizing and looking down on others, while placing themselves high on a pedestal, and so much anger, and focused hatred at everything around them. My cousins, aunts, and uncles want zero to do with them. Car accident? The other guy's fault. Bump into a table? The person who put it there. Late for an appointment? Not their fault. I can't stand it when we go out to have dinner, because the bitterness and criticism starts to manifest itself in whatever food is placed in front of them, the waitress serving the table, or the volume of the surrounding crowd. My kids are afraid and don't want anything to do with either of them, and I cannot blame them because they get targeted far too often. They are too young to fully grasp what is going on, and it is frustrating. My mother somehow managed to blame me and get really angry, like I was the cause of all the world's ills, angry for getting my grandmother's gravestone carved with the date of her passing. Yeah, the straws were gone a long time ago. My friend's wife, who is a child psychiatrist, got to meet my mother years ago and said to me, she needs help. That is borderline personality disorder. I never knew what to call it, but have read up about it, and sure enough the shoe is fitting. They have refused multiple occasions to get help, saying that they are the ones who are okay, and that it is everyone else who is ruining their world. I fear for myself. There was a girl in my friend group in college. Throughout the years our friend group was constantly just getting in arguments and drama. One day that girl and her roommate got into an argument and weren't speaking. I tried to give the girl a listening ear for quite a while. She was angry at her roommate, who is in our friend group, and at her suitormate. She then just faking spiraled out of control. She started talking shit about my sweet mates, and how they were mean to her, and probably talking shit about her. They weren't. I went to her room to talk to her, and she was explaining to her other friend why she was so mad. It was because her roommate was closing the door, and it wasn't completely silent. I then realized this bitch is crazy. She also started talking shit about my roommate, which was pushing me to the edge. My roommate is super sweet and never talked badly of anyone. The final straw that broke the camel's back is when she didn't show up to school after a long weekend. I was worried because she's attempted suicide before. She wouldn't answer my texts or calls all day, and I spent the whole day very worried. She then just faking waltz in the place like oops sorry, and I told her to go fuck herself. She left before the last semester senior year, and our friend group had zero drama and we were all getting along. Go figure. Also, I found out she was supposed to be on medication and going to counseling after she attempted suicide before. But the school wasn't keeping up with it, and she just wasn't on any meds or getting any counseling. I've got many more stories of this girl, but this about sums it up. I used to be best friends with this girl. She did things that looking back were quite weird. Anyway, I got a boyfriend, and it was someone in our friend circle, so him and I started hanging out lots. I didn't hang out with her any less, but she started to get really jealous. She eventually started dating another one of my friends, and intentionally started not inviting me to things I would usually get invited to, but would always invite me on dates instead. I was like, well, that's weird, but it was her first boyfriend, so I guess she wasn't really aware of how to act with him or something. Then one day I was in a Discord chat with my boyfriend and to their friends when a bunch of messages started appearing in the main chat. It was her and her boyfriend arguing. At first I was like whatever, but then I saw her talking about rap. She said that he rapped her and then admitted that she'd lied about it. I was shook to say the least. From that point on she got worse and worse, so I just did my best to put distance between us, and so did a lot of my closest friends. She tried to claw her way back into my life by forcing me to have a meeting with our school's guidance counselor, but the counselor said, "Stop trying to force people to be friends with you. I don't live in that town anymore, but I still get dirty looks when I get the train home to visit my family and friends at the weekend. Peace. Sorry for how bad my English is. It is my first language, I'm just bad at it." When my, now no longer, friend wanted me to take her out to dinner, take her laser tagging, and throw a party in celebration of her divorce, she cheated on her husband with an old boyfriend right after they got married, was abusive towards him, emotionally, mentally, and physically, belittled him in front of all our friends, spent all his money, was embarrassed of his job, he's in the military mind you, was demanding of attention from men and women, and was horrible to her mother and her sister. I told her no, I'm not throwing her a divorce party. She proceeded to go into full rage via text, called me a joke of a woman. I treat her like a child cause I called her out on her BS. I'm just jealous of her. I'm just a terrible person. There's so much more she said, but I don't feel like listing it all. I talked to her in person to try and get an explanation from her, but she just did the same thing. Everyone is horrible except for her. Type of crap. I haven't spoken to her since March, and I'm so happy about that. I've known her for 10 years, and every year we would have a falling out, because she would do something to purposefully harm me, or my family/friends. She's even attempted to blackmail me. She's currently residing in another state, and living with the boyfriend she cheated on her ex-husband with. No friends, no family, nothing. When she called me a joke of a woman I finally knew she was nuts. It took 10 years to understand, but my life is so much more peaceful and easier without her in it. She left her husband, quit her job, bought a brand new vehicle after quitting, so she could come visit us 5 hours away. When she showed up she was not the same person we've known over the years. Many scurril moments when trying to hold a normal conversation with her that we've been able to do so often. She also wanted to go to Goodwill so we went, and she dropped over $200 cash on clothes. Her new vehicle was shoved full of her clothes from floor to ceiling already before this purchase. It ends with her requesting to use our bathroom before continuing on her road trip, which of course is quite reasonable. She was in there for an hour and a half with no shower or running water, and when she got out she ran out the front door and then asked us to help her with her GPS in her new car. After she sped out of the neighborhood going at least 50 miles per hour plus we thought she was gone. Nope. 4 AM the next morning we get a text if she can come back. She was gone from our place for 6 hours and still in town. We politely declined and were going out of town. 2 days later she reaches out that she totaled her new car and was only 20 minutes from our house. Her new car was smaller and couldn't hold all of her belongings and she wanted to give us two 32-inch curved monitors that wouldn't fit. We drove to meet up at the junkyard and sure as shit her new car was totaled. She hadn't a clue what she hit. Her 2 curved monitors were packed in her new car already, and we unpacked them to put into our car because they didn't fit in hers. In my young and impressionable late teens, I got my first girlfriend. Let's call her ZQ. I met ZQ through an online game together and apparently she fell for me because one day she asked me to date her. I accepted, which was mistake number 1. It was a long distance relationship with us living in different US states, so most things I learned of ZQ were over Skype. The first red flag I really ignored was when she shared her religious beliefs. She was Wiccan, which is fine, but she added some other beliefs on top of it, like the ability to astral project at people and interact with them. I don't remember the other outlandish things she believed, but at the time I didn't realize her beliefs fell far outside the norm. Other Wiccan friends of mine told me that ZQ was bsing me, but I wasn't sure, naive as I was. Accepting her beliefs was mistake number 2. Since we were in the same guild in our game, and we were both officers, arguments would break out sometimes. Any argument ZQ got in would usually end with her saying something that made no sense. Maybe that isn't weird on its own, but the things she said were far out weird. Like as in, they had no relation to the topic at hand, even tangentially. Like, for example, we might be arguing about who should run our guild storage and she would say things like, then why is my lamp on? Something along those lines. It was like she was trying to win via mass confusion. I remember she would do that and everyone involved would reply with what? And stop talking for a few moments, as if trying to parse what she said. Usually ZQ would take this as a chance to keep arguing. I wish I had chat logs, but that was 10 years and 3 computers ago. I ignored these weird arguments and continued dating, which was mistake number 3. We did eventually break up. I decided she wasn't for me, and it had nothing else to do with other things she said or did, but we decided to keep friendly terms, so we would talk occasionally. Then I learned of the things she said to my family. I was away for a while and wasn't able to contact anyone for several weeks. My sister told me years later that, during this time, ZQ would look up my family members' information, get their phone number, and call them. She would tell them how much she loved me, and tell them how many kids we would have. After I found out, that was it. I cut ties. Apparently, since then, ZQ married some other poor guildie, and moved to some European country. I've since been marginally better at figuring out when I should say no to girls. I met this girl on a dating app several years ago. At first, she seemed really amazing. She's very pretty and seemingly an adorable personality. I thought we hit it off really well and looked forward to a second date. We had a couple dates, but after not being able to get more than a hug, I put away the idea of having anything more than a friend. As soon as I showed a lack of interest for her in that way, things changed. She would call me and go on a big rant about how someone had wronged her or something that happened, and she just needed someone to talk to, etc. At first, I was happy to oblige. I stupidly thought that this was my chance. The sheet progressively got more and more crazy. The day I decided she was nuts, she lived in a dorm at her Bible college. She calls me one day and she is really upset because everyone at school is mad at her and are wrongfully accusing her of tearing another girl's pants to shreds. Her version of the story was she had borrowed the pants, washed them and the dryer did it. Even when she told me, I asked her if it was true, and she actually believed it in her nutty little head or just was committed to the lie. After that I started to avoid her more and more. The more you tried to escape her, the more she would do to try to keep you where she could manipulate you. The last time we hung out, she asked me to take her shopping for panties. Seriously, like it was a turn on or something. My dad's cousin. Like an aunt to me. Technically cousin, but like 30 plus years older. Some background info. Great aunt and uncle were the closest non-immediate family I had growing up. Spent most holidays with them. Great uncle passed a few years ago. My brother, mom, and I schemed to drive 2+ hours each to be home to surprise my dad for his 55th. There is also a party with his friends and coworkers one evening. Great aunt is invited, but it being winter, going to be dark, and she doesn't drive much anymore anyways. She is fine with not being there. She would not have known anyone else at the party. It wasn't logical to have me/brother drive 1h each way to pick her up and take her home. Weeks later we find out cousin is pissed about this. How could you leave her alone that night? And such. So hates my mom now. Stops all communication with mom. Tries to go through dad, who is an accountant in tax season and works till 8 PM at least. Cousin asks me for dad's email info and stuff. Gave her the joint email that my mom 100% manages that she already had. Cousin also gets pissed that dad has stopped playing trivia crack with her. Works 12-hour days course tax season. Mom tells her this. Cousin gets more pissed, cause she could somehow tell my dad played one game of trivia crack with my mom on a Sunday. So now mom is lying to her. Practically tells dad it's her or me lol. They celebrated their 30th this year, so now cousin and dad don't talk. So trivia crack caused a rift between my dad and his cousin. Thanks a lot, devs of it, if you read this. /s anyways, I'm pretty much the only one in the family she talks to still. The other side of the family doesn't talk to her at all either for similar shit back in the 90s. Thought they were all being crazy, but found the common denominator. My wedding was the worst experience of my life. Especially the planning phase. I married into a rich family and my mother-in-law wanted a big wedding to show off about and wanted to do everything her way. It was a daily task to deal with her BS. One day she would be like, do your parents really need to invite so many of their relatives to a wedding I'm paying for? She constantly fought me to wear the same dress as me. As time went on it became clear the only way she could get her way was to hide things from me about the wedding. For example, it was agreed a certain percentage of guests would be from my side, so to lower my numbers and increase hers she just hid the total number of guests the wedding planner told her the hall could accommodate. Anyway, I guess I always knew she was faking insane, but the last straw came a few months before the wedding. She found and read my diary and used the information inside to convince her husband I was a money-hungry brat who wanted to take advantage of them and their money, and therefore my involvement in the wedding had to be curbed, and my parents who were manipulative gold diggers should be reprimanded for their daughter's behavior. I wrote things like I'm just wearing diamonds and rubies for the pre-wedding party lol. Which they interpreted to mean I'm just wearing diamonds and rubies lol, these people give me trash to wear. When anyone who knows me knows I meant oh yeah super casual, just wearing some faking diamonds the size of a baby's head, no big deal lol. What is my life? This is insane. The reason the diary reading really made me see her as truly insane is because these were the lengths she was willing to go to get the wedding she wanted. Forget the fact that it was a gross violation of my privacy. She didn't even consider the effect it would have on her own son and her relationship with us post-wedding. In all honesty, I did not want to get married after that. I felt completely pressured to stay by everyone around me. I love my husband dearly. I sometimes catch myself daydreaming about him, and we've been together for 10 years. He's something from a dream, but his parents' actions have seriously impacted our marriage and my mental health. TLDR, mother-in-law read my diary and used the information in there to convince her husband I was a gold digger. So this actually started happening a month ago when my grandfather passed away. My aunt, grandfather's daughter, suddenly started to go through like a midlife crisis immediately following his death. One weekend she abruptly decided to go to an Amazon workshop about 4 hours away in the next state over, leaving her husband of 17 years to watch their 3 kids. When she came back, it turns out that she mysteriously got chlamydia, and she proceeds to blame it on my uncle, her husband, for giving it to her. He then goes to get tested, and he comes back negative. She doesn't believe that, so he goes and gets a second test, again, negative. So she says she's met some friends at the Amazon workshop, and the next week she goes there to hang out with them and stay at their place for about 10 days. She then comes back home for 4 days, and then proceeds to leave again, this time for 14 days. Since mid-August she's spent a total of 37 days hanging out with friends, as she puts it. So my uncle has finally had enough, and she's been pushing for a separation/divorce. So my uncle changes the locks to the house on the advice of his lawyer. She comes back from one of her trips and realizes what he's done, so she calls the cops. After a good bit of time with the cops talking to lawyers, the cop finally tells her that my uncle isn't doing anything illegal, and they give her an hour to gather her things and leave the property. She faking flips out. She starts accusing my uncle of assault, sexual assault, rap, and best of all, of having an affair with my mom, aunt's sister. This is all in front of the cops. She calls my cousins out of school so they can see what your father is doing to your poor mother. My cousins are sick of her shit by now though, and they side with their dad. She starts accusing them of not loving her after all that she's done for them and all that. So yeah, my aunt has gone from a loving and generous person to faking batshit insane. Oh, and I forgot the best faking parts. My aunt and uncle have a joint checking account, which is where my uncle's pension and social security are deposited. She has been spending all his money from the joint account by giving money away to random people and buying shit off Amazon for her friends, even though she has tens of thousands of dollars stashed away from my grandfather's life insurance. Also, before he locked her out, my aunt tried to blackmail my uncle into giving her the house, continue paying the mortgage on the house, and keeping his truck and motorcycle in return for him moving in with his mom 6 hours away and coming back on the weekends to watch the kids while she goes partying. If not, she said she had felony stuff on my uncle and she would use it. My uncle has no felony sheet. I talked to this one girl constantly, like in person at work and on Facebook Messenger. I never had the balls to ask her out. I probably would have been declined. Then she ignored me at outside venue, and that kinda was the defining moment for me that my brain isn't wired like everyone else. Then I just stopped talking to her. Occasional hi. It's not like we ended in bad terms. We are still friendly to each other. I just don't talk to her as much. When I left my last job on last day, she was like, we should get a lunch or something. Not like her and me, but like the group of friends at work. Unfortunately, it was my last day there, but she knew my new job was still in the same city, so she was like, let's plan later. We never did. I relocated to the same city she lived in, not because of her, but it was a center point to the downtown, my work and my parents' place. I figured if I ever ran into her, I wanted to apologize for my behavior. Like I said, we are still in friendly terms, we just don't hang out or talk to each other, but if we run into each other it'll be cordial and we'll have a friendly conversation. We are still friends on Facebook, so I see her stuff occasionally, not stalking way. She's engaged to a great guy and I'm happy for them. But yeah, reflecting on my past, I'd say I'm wired a little different. I'm trying to correct it. I forgave my past self, and I'm trying to improve my present to make it better for my future self. This summer was the craziest shit for me. I started seeing this dude. He seemed great, and we got on really well. We had so much in common. He had siblings, was from England, sadly came from an abusive home, was a model and an actor. Seems too good to be true, doesn't it? Aha, it was. He made up siblings using pics of his ex-girlfriends as one of his sisters, and then the other was just some girl he'd never met, on Instagram. He told me he was a lord from England, and when I called bullshit, he showed me a birth certificate. The man faked a birth certificate. I'm young, so I didn't know any better. There was a chance that this stuff could be real. Crazier stuff has happened. Nope. After a month of having this man glued to me and not spending a single night apart, I wanted a night alone after a shift of work. That's when I get a snap where he's got a huge cut on his side, bleeding profusely, and he's saying his mum had cut him because she was angry with him. Aha. Well, I finish my shift and go over to his place, trying to tell him to go to the hospital because he clearly needs stitches. We go the next morning. The police show up because it's a domestic disturbance, and I find out he's not in fact 23 like he said, but 27. No big deal. I don't know why he lied. It all unraveled from there. I got frustrated after this, said he couldn't stay with me anymore because he showed no real interest in telling the truth. So the next day, he sliced his arm open, nearly bleeding out. Guess who had to make sure he got to the hospital? He passed out right in front of it after I was screaming at him through the phone that I did not want to be seen as responsible for this and that he wasn't going to do this to make me feel guilty. Wildly enough, it took another month or so for me to tell him to fuck off. He had manipulated me that much, made me think he loved me and all that, all in like 2 months. In 7th grade, I made a new friend who we'll call Tina. She lived in a nearby town and was definitely an outcast, but she seemed nice enough, so I befriended her. We had a lot of classes and the same lunch wave together, thus we saw each other the majority of each school day. Our friendship was the typical preteen besties situation. We had friendship bracelets, dumb nicknames, boy talk at sleepovers, etc. We were super close. But as the months went on, she started to get too close. She'd leave me poems on my desk and random gifts here and there. When I injured my knee later that year, she refused to let anyone else bring me food or help me with my books. For a second, I was worried that she might have a crush on me, but from the way she talked about boys, I doubted she had any homosexual tendencies. Things started piecing together when some of my stuff started going missing. A calculator, a notebook, and specifically the things that other friends had given to me. She was trying to get rid of anything in my life that wasn't her, and even more, she was trying to become me. Her dress, the people she was hanging out with, everything. The last straw was when she stole my sketchbook, which had all of my art from that year as well as a bunch of personal stuff. It was found in her locker after I asked the counselor to investigate. Luckily we didn't see each other much when we went to high school, and I think she moved on. Certified crazy there. No one is going to see this now, but it's just too much of a perfect question to pass up on. As of today I realized a girl from Tinder that I never met was insane. We had spoken for like 3 days. She always replied within seconds and always wrote a few more messages within like 20 minutes, so I'd get a new notification. I liked it at first, she showed initiative. But it quickly became very annoying, and she started asking when we could meet, and that she really liked speaking to me. Today I didn't reply on Snapchat, didn't even open it. For all she knew I could've been asleep, forgotten my phone, or just busy at work. I opened up her messages on Snapchat. And it was 3 of them just being amateurs, so I'd get a notification, and one good morning text, and the last one being is everything okay? Or did I do anything wrong? I wrote that she was being very annoying, and that I honestly couldn't take it anymore. So I blocked her on Tinder and on Snapchat. She didn't have my Instagram or anything else. She then within like 2 minutes had found my Instagram and me saying, "Did you block me? I'd like an explanation," and she got one already. I just wrote, "This is just showing how much you're freaking me out. I'd love to not feel pressured to text anyone, and especially someone I don't really know at all." Blocked her on Instagram, and haven't heard from her for a few hours. Here's hoping I won't ever again. Went to high school with a guy a little older than me that always seemed pretty cool. I start university and see him there. Turns out he served in the military before getting started. I'd see him every now again, and we'd talk about aircraft carriers and stuff. Pretty chill guy. One day I'm walking with another friend and I see the guy. I tell my friend that this dude is pretty cool, and he joins us. He starts talking about girls and normal stuff, but then it gets weird. He starts going on about how he's 25 and never had a girlfriend. I thought the guy was average looking and thought that was pretty odd. Then he starts going on about how all the girls at school are just so scantily dressed and beautiful and he can't take it anymore, and how he feels like he's just going to have to rap them. He eventually departs and my friend and I are just looking at each other wide-eyed. 10 years go by and I'm suing my ex for custody. She works for the welfare office and I go there with a friend to serve her papers because she's hiding out. I'm at her work trying to get her pinned down and get out of there. I'm wearing a black suit. I get her served and see the guy from college. His hair is a mess, clothes tattered, eyes all over the place, and he has a weird unusual grin. He looks at me like he recognizes me, and I just reply with a brief, "Hey man, on my way out," and he just points at me and says, "It's Winston Churchill," and stares at me on my way out with the same dull smiling expression. After that I recalled a time I saw him walking down the street. Good chance he was talking to myself. I told the friend from the original part about it. His libertarian views on mental adjudication and guns shifted a little to the left that day. At least that time I hadn't told anyone. I thought he was a cool guy. God, I could go on with this one. Ex-friend of mine was super manipulative, but at the time I couldn't bring myself to discontinue the friendship despite red flags everywhere. She had the constant need to be right, even when she was very wrong, and if you brought up something showing where she was wrong she would deny she ever said/did whatever it was, even if she just said/did such and such, and you were making shit up. I was and still am friends with her boyfriend. If I ever talked to him on my own she would accuse me of flirting with him and get beachy with me, even though I was already in a relationship at the time, and told her countless times that would be wrong. Also thought I was talking shit about her behind her back when we talked. She made me cry on one occasion, and I was talking to him about it, and she yelled at me for going crying to her boyfriend. said I wouldn't care if she died, and she would threaten to harm herself, or worse, saying I never cared about her or her well-being just because I was asleep when she texted me and wouldn't respond. Would flirt with every guy we grouped with in a game despite having a boyfriend, and would get pissy with me if I talked to them because I was apparently flirting with them and was a threat to her obvious cheating. She got gifts from men all the time because of this. Flirted with the guy I had interest in after my breakup, after telling her I had interest in the guy. She got mad at me because he was more interested in me than her. Said I was going too fast in a new relationship, different guy, now husband, and told me to break it off with him. Last straw was her telling me I had to choose her over my husband. That I obviously didn't care about her despite the time, patience, emotion, and money. Yes, I spent money on gifts for her because I wanted to make her happy at the time I put into our friendship. Threatened to take her life. So I told her flat I'm done with her constant bullshit and how unhappy it was making me. Blocked her on everything, and I haven't felt better since I got that weight off. Ex, but only during the breakup. Backstory, she had been with a dude for several years who was, for lack of a better word, a bum. He stayed unemployed, lived with her and her mother, and kind of mistreated her. An insecurity of hers was that she had been proposed to by almost all of her exes within 1 year of dating. She was obsessed with Disney. And I was okay with that, because I'm a nerd and have my obsessions, the game Destiny, for instance. So, while we are dating, she goes on and on about how she found out how her ex planned to propose. It was a convoluted scavenger hunt about their entire relationship, ending with a Disney-themed thing in Grand Central Terminal. She went on and on about how shitty and selfish an idea it was, and how her dream is to be proposed to on, get this, the faking Indiana Jones ride at Disneyland. First off, in my head I'm thinking that I would prefer, and probably also think along the lines of the way the ex planned to propose. That is cute, and about both of them, where the Indiana Jones ride was kind of dumb and actually selfish. Regardless, my point is, she brought both ideas up unwarranted enough that I actually would think about my plan, and that I loved her and thought she was enough of a match that down the line I would want to marry her. That is, if we made it past a few years, of course. Anyway, all of a sudden, she starts ghosting me. Mind you, at this point we are around 5, almost 6 months in. At the time, I was depressed and struggling to find work as a graphic designer. It was February 26th, and, mind you, in December, after quitting my job at the airport, she asked if I would move in with her if she got her own place. I finally get to talk to her, and she gives me an ultimatum. I have a month to get a job or she walks. It is rushed. It is angry. It feels like she already left me. We talk that night and break up. During the argument, she notes that she needs things to be perfect, like what she pictures in her head, or she will be disappointed and miserable, and I'm not it. I don't like Disney enough, and because she doesn't care about my interests I can't possibly actually care about hers. I mentioned that, if she can't deal with people being individuals, and not vessels for her fantasies, she is going to really struggle through relationships. I think my words were, I'm not going to be perfect. I'm not going to propose exactly how you want, or act according to your fantasies. I'm my own person, and I will have to put myself into what I do. She flipped out. She freaked out that I was even mentioning proposing, because it meant I had thought about it within the first year. I mean, how the fuck could I not, if she brought it up so goddamn often? Anyway, apparently telling her the life isn't always magical fantasy, and is harsh and raw, and you'll never get out alive, was the worst thing anyone had ever said to her. We parted ways, because I wanted to date someone who complimented and improved upon me as a person, and she wanted to date literally herself. Well, her friend messaged me and told me that the week earlier, my ex had been getting her opinion on guys from a Disney-themed dating site, mousemingle.com, and she wanted me to know. I told her that, ultimately, it didn't matter. In a fit of weakness, I signed up for the site using fake credentials, and found my ex. The funny thing about these sites is they tell you when a user joined the site. It was the day before she asked me in December to move in with her when she gets her own place. She was serious about the reason she wanted to leave me was because I didn't like Disney enough. She tried to cheat on me for it. I'm glad I got out, but I was so damaged by that. I have a history of being cheated on that I saved up money for 6 months, picked up, and moved to faking Arizona to get as far away from the memory of her and my other exes as possible. Was on my way to campus one day and came up behind a pickup truck on one of my hometown's empty back roads. He was driving 10 miles per hour, kept slowing down, and had a gun rack in the back window, so I assumed he was turning into the Rod and Gun Club entrance up on the right and passed him. Big mistake. This guy came up behind me, laying on his horn, and swerving all over the road behind me. I could see him screaming at me and flipping me off through the windshield. I started driving faster, trying to get away from this guy and get anywhere with witnesses. I honestly remember thinking, if this guy hits my car, I'll be so pissed. On the last stretch, before it connects to the main road, he sped past me and drove partly in the bushes to do it. And then slammed on his brakes, swerving and blocking the entire road. I jammed on my brakes and just totally froze. This guy may be in his 60s, got out of the truck, ran over to my car, and tried to open my faking door. He started slamming his hands on my window and screaming about how I'm a cunt and how he's going to faking kill me. I'm terrified and call 911, and the operator could hear this guy absolutely losing it. She said she'd send someone out, but by that time I think the guy realized I was on the phone with the cops and bolted back to his truck, flipped me off, and took off. I stayed on the phone with the dispatcher to give her a description of the truck and the guy, and then after a few minutes of crying hysterically in my car, I just headed to class. PD never followed up with me, but I really hope that guy lost it on the wrong person and is in jail somewhere. My parents had an ugly divorce when I was a kid. My mom moved across the country, and we children would spend summers at a trailer park. Throughout my entire childhood and into adulthood, she has turned every conversation that we've ever had into how my father was evil, bribing us, winning us over with gifts, etc. It was constant. Even as kids we confronted her about it and told her even if it's true, just stop talking about him. We are tired of it. My dad has never said a bad word about my mom and has always come to her defense whenever I had mentioned that we had some sort of conflict. My dad was the one who raised us, got us our first cars, drove us to school, cooked us dinner. He raised us as a single parent and did not remarry. My mom mostly spoke to us over the phone, and every, no hyperbole, conversation came back to how he was an evil person. She did other bad things too, but her continual poisoning of our relationship to our dad, he had alcohol problems, but was otherwise doing his damn best, became something that I simply couldn't bear anymore. Eventually, around age 24, I spent something like 8 or 9 hours drafting a letter to her, being extremely careful, going over my language, trying my best to have it be cool, collected, take out any insults, make sure it was level-headed, and as reasonable and accurate as possible. I wrote things in that letter that I have never shared with anyone, not even a therapist, not even really my wife until later. Opening my wounds onto the page, scrubbing away my anger and strong language, removing any hint of saying things just to hurt feelings, etc. might have been the hardest thing I've ever done. The letter was confrontational. It was a list of 3 things that she had done that have hurt my feelings, and I asked her to explain herself or engage with some sort of dialogue. I just wanted her to say sorry. That's all I really wanted. Her response, "Your father put you up to this." I called her to discuss it. She yelled over me. I told her that I can't talk to her if she's not going to listen to me. She yelled over me. I hung up. She started liking and posting things on my social media accounts, pretending like nothing happened. I messaged her that I felt uncomfortable with that behavior and I'm not going to play games and pretend like nothing happened. I called her once more before my wedding to see if we could hash things out. She said she did nothing wrong. Nothing in my letter happened. She has no idea what I'm talking about. I haven't talked to her since. I think about her all the time, even after years. I wish things could be different. It has broken a part of me that will never be fixed. All she had to do was say sorry. There's a part in the show Game of Thrones where the Hound is talking to Arya about how he got his face burned. They were kids, and the Hound had taken a toy or something from his brother the mountain that rides, and his brother got angry and shoved his face into a fire. In a tiny throwaway moment in the show, almost comical on its surface, Sander tells the story and says with a genuine, almost childish tone, "I didn't steal it. I was only playing with it." There is something about that moment that wrecks me. I feel like the Hound. I was just trying to be a kid, and she and her bullshit caused her to hurt me for something I didn't even do. And now I'm a grown man, but I wear the pain she caused me, and she won't even say sorry. It makes me feel like such a child. I will never speak to her. I have no space in my heart for her anymore. Ex threatened to get a restraining order on me for contacting her. I texted her a total of 4 times in 6 months after we broke up. Twice to tell her to pick up the pile of stuff she left at my apartment. Once to tell her we could still be friendly and coexist in the same bars we always saw each other in, that she hastily left when she saw me. The 4th time I again tried to extend the olive branch. I was living with a good friend of hers at this time, 6 months after we broke up, and 2 living with our mutual friend. Our friend told me she hasn't talked to her since we moved in. So I texted my ex and pretty much said we don't have to be friends, but that doesn't mean you have to stop being friends with our mutual friend. I told her she doesn't have to see me or talk to me or anything, but that abandoning a friendship with a really good person just because we loved together was wrong. She didn't like that, to say the least. She threatened to get a restraining order against me. I really felt no pressure from that baseless claim, because to get a restraining order you have to prove there was some sort of harassment or stalking, etc. There was none of that for brief text conversations that were, at least on my part, civil. Yeah, good luck getting that done. At that point I realized she had a lot of issues, and that I didn't even want to be her friend, nor did I know why we dated for 6 months. Hindsight is 20/20. I had a friend who had been pulling shit on a lot of friends, but she had a really traumatic home life situation, and I was trying to be understanding that she's just acting out, and I thought if I continued to be her friend she would see others cared about her, and it would help calm her down. Wrong. When we were 19 she invited me out to dinner, just us, and I said okay since we hadn't hung out one-on-one in a while, and I thought I might be able to talk to her about the most recent bullshit she pulled on another mutual friend and hopefully talk some sense into her. I show up, and it's her boyfriend and a friend from work who was 31. She set up a double/blind date. I had a boyfriend at the time and she knew that. I stupidly still went to dinner, politely letting the guys know I was already seeing someone, and she straight up says in front of everyone, "Your boyfriend is totally immature and not right for you. You need a real man like coworker." Side note, she never met him. This infuriated me, and I'm done, so I leave and call another mutual friend to complain. I find out from that friend the guy is a sex offender. I call back my crazy friend and confront her, and she totally knew the guy was a sex offender, but tried to set me up with him anyway. I never talked to her again. TLDR, a friend I was already on the rocks with tried to set me, a 19-year-old girl, up with a 31-year-old male sex offender. I briefly dated a guy who was hardcore into raw food diet and self-care, and was working toward building some kind of communal one-world family situation. This guy was not my usual type, but he was smart, and some of his ideas were interesting, and a departure from my own usual way of thinking, so it was fun at first. He wouldn't wear shoes, ever, which was inconvenient at times, but not a total deal breaker. Then he started to get verbally abusive within a week or 2. I was already eyeing the exit door hard when one day he starts talking about the benefits of drinking your own urine. I told him not only did that sound absolutely like it's not a healthy habit, but also that's some seriously disturbing behavior. About a half hour later, I was distracted on the phone with my boss, and he hands me a water bottle. He was always feeding me stuff like raw aloe and vegetables, like I was a baby bird, because he said my diet was terrible, and he was helping me, so I was accustomed to him handing me stuff like herbal teas to consume. And thank God I noticed it was warm, and yep, he handed me a half cup of his warm piss, and tried to trick me into drinking it. I started to freak and looked over. My boss is still on the phone, by the way, just in time to watch him drink a full 8 ounces of piss just like a big cold glass of lemonade at a 6-year-old's birthday party or some shit. I was done. I still talk to his brother once in a while, and he recently revealed to me that his brother was stealing my dresses and would show up at their family meals wearing one of my gowns. This was a behavior that he had reserved solely for his time spent with me, his brother said. He didn't ever openly express a need to wear women's clothes before or afterward, I guess. I was dating a girl that had shown some signs of being batshit crazy, but I was young and the sex was amazing. I'd started working on night shift and was getting close with the people I worked with. We would all hang out after work and on weekends, and for some reason she couldn't stand it. Things had been getting rough between us, and I decided to end it. That night after work, a few coworkers and I had gone to my boss' house to hang out. We were all in his living room drinking beer waiting on my boss to get home, and all of a sudden one of the girls jumped like something scared her and said, "Oh shit." We all looked up, and Crazy X was standing in the kitchen just staring at us, no idea how long she'd been there. I walk outside with her and tell her she needs to leave now. She told me, "This isn't your house. I'm not here to see you. I'm here to see boss's name." We argue for a bit, yelling and cussing ensue, and I finally call the cops. A sheriff's deputy shows up and slightly agrees with her that I can't technically trespass her because it's not my house, but he very strongly encourages her to leave. He followed her home to make sure she went. An hour later, boss shows up and says, "Hey, your Crazy Ex is outside. She's convinced that I want her, and she's doing everything she can to sleep with me." He ended up calling the cops and this time they made her leave. That girl was psycho. When my best friend and former roommate's girlfriend tried to manipulate him into moving in after he asked her to, and she said no. We started our lease about a month after, and not even 3 weeks in, she starts telling him all about how her family is abusive and horrible, and she can't stay with them because she's afraid it'll get worse. He asked me if I was cool with her moving in. I said no. Then a few days later, he says, "I can't stand seeing her like this. She's moving in." I said okay, not okay. I just didn't want to get in a physical fight because I was hella mad and waited a day to calm down before I talked to him about it. I told him I wasn't comfortable with her moving in because I felt that their relationship was toxic and I didn't want it in my home. He backed down and told his girlfriend it wasn't happening. The very next week she finds out she has cancer. Neither of their behavior changes. He doesn't go see her any more than his usual 2-week interval. She doesn't get chemo. A few weeks later, she has a heart attack at school. Out of the hospital within hours, having vigorous sex with my roommate days later. There's more than that, but I've already ranted too long. After everything, he sees nothing wrong with her behavior. They got married last week, and I'm not such good friends with the dude I've been friends with since we were 6 anymore. Fuck you, Emily. We'd been dating for a couple of months, and she was kinda wishy-washy and bailed a lot, but then, after cancelling plans, she'd complain we don't see each other a lot. That should have been a sign. The last date we had she had cancelled, and then at the last minute, uncancelled and insisted I go out to see her, about a 45-minute drive, because she missed me, despite my insistence that it was okay if she cancelled. Throughout the night she kept slipping in how she was super busy and super tired, and acting like she was doing me a favor by allowing me to take her out. Just generally making it sound like spending time with me was an inconvenience, and like I'd pressured her into stopping working on stuff to go out. But when I offered to cut it short and drop her at home, she said no, it's NBD, she needed the break. The actual last straw was when we were back at her place, cuddling and getting ready for some Netflix and chill. I kissed her, and she pulled away and said she really wasn't in a kissy/touchy mood that night, which was okay. So I backed off and scooted over. Like 2 minutes later she looks at me sitting on the other side of the bed, giving her space, and laughs. Wow, I was joking. Why are you sitting over there? You can come over here and kiss me. It's okay. Then immediately after I kissed her again, deadpan, actually upset. Wow, really? I literally just said I'm not in the mood for that. How inconsiderate can you be? I backed off again and just kinda sat around for a few minutes confused and sketched out before making some excuse to leave. I never talked to her after that, so I don't know if she was legit crazy and just didn't gaff about me, or if she was bored and that's her way of breaking up. Either way it was faked, and still kinda bothers me how someone can change back and forth like that repeatedly over the course of a couple of minutes, and blame you for them changing their mind. I had an ex who said he could control the weather with psychic abilities. Whenever we'd argue on a rainy day, he would tell me that was the proof, because his anger would stir up the weather and make it rain, even if it had already been raining before we fought. Coincidentally, he would also always start silly arguments on days the weather was bad. I came to believe he did this on purpose. He also gave me a small pink colored crystal and told me if I rubbed it when I needed him, he would know and show up wherever I was to help me. I pretended to do this a few times just to prove to him it didn't work, but he insisted and told me it wasn't working because I didn't believe. He didn't have a job or a car and lived an hour away, so whenever we'd hang out I was the one who had to foot the money for gas to go be with him or pick him up. One day he was bumming at my house, eating my food and watching the cable I pay for while I was at work, and I finally got some sense and said to myself, why the hell am I putting up with this shit? So when I got off work, I told him it was over and that I was taking him home. We drove the whole hour in silence. He got out of the car and I drove off without even saying goodbye. That's how done I was. A few days later we had a small tornado touch down in my town and he called me to tell me he was the one who caused the tornado and that if I didn't get back together with him, he was going to do it again but worse. Dude was a nut. When I used to teach preschool, we had a new hire who started with us one year in early October. She was a middle-aged woman. One of the main rules at the preschool was that all personal belongings needed to remain locked in the back closet. This was a safety thing for any NICE accredited school. Anything could fall out of your purse and be grabbed by a kiddo. We started getting weird vibes about this woman when she refused to adhere to this rule. She'd literally sidle away when she thought we weren't looking, and when we noticed her, she'd be clutching her giant bag. Despite being against regulations, this also left her incapacitated to care for the children. The head teacher got stern with her and told her point blank that it needed to stop. She nodded like she understood and then went almost immediately after to get her bag and stand in the back of the room. It became a matter of principle. The lead teacher was appalled at her brashness. One day at a work training, I found myself in the bathroom still next to her. She started wailing. Literally, wailing. Oh no. I need toilet paper. Oh no. This is bad. This is very bad. Hello. Whoever's out there. Can you please bring me toilet paper? And it's going to need to be wet. This is real bad. I left as quickly and silently as possible. Then came the witch issue. Mind you, this was a large public school and had a diverse population. And the kids loved Halloween. So we'd sing silly little songs during music. Songs like 5 Little Pumpkins and Witch's Brew, an upbeat song about making magic by throwing silly ingredients in a pot. It was all goofy and fun, and it had been part of the curriculum for years. Well, on her way out on her first day, she cornered me. Literally cornered me and told me that I was teaching these kids witchcraft and Satanism. Lectured me until I told her to please back away and left. I talked to the head teacher, who happened to be a friend of mine, about it and she was in disbelief. We decided to continue on like usual and not make a big deal about it. The next time we sang the songs, this woman shot up out of her chair and screamed no, no, covered her ears, and ran out. When she came back at the end of the day, holding her freaking purse, of course, all she said was I will be absent from work on October 31st. She never came back on November 1st. We later found out that the reason she'd been so eager and willing to change the kids' diapers is because she was whispering prayers and preaching to them the whole time. Even later, I found out from a friend in administration that she sang a full made-up song during her initial interview. They must have been desperate for workers. Last little anecdote about her. She once proudly told us about how she was so cold waiting for the bus one day that she turned to prayer. And then, like magic, she felt a warm sensation rush up her skirt. It was a miracle. Without looking up, the head teacher said, "Heh, must have been a fetched." I had to leave because I was laughing so hard. Please note that I don't think that her religious beliefs were inherently crazy at all. It was just the way she expressed them and her overall paranoia. I probably have more stories about my time with this lady, but I think I repressed them. My parents had a neighbor who was a retired pastor. This pastor ministered to those in prisons and helped them find jobs and somewhere to live when they got out. On the neighbor's property was a boat shed where they let a guy live who'd just gotten out of jail. I'd seen this guy a few times and tried speaking to him, but he never responded. He'd just glare at you with this cold malignancy. One day he knocks on my parents' door. I was living with them and starts talking about the neighbors and the neighborhood. It was a very cold evening and I asked him to step in and have something warm to drink, you know, be the good neighbor. So we are sitting there chatting about random stuff when he suddenly becomes anxious and agitated. He begins to plead with me to speak to my parents and ask them to stop shooting him with their microwave guns. He said it's making it hard to sleep and function. He also said that, since he just got out of prison for beating a gay guy half to death, he needs to be on his best behavior. Doesn't want to return to prison. Yikes. Now I'm a big guy. I've had people scared to speak to me because they thought I was a bouncer and, on a couple of occasions, an enforcer for the mafia, but this guy was much taller and much bigger than me and freaky looking. So I'm freaking out at this point. I try reassuring him that my parents don't own any microwave guns, but he's not buying it. He said that the Mormons, Jews, and gays have been trying to kill him for years and years. That they've got a satellite in space watching him, put a tracking device in him, and he's getting fed up with it all. I managed to get him to leave. I thought he was going to pummel me to death. He tried coming over a few times after, but we'd pretend to not be home. We spoke to the neighbor about his behavior and after that the guy stopped coming over. My longtime neighbor and childhood friend. I feel bad writing about him, but I already did write about him in a different subreddit, so I'll just copy and paste most of the stuff I've already written. He's not a bad guy at all, he just has mental issues that need to be addressed, most of which have been. There are too many stories about him being unhinged, but the final straw that made me seriously worry about him was what he texted me at 2 o'clock in the morning. I wake up, half asleep, receiving a long-winded text from him. I mean, an essay's length text, detailing how he served in the Marine Corps. He's never served, let alone any branches, was both in the Korean and Vietnam War. He was born in the 90s, and that he has 2 wives and 6 kids, that he's been hiding from his family. He doesn't. The text message just goes on and on to more nonsensical ramblings of a man clearly having an episode. Within the bizarre message was something along the lines of not wanting to go on and this life is not for me. I'm with my family on vacation, so I can't go over and check up on him. I get desperate and, reluctantly, call the police in my hometown to have them do a welfare check on him. The dispatcher tells me they'll call me back once they've confirmed he's okay. About 10 minutes pass, and they tell me he's fine, but I use that word loosely. This story ends on a somewhat happy note, because he did start taking meds to help him become a little more stable. I still worry about him, mainly because he's been hanging around very shady characters, some of whom most likely share the same problems he does. In any case, that was the final straw for me, and I hope I never have to do something like that again. My sister-in-law has some deep issues. I've known she was crazy since the beginning, but nobody believed me. I guess the last straw in my case was one of the first straws. My brother and her met in August, and by his birthday in October, she gave him the most weirdly elaborate present, and that is when I knew she was not sane. She gave him 3 full music CDs with a 10-page letter explaining why she picked each and every song and what about that song fit their relationship. When I saw this, my radar went off, but my brother was content, so I only made a joke and moved on. Then every time she came over she would ask him where the CDs and letters were, to make sure he took care of her present and held it in high regard. This also set off my alarm a bit, but once again, he was content, so I moved on. Then she got into his Facebook somehow and saw that an ex that he said he no longer spoke to send him a message saying hi. It was an innocent "Hey, it's been a long time, how have you been?" ML, and he responded innocently just saying hello, but she still holds that over him to this day, about 10 years later. This is when he started to realize it, but he was in love, so he let it go. Then one night he and I were hanging out, and he happened to be on the outs with her. He didn't have a cell phone at the time, so she knew to call him on mine, but when mine rang he told me not to answer it. Then it rang again, and again, and again, and again, and again. I put my phone on silent, and we continued hanging out. When I looked at my phone again a few hours later, I had 50 plus missed calls from her. Then we got home, and my mom looked at him, and said she called here looking for you every half hour. This is when he knew for sure. Eventually they broke up, even though she kept threatening to kill herself. He moved on, only something weird kept happening. Every girl he spoke to in those 2 years started getting weird phone calls. Even though they had so much time without speaking, she still remembered all of his passwords to his social media and Boost mobile account. Through all this time, the only people that were still in denial about her craziness were my parents. My mom in particular thought she was a great girl. After all, she worked, was in college, and called my mom from time to time to catch up. So my mom and dad kept pressuring my brother to settle down with her. They would say things like, she's not so bad, you could do a lot worse than her. My dad even told him all women are a little crazy, son. Well, one day, in a huge lapse of judgment, she ended up getting her way. My brother, sexually deprived as he was for 2 years, saw her looking good one summer and he fell right back into the trap. By that January she was pregnant, and he was trapped for good. She became even crazier, and at this point my parents were finally convinced. Still, my brother was happy to be a dad and my parents were happy to be grandparents, and my other brother and I were happy to be uncles. Their baby was the first one in the family in a long time, so we all tried to make it work with her for the baby's sake, to no avail. In fact, the day before their wedding they got into a monster fight, where my brother had deep scratches by her on his arms. I tried to convince him to call it off, but they went through with it. At this point you all must be saying my brother is an idiot, and yeah, he may be, but when I speak to him it's obvious he puts up with it for their daughter. He is afraid that if he leaves them things will just get worse and his daughter will be the main witness to his wife's rage, if not a victim of it. I feel for him, because I have a daughter as well, and I absolutely love her, and could not picture leaving her, and she has a great mom. Imagine leaving her with an unstable person. Horrifying. I work at large facility and we hosted a large expo last weekend. Lots of businesses come in and set up shop at booths. It was the end of the night, and I was talking to people about logistics for the next day. I'm a building engineer, and this one lady I work with goes, "Dan, you have to check out this booth. They sell amazing chairs." Sure, okay. We go over, and it's this company that sells these expensive foldable lawn chairs. I see this other lady sitting in one of the chairs, and she has straps over her arms, forehead, and chest. I figured it was one of those massage chairs. The lady who told me to check the booth out goes, "Talk to Steve about the chairs. He'll tell you everything you need to know." Okay. Hey Steve, what's the deal with these chairs? This dude, who's like 6 feet 5 inches, 275 pounds turns around. I get a good look at him. He's a white dude, in his 50s, wearing a camo baseball cap, a black military vest with a lot of buttons on it, and a jean shorts that are way too short for him. He had 5 o'clock shadow, dreads, old school 70s-ish glasses, and a Bono stash to top it all off. That was straw one for me. Oh, these chairs are simply delightful, Dan. I never told this dude my name. Straw 2. Cool. So what do the straps on the arms, forehead, and chest do? Do they massage, or heat up or something? Oh no, Dan, they don't do that. They center the magnetic field in your body to better align yourself to the universe. Straw 3. Cool. How much do they cost? $500. Little out of my price range, but they look cool. Well, you must try it. It will do amazing things to your body. Star 4. Nah man, I'm good. I should get going. I've been here all day and I have to get some sleep. I'm going to be here all day tomorrow too. I'm off the next day. Well, let me at least give you a gift before you go. Okay, I figure he'd give me a goodie bag or company pen. That's usually the deal at these sort of things. Usually, this dude extends his hand out to me. Confused, I go in for a handshake. Nice to meet you, man. I'm just going to give you some of my energy. What? Count to 10, okay. Out loud. Okay. Point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Do you feel like warm milk and cookies? Damn dude, last straw. Not particularly. It'll come. Don't worry. I promise. Okay, man. Take care. Bye, Dan. I don't know if he's crazy or enlightened or whatever, but the fact that it all happened at the end of the day when I was tired made it all surreal and faking weird as shit. One day at work I got a call from a flower delivery service saying that I had a secret admirer and asked if I'd like the delivery at home or work. I said work. So a random guy showed up to my work with chocolates, roses, and a watch battery with the battery taken out because my secret admirer wanted time to stop until we were together. He then had me come outside. I made my boss come along because I was sketched out and serenaded me with the song Robin Sings to Marian from Robin Hood Men in Tights. Surprise. Turns out this delivery guy was the secret admirer and he'd found me on an old dating profile I guess I'd forgotten to delete. He'd then stalked me enough to figure out where I worked, what I went to college for, and a bunch of other things that weren't on the profile. I didn't even work at the store I worked at when I made that profile and I'd been there at least a year. He told me he was embarrassed when he realized the site shows how many times someone views your profile. It kinda blurs there because I was freaked out, but I know he asked me out, gave me his number, and was pretty insistent that I go on a date with him and give him a chance. I never contacted him, and thankfully, he never tried to follow up, but I was anxious for months, thinking that this guy was going to show up at my work again, or worse figure out where I lived. I'm so glad I didn't give him my home address for that. A bit of background first. I didn't have much luck with the girls, but have going out with a pair also. So when I first started to going out with my ex, she proposed to go as a first date to a party in her old school. I tried to go cool with it, because I wanted a serious relationship. And then I was weirded out for the fact that her entire family was in the party too. That was a big red flag and I didn't care so much, because I wanted to be cool with it. 6 months have passed, and we are in a formal relationship, with half of the dates in her house with her family. So I then proposed to go to the beach or go camping. She goes only with her family camping, and then goes with me and her family to the beach. We went swimming, only the two of us. Not nearly 5 minutes have passed, and her mom was entering in the water in full clothing. Picture a lady in office clothes, in the beach, yelling us to get out, that we are doing a big show. We were only swimming and fooling around. Some days later I told my ex that her mother was too possessive and that she shouldn't go in our dates. She snapped and told me that she couldn't believe how selfish and egocentric I was. In retrospective, everything was just so crazy about her and her family. I'm happy that I'm out of it, but I miss her anyway. I had a good friend in high school that I reconnected with after our summer camp days back when we were about 9 to 10 years old. She always was crazy. She was obsessed with boys, and then her boyfriend, when she finally settled on a guy, emo bands, especially top, and popularity. She even once straight up told me that she cared more about having a large amount of friends rather than actual good friends. Quantity, quality. I was going through a hard time then with my sudden fallout with my closest friends, so I considered her my best friend. I think what really did it to me was the moment we stopped being friends. She was going on about how she never saw me that morning in school, but I was in my new usual spot in the library. I always sat in the library. And she always moved around with her boyfriend. But anyways, I could only just say, oh, I didn't see you either. She just wouldn't stop. Eventually I told her how I was in my usual spot and meekly said, well, that's kinda your fault, as she kept going. It was that moment that she freaked out on me that I was just like her dad for saying that. She never even told me about her situation with her dad before, and I was to blame when I wasn't even intentionally trying to insult her. She shut down on me. I tried to be nice and talk her out of it, and she continued to not talk to me. Then I just stopped caring. I finally told her off for everything, and I went back to reading as she still ignored me. At some point she mumbled something along the lines of "you're a terrible friend," and went off on her way. The next day I saw her sit at our usual spot seemingly looking for someone, giving up, and never showing her face at the spot again. Nowadays, she tells all her new younger, easily manipulated, friends about how we are not friends, because I supposedly called her tone deaf. And apparently I was an absolute trash singer who had no say nothing, because of my hearing loss. She even insisted to my current closest friend, that I'm totally deaf. It's insane. Besides, I never called her tone deaf, but I did give criticism on her singing our choir songs totally off key. Obviously I wasn't one of the best singers, but I know for a fact that even I was better than her considering how she would always sing loudly off key. So yeah, she's crazy. About 3 years back I, M19, met a girl, F19, we'll call her Sarah, at church. She was cool, and we hit it off well. At the time she was dating another dude, but that didn't bother me, since I was going into the army reserves in a few months, so I was going to be gone for about 7 months, and wasn't looking for anything. One day I wasn't feeling well, and I went over to her house instead of hanging out like we planned. While I'm over there her stepmom, which has raised her from a very young age, gets home. Sarah introduces me to her, and her mom wouldn't really make eye contact, or talk to me. She then spent 20 minutes telling Sarah how lazy she was, and how bad of a Christian she was right in front of me. But that was just the start. Over the next few months Sarah's mom decided Sarah wasn't good enough to sleep on the couch, so Sarah had to sleep on a foam mat next to the couch. The stepmom then kicked Sarah out of the house, and proceeded to tell her family that Sarah had run away, and that she was mentally and spiritually lost. Sarah was homeless for a few days, but eventually found some friends to live with. Given the situation Sarah didn't really talk to her mom for a while for obvious reasons. While following that, Sarah and I started dating, after she broke up with the other guy obviously, and shortly after that I went into training for the army. After about 7 months I came back, and Sarah was looking for a new place as her roommates weren't really being the best. Her stepmom trying to reconnect offered her to move back in, but Sarah declines, because of what happened last time. But her stepmom was able to get her boyfriend's parents to let Sarah move in. Fast forward a few months and Sarah moved in with the stepmom's boyfriend's parents. We'll call them the grandparents. Well, at this time Sarah didn't have a car, so her grandparents would have to drive her to work. One day I decided to surprise Sarah and pick her up at work. I showed up an hour before she got off. She was happy and asked that I text her grandparents she doesn't need a ride, and so I did just that. Right after that I get a phone call from the grandparents, to which they asked me to leave. Turns out Sarah's stepmom was supposed to pick her up, and they were supposed to talk. I explained to the grandparents that I was not asked by Sarah to be picked up, and that she wasn't told anything about her stepmom picking her up. So given the circumstance I stayed there, just in case she needed a ride, till the end of her shift, and then another hour. Her mom never showed up so we left. Turns out her mom went to the grandparents' place with a contract. A contract about how late Sarah can be out. Remember Sarah was 20 at the time. How often she can talk to me when she would have to be out of the house. And I think other things like being transparent about her finances. In short, the grandparents even thought that was too crazy and said no. Sarah and I ended up dating for 3 years before it ended, and there were other things that followed. Like the stepmom started telling people that I would hit Sarah, to which half the people didn't believe anyways. Sarah was a really nice girl, and it was kinda sad to see how badly people treated her. Her BO dad and mom, sisters, the roommates, her close friends, even the grandparents to a bit all have stories of their own. I was taking care of a patient who seemed fine. Mid-50s, was admitted because he had an electrolyte that was slightly off. Cold bean cure with a bag or two of Lay's potato chips. Anyways, I check on him a few times throughout the night, and he states he wants to brush his teeth. A completely normal request. I grab him a toothbrush and toothpaste, and give it to him, and say, "You want to go to the bathroom?" He tells me he wants to brush in the bed, and go to sleep. Okay. He brushes his teeth, then gets up to go to the bathroom. He spits, then attempts to leave the bathroom. I say, "Do you want to rinse your mouth out?" He goes, "No." I say, "You have a lot of toothpaste on your face and it's running down your face." He refuses to look in the mirror, turns on the water with his hand, splashes the water on his face, and proceeds to walk out the bathroom. Mind you, he still has toothpaste on his face. I wipe his face with a towel and leave him be. I come back in the room later, and he tells me the story of how he needs to get home so he could find his dog, and that his parents are trying to teach him a lesson by leaving him in the hospital. I use therapeutic communication to talk him down and leave again. I read a little more into his chart, and it turns out he was found at home with his doors and windows all wide open for roughly 24 hours before he was sent to the hospital. He was definitely crazy. So guys, you all have interesting stories, and props to many of you who dealt with it appropriately. I feel the need to say something about this though, since the post has gotten quite a bit of traction. Many of you may not know this, but the way this is worded and how some people are explaining their situation heavily stigmatizes an already beaten and oppressed group of individuals. To put it into perspective, imagine how ridiculous it would be if someone said, "What was the last straw that made you go, yep, that person is definitely queer." Super offensive, right? Not a super directly offensive term, but I can guarantee the gay community would be affected by it. Now, I know many of you may not have intended to come off that way or even reference it, but the word crazy, especially in recent times and media, has basically become a derogatory term for the mentally ill. Continue to have your fun, as I'm sure no major harm has been done, but be wary of the possibility for harm. Consider someone with a severe mental illness that involves any form of psychosis chilling in their living room having a good day. Meds are right, good coping skills, great support system, then coming across a post like this and being reminded that the things he did previously are going to be remembered just like this, and may even be the very person you are speaking about. That could heavily impact them and send them reeling backwards in their recovery. Social media affects us all, and we need to understand the impact. So have your fun, but remember, 1 in 5 Americans have a mental illness, yet we still are able to be treated exactly the way this post is, not just online, not just in private, but openly and directly in public, and every day that passes is one more day we have to suffer. I used to work at the standard small town pizza place. I worked there with a collection of characters. My sister always warned me about one lady I worked with and how she used to steal tips and silverware from other restaurants in town. Let's call her Jane. During Jane's first day delivering pizza at my company, she saluted the chef, picked up her first delivery, then proceeded to slide the pizza vertically under her arm like a book as she rushed out the door. This of course ruined the pizza. Over time I worked my way up the ranks and became a shift manager. My first day as a manager, I walked into the store to find that nothing was cleaned the previous night and that all the food in the prep stations had been left out and ruined. I decided, as a manager, it was my job to call the person who was in charge of closing to chew them out. So I gave Jane a call. This was her excuse. "I'm so sorry, but I had to beat the cops to my house so that I could kick out the meth heads, so they don't take my 6th child from me." I didn't know how to deal with that situation because I was only 17, so I just hung up. Later she would complain to everyone about how child services took all of her children away. When Jane delivered pizza, she would offer what she referred to as to-the-door service. She would drive her car straight up to the customer's door, destroying the customer's lawn, walkways, fencing, or anything else that was in the customer's front yard. The owner of the pizza joint would not fire her and often paid for any damages she caused. One night she got arrested for trying to drive her car into the local swimming pool. She was drunk out of her mind. No one ever heard from her again. When I waited tables, this one guy seemed like not exactly a compulsive liar, but a guy who made stuff up to make himself sound more interesting, or just to have a foothold in a conversation frequently. Like we were talking about a guy with a torn rotator cuff stopping playing sports, and he said he played football in high school with a torn rotator cuff no problem. Stuff like that. Then one day, it's right before the dinner rush started, and he starts saying how he feels sick. He and I had been there since lunch and I'd seen him be fine all day. Then he starts saying it's because he ate a deep fried rat on Saturday. He says he went to a wing place on Saturday night and they gave him a deep fried rat and he didn't realize it until after he ate it, and the memory of that event is making him sick. This was Tuesday. I had worked with him earlier in the week. No mention of this, no symptoms of illness. But he keeps talking about how disgusted this made him, and he becomes increasingly lethargic and just sits in a chair in the kitchen. Then, he just starts throwing up in the trash can he's sitting next to and the manager sends him home. We only have 2 waiters, and for some reason we were also slammed that night with every single table taken up. So not only did he make up a weird story about eating a rat, but he munchausened so hard that he made himself throw up. Very weird. My first friend, when I started college, was a lovely lad. Could never wish for a nicer friend to have. At the end of the first year he just got kind of quiet, and the start of the second year he barely spoke apart from to say really weird stuff. Sometimes he'd try to start a conversation with me, and despite my replies he's just kind of stare at me like nothing was there. He became really good friends with another guy in our group. They were like best friends. After a little while he took him off for a chat and sat him down and said, "Look, are you gay? It's completely fine if you are. I just want to know if you fancy me so I can deal with it." Needless to say, the friend was really shocked, but came and told everyone, having a laugh about it. My friend laughed it off. Everyone knew he had changed. On nights out he would go really weird. We were the group of people who took drugs on a regular basis. We'd go to raves and free parties and try to get in the clubs because we were still 17. So we would all be having a really good time, but he'd just spin out or go off on one and start a fight or go missing. He was having a tough time at home because his parents didn't know what to do with him. When summer came around and we all finished, he decided he was going to travel around Europe on his own. He shut down his Facebook and just left. No one heard anything from him. That summer we all went to a festival, and some of us thought our friend was back, but we weren't sure if he was or not, or if he was coming to the festival. A couple people who was in the group and had grown up with him had said he was back and planning on breaking in. Well, he did. But he wasn't just changed. He was nothing. He was a shell, a big, empty, and very confused shell. I was so happy to see him. I think at this point I was in denial of him changing, because I didn't want to accept that my sweet, funny friend wasn't there anymore. But he didn't really know who I was. It was the second day, I think, and he was walking past all our tents with a vacant look, so I called over to him, but he didn't look at me, so I ran up to him instead. He asked me where we were camping, so I said here. We are literally here. He still looked lost. I took him to his tent, but it had blown over. I offered to put it up for him and went to do it, but he just told me not to and just fell on top of his tent, face down in the mud. I ran up to one of his friends from his hometown and I asked him what was wrong with him, what had he taken, and his friend just said nothing. He's sober. That's who he is now, and turned away from me. After that weekend I didn't see him again, because I lived an hour away from the college and my circumstances meant I couldn't really get to see my friends. But I heard stories. He'd start fights all the time, become friends with strange people, would forget who everyone is. It was only about 2 years ago when I met an old friend and I asked them how he's doing, and he just went, "Oh, you don't know." He had been sentenced prison time for assaulting a police officer. No one knows how long he was in there for, but the guards and inmates realized something was wrong. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia and is now in a secure hospital, getting better, but he's been in there for about 3 years now. I keep meaning to get his address to send him a letter. Whenever I think about it, I just get so sad. To this day I can't believe my amazing friend, the person I loved so much, who was my partner in crime in our English lit classes, is locked up with such bad mental health, and I never helped him. I wish I had forced him to stop taking drugs. I wish none of us had let him fuck off to Europe. We still don't know what happened there. That festivalese, when I accepted he had lost it, his mind. I've never seen someone spiral downwards like that, and I don't wish to witness the personality and kindness drained from a person ever again. Friend of 10 years, let's call her Jen, threw a party for her 29th birthday. It was fun until one guest got too drunk and tried to fight another guest, and one of nicest people ever, and gave him a bloody nose. Things keep heating up, and Jen asks my boyfriend to intervene and kick the drunk guest out of the house. Drunk guest proceeded to trash the house outside, breaking windows, threatening to smash cars, etc. until my boyfriend called the police and he fled. The next day, Jen updated us saying the drunk guest, now sober, wanted my boyfriend's address and knew where he worked. I was now mad and asked Jen why she didn't call the police sooner and even chose to invite this man in the first place, as he clearly had issues and, I found out later, had been to jail before for fighting. She snapped, basically saying that I can't judge someone based on their actions while drunk, and how I made her feel like an idiot. I actually had to hang up the phone because she was going on, and I couldn't get a word in edgewise. This incident was the last straw in a string of red flags over the last year of our friendship, so I decided to cut off contact with Jen. I didn't block her, but simply stopped talking to her. Fast forward a few months, Jen texts me asking if I wanted the cooler I had left at her house the night of the party, and also for the name of this dating book I had told her about years ago. I responded to her to donate the cooler, but didn't respond to the second question, because what the fuck? After my response, she sends me multiple large texts ranting about how, after what I did to her, her family had to put her in therapy, how her abusive past was nothing compared to how I treated her, what a cruel and evil friend I had been, how she thought I was possessed, and she actually traveled to see an exorcist to get me back, how she gave me 10 years, and then listed everything she'd done for me, and how the least I could do is give her the name of that dating book. No level of curiosity about what exactly it was that I did to her could make me want to reopen a dialogue with that. There was a girl I knew in college who was a pathological liar. I mean, she always made up things that she did not have to lie about. And she was just really weird in a lot of other ways. She had seizures like multiple times a week, sometimes multiple times a day, and she still drove. She told me that she and her mom were so far below the poverty line that they didn't have to pay taxes. Her mom worked at the university and was definitely at least middle class. She told me that she was a nurse at the hospital I worked at, but would never say what unit. I once asked her if she was an RN or BSN, and she had no idea what I was talking about. One time I was in the car with her, and she randomly made a phone call signing up for a CNA program. Said her service dog knew how to put the car in neutral, pull over, and call 911 if she had a seizure, while driving. Her stick literally requires opposable thumbs to shift. Went on vacation with her before I knew she was psycho, because she supposedly had a timeshare with a resort and it'd be a really good deal. Right before we left she told me she had to pay an extra $2,000 for each of us, but said she didn't expect to be paid, but then constantly talked about this huge credit card bill. I never saw any receipts, so glad I never paid her. She was definitely trying to scam. She expected to have a 3/some with me and my boyfriend on that vacation. She acted entitled to it. She also told people at the resort that she was dating him. Told everyone she was engaged, but she had no ring, no pictures, no evidence. When she met my roommate, she said, "Oh my god, that's my middle name," but her Instagram has a different middle name. She has no other social media, faked a southern accent. When she told people she had lived in Alabama, faked a Spanish accent. When she told people her family was from Spain. There are so many more stories, but I'll spare the reader. I eventually just humored her and went along with all of her stories and was a pity friend cause she had no other girlfriends. The last straw with that girl was this. At the dog park, my GSD puppy got attacked by a grown pit bull. Not a rip on pit bulls, but they are damn strong and that death grip is real. He could have died. It was so traumatic, and my dog still has issues around some dogs. The dog fractured bones in my hand and ripped at my arm. That friend of mine was there, and she gave the park ranger, the owner of the other dog, the police, and everyone important her own phone number and contact info. She assured the other owner that she didn't have to help pay my expenses for the vet or my medical expenses. She assured everyone that my puppy was okay. This is all while I'm still in the mud holding him to comfort him, and so he wouldn't bleed out. When we were finally on our way home, She stopped and picked up her mom and drove her home all the way on the other side of town before bringing me and my puppy home. We were covered in mud and blood, and he was still trembling. I ghosted her. Haven't talked to her since. You want to talk about disrespect? How about when you were 16 and you called your father an asshole? I was absolutely disgusted. My mom to me, a 31-year-old woman. My mom, aside from being physically violent and emotionally unstable, always had a habit of dropping the meanest thing you've ever heard as casually, as if remarking on the pleasant weather. She told me not to sit on a toilet seat after my father had used it because you'll catch AIDS from one of his hoes. She told me he didn't love me, made crueler by the fact that she was likely right. He loved his hose more than me. She told me he was a piece of shit pervert and would talk explicitly about his alleged sexual escapades. She heavily implied that my sister and him were close due to an inappropriate sexual relationship. False. This was all during the divorce, but honestly, it wasn't that different from how she spoke of him when they were married. She has always spoken to and of all of us that horribly. Why did I call my dad an asshole? He abandoned me at a friend's house. Literally told them it would be for a week or so, and then never came back, landing me in foster care as I now had two unfit parents. He was the sole trustee of a $35k trust fund left to me by my grandparents for my education, and he drained it all on his hose, lol, before I could use it. The only portion that went to me was for my desperately needed braces at 17 due to a literal court order. The order came about because he was making well over 6 figures a year, but they still never got me braces, together or apart. Of course, the court would have had something to say about the abuse of the trust if they had known about it. Oh, and he also ignored the physical and emotional abuse from my mom, even while listening to it from the room next door. I don't have the energy to deal with that shit as your kid is getting hit. So yeah. I called dad an asshole, and my mom can shove her disgust up her own. I don't know why this was the straw that broke the camel's back, but it definitely was. I finally realized that my relationship with my parents was an extension of my trauma. I had never allowed myself to process it until that moment. I went total NC with mom that day. Dad is dead, but I allowed myself to be angry, truly angry, with him for everything he did for the first time. I'm now in the process of retracing the steps of my childhood via court documents, academic records, witness accounts, CCT pointers. I have a lot of gaps in my memory. Started seeing a girl I used to mess around with in my earlier teens a few months after me and the mother of my daughter broke up. At first everything seemed great. We would just hang out, watch action movies, play video games. We weren't dating but we had mutually agreed to be exclusive. I found out while I was at work she was video chatting with her ex, and I'm sure you can put 2 and 2 together. I called it off after that and didn't speak to her any further. For a couple days she consistently attempted to contact me, and I ignored any contact as it was only a couple of months and I wasn't looking to jump back into anything ultra serious, so what had happened was enough for me to write it off. One night about 3 days later I get a call from her as I'm in my living room with a buddy. I reluctantly decided to answer and just make it absolutely clear I don't want any further contact. She began the conversation asking what I was doing and where I was. I replied with nothing really, just at a friend's. I didn't want her showing up. She said she wanted to come get some obscure thing from my place, and I told her she could another time, that I was busy. I asked what she was up to, and she said she was at home. Then all of a sudden I hear long fake nails clicking on my door one by one quickly for about 30 seconds, and I look through the peephole and she's standing right there, after she just told me she's at home. I ran and hid on my balcony, because I couldn't stop nervously laughing, and I didn't want her to hear me. Peeking over my balcony I could see her looking up from the street trying to see if I was home. She semi-stalked me for a couple months, and now, if she sees me in public she tries to approach me, but for the most part it's over. One person added me and a couple other friends on Steam and Discord, and we eventually started talking and playing some games together. We talked for about a week or so, and then I got my wisdom teeth taken out and couldn't talk really well for a while. He then starts messaging me about how his grandma got into a car crash and was in the hospital. Of course I felt sorry for him, but couldn't really call him, as it was painful to put on headphones and talk. He apparently took it as you don't wanna be friends with me and started to act like I didn't like him just because I wasn't able to speak. A few days later, he said that his grandma died and was acting extremely depressed and was using it as an excuse for me to call him on Discord. Of course, I wasn't able to wear headphone without pain, so he threatens me saying that he was gonna kill himself and that it will be my fault because I didn't talk to him. At this point, he's already unfriended one of my other friends that was talking to him for the same reason. I explained the situation as best as I could, and he seemed like he was okay. Later, I messaged another one of my friends asking about the dude and how he was guilt tripping me. My friend said that he was getting the same treatment because his grandma is in the hospital, but guilt trip friend told me that his grandma was dead. I questioned him about it, and he immediately got super defensive and claimed that I don't know what it's like and was insulting me. I asked if he was lying the entire time and he unfriended me, blocked me on Discord, and put some insulting /sob story style messages on my Steam page, which got deleted later that day. I told everyone I mentioned about him, and one of my friends on Discord said that guilt trip friend tried the same thing on him, except he was blocked before I was. After that happened, now ex-friend blocked me on Steam, deleted his Discord, and I never heard from him again.